Catalan being the coach he is and the impact that he's had and the changes that he's managed to put in place here at Bristol and transform the place, they can go second, and it's something that they've not managed for probably in my lifetime, than being second in the Premiership. So it's a real step forward for Bristol, and I think the smiles on the faces showing that they're still in this game and they'll be able to do that if they manage to get in front in this game.
Well, they've just had the water break and they're about to set down for a scrum. Do you think before play gets back underway you can read off the full list of what you had for breakfast this morning, Chris Ashton? This is a professional rugby player's breakfast. Go.
No chance. We need 5 minutes.
Go on, go. Quick. Go. I reckon you can do it.
No, there's not enough time. There is now. Okay, so I had porridge and oats in a water shaker, and then I had some Greek yogurt with fruit, honey, nuts on, and then I had 3 poached eggs, 2 sausages, smoked salmon bagel.
What is that? I mean, is that just because the amount of calories you need to take on? Were you hungry this morning?
Yeah, I think
Is that normal?
Big day ahead.
You're coming here to sit next to me all day?
No, that is a normal breakfast.
Every day?
Yeah.
And do you make that?
No, I have an amazing wife that makes
that.
Oh
my goodness, you are far too well looked after, Chris Ashton. That is a stunning breakfast. If anyone's interested, I had bran flakes. Not quite the same. Right, there's still no rugby here because they're resetting again. So let's get over to the Super League. Wakefield Catalan, Dave Woods.
Guess what? Another try. Catalan 52-0 they lead now. Matt Litley with his second try in the last 6 minutes. Some atrocious handling from Wakefield. I think they've all but given up. And it was picked up and Whitley just went 40 yards to score. Sam Tompkins has taken over the kicking duties. 52-0. Catalan now lead against Wakefield.
Oh, sorry, Wakefield fans, if you're hiding behind the sofa each time you hear an update for that one. Here at Ashton Gate, Bristol 9, Saracens 9. Saracens on the ball, going forward inside of the Bristol half. Wigglesworth looking up, looking for options on either side as he gathers from the back of the ruck. It's been kicked through in the end by Dom Morris. Nice little touch, gone out of play inside of the Bristol 22. Means it'll be a Bristol line-out, and the Bristol line-out has had its issues so far this afternoon. It really hasn't been able to connect. It doesn't matter if they've gone to the front, the middle or the back of the line-out. They just haven't quite been on point. And they've also changed their hooker as well. It doesn't matter if it's been Brian Byrne or if it's been Harry Thacker. They've had their issues. So ball goes in this time. That one was good almost. It was Stephen Latour that went up to get it. He gathered it, but then he spilt it on the floor backwards. So there was no advantage to Saracens. They just had to pick it up, and they have. It's now Itoje who has it. 10 metres left for Saracens to travel. They're trying to work really hard. Callum Hunter-Hill, he gets involved. Big shouts going up. Here comes the new man on debut, Alec Cleary. The tight head prop, he pushes forward, makes another metre. Round the corner, Saracens go once again. Little bit of a shuffle nudge. Here comes the big man. It's Billy Vunipola, England number 8. He manages to push Bristol back a bit, but ends up flopping over the previous ruck in the end. 17 minutes left to play. Will we get a try? Who knows? Right then, this time Itoje fancies another go. He nudges round the corner once again. Wigglesworth is appealing. He's got the penalty as well. Matthew Carley says yes. They try and give the opportunity in the end for Dom Morris and Pablo Cecino to do something, but no, penalty Saracens.
Good defence from Bristol until they gave the penalty away. Not letting Saracens get any front foot ball. They just need to watch now. They've given a few penalties away in this area of the field. The referee might start offering yellow cards up if it carries on.
Well, it is going to be this time no kicking for corners. Saracens have had enough of that trick. They're going to come back and they're going to kick the points. I mean, yeah, this isn't going to be a classic match. Anyone looks back and goes, oh, do you remember that day down at Ashton Gate, that incredible fixture? It looks like it might be a bit of a kick fest. But let's go and have a look now at the Scottish Premiership, because that is underway now at Easter Road. Roddy Forsyth is watching Hibernian against Motherwell.
And it's all square just as we hit the half-hour mark, and Hibs are bidding, remember, to go 3 points clear at the top of the table before Rangers play at Livingston tomorrow. But it's been Motherwell who've been heavily criticised by their manager Stephen Robinson, who've made most of the running, and Stephen O'Donnell with a fine run and shot on his debut touched just around the post. Otherwise Hibs would be behind, so it's still scoreless here at Easter Road.
Thanks, Roddy. We'll keep you across that match and also the Super League as it continues this afternoon. Now, we've just seen Richard Wigglesworth make his way off the pitch as we watch this penalty lined up by Alex Good for Saracens here at Ashton Gate. So Saracens go back into the lead here. Bristol 9, Saracens 12. But it looks like Richard Wigglesworth has come off injured. What did you make of that, Chris Ashton?
Yeah, he's limping his way off the pitch. I don't know if it looks like a calf, maybe. But even so, Alad's got a chance to come on now and make his debut for Saracens at scrum half. Let's see how he goes.
Yeah, Alad Davis, the Welshman, 20 caps for his country. He's joined Saracens in the summer from Ospreys. And again, another player they're really looking to fill the void after Ben Spencer has gone to Bath. So waiting now, ball down on the floor inside of the Saracens 22. Aled Davis taking his time. First real chance he gets his hands on it. Box kick comes away nice and calmly. So his first touch has gone well for his new club. Gathered in the end by the man who we thought had scored the first try in this match. It's Luke Morahan. He's taken down to ground, and Bristol have it just inside of the Saracens half. We see the box kick come in from Randall, and the ball goes out of play on this near side. It's the first time the Saracens have really been pushed back inside of their own 22 for a while from Bristol. When you look through at the stats of this match so far, it was in the first half pretty even, and it looks to be a little bit like that in the second half. 45% possession for Bristol. Territory definitely slightly more in Saracens' favour at nearly 60%. But other than that, it's pretty even, Stevens, although missed tackles for Saracens is pretty high.
It is, yeah. 15 is definitely high for Saracens compared to Bristol's 3 missed tackles. I think this game's going to be won with a try. I'm not sure which way it's going to go yet, but whoever does get the first try, I think is going to take this game.
Well, Saracens go really short at the front there. They weren't mucking about sending that ball anywhere as that sort of misty drizzle still floats around the park here. Bristol 9, Saracens 12. Aled Davis just taking his time over these box kicks, knows he's under real pressure to fill the boots of Wigglesworth. And all of the near side touch, they're all saying that one was a little bit further back. Everyone doing their job, pushing Saracens a little bit further down the line, as it'll be a Bristol line out inside of the Saracens half. This one about 15 metres along. And from the halfway is Harry Thacker. You can hear the voice of Matthew Carley just lining things up. Bristol, you felt there was something, and another line out's gone awry. Sometimes when they go that far over, you're almost expecting someone to run in, but there's no one coming for Bristol as Alex Good puts the high ball up for Saracens. It's gathered by Peartout. He uses a little bit of his footwork inside of the Bristol 22, and he straightens up to bring it straight down the middle of the pitch. Gathered in the end. We've got a change here also for Bristol. Andy Uren is on, meaning that Harry Randall is now off the field. Uren goes in and gathers. He snipes down the side. Right, there's numbers here for Bristol, but he couldn't get the ball away. On that far side, it was a real tight channel there for Bristol, but they couldn't in any way exploit it. But they're still going here, Bristol. Head of steam being built up. There's a loose ball. It looks like they've knocked it on in the end. Unfortunate for them. I think they accidentally made quite a bit of ground there, but they ended up knocking it on 10 metres from the Saracens line, and we restart with the Sarri scrum.
Yeah, Thacker's line-out throwing it's been far from ideal today, but his play around the pitch, he makes such a difference to the attack, the way that Bristol attack. They found a couple of short sides, nice inside pass from Semi Radradra. They made some yards up the touchline. That's more like the Bristol we know.
Well, both sides at the moment just having a little bit of treatment to both players at the moment. I think Jackson Rowe from Saracens is down on the floor, just having a little bit of his ankle strapped for the time being. Don't forget that coming up later this evening on 5 Live, Man City against Lyon in the Champions League quarter-final. That one kicking off at 8 o'clock. And anyone out there who's going, what's happened to the cricket today? There's a reason why we're not giving you any updates. It was called off because of the weather. Anyone who's anywhere near Southampton knows how terrible that the weather has been today. If we do get an update on what conditions are like down in Southampton, we will let you know. But yeah, the whole of day 3 of the second test between England and Pakistan was called off because of rain. Right, Chris Ashton, you're keeping a close eye then on the Bristol bench, and your eye has caught a Peartout making his way off. Yeah,
Charles Peartaut's gone off. Not sure if it's a tactical change, but a lot of the things you don't see from Charles Peartout is the hard yards he puts in at the back, catching the high kicks and constantly getting his team on the front foot. It's such a difficult position to get your team on the front foot, but he seems to do it effortlessly. But yeah, he's managed to he's gone off now, and who've they replaced him with, Tara?
Alapati Leoa is on the field of play. Sorry, I think it's Jan Lloyd who's actually come on, and Jan Lloyd he looks like he's slotted into the full-back position straight away. I was going to say, if they'd brought on Leoa, I think he would have gone on centre or wing. He doesn't traditionally play in that position, so It looks like it is Lloyd who's come on. We are waiting to see if Lyon comes on, because he'll be making his 50th appearance for Bristol if he comes on today. We should also credit that to Jake Woolmore, the loosehead who started for Bristol. He was making his 50th appearance. Another change coming on though for Saracens. This is a real smart young player that's coming through the Saracens ranks. The 21-year-old Sean Raphael. He's a real ball of energy, this young man, and he really lit a few little fires at the start of the season, all the way back when it was in September 2019. But that was during the World Cup time. He actually got an injury and it ruled him out for quite a while, so he's still sort of coming back from that. But yeah, he's a real prospect for Sarries.
Yeah, speaking to the coaches at Saracens, they have real high hopes for him, and they think he'll be the next star coming through.
Well, he's in England under-20. He's a very good tackler. I think he holds the record for tackling at Saracens, which is none too shabby when you look at who they've got in their ranks. Saracens with the ball here at Ashton Gate. They're on the halfway line. Bristol 9, Saracens 12. Alan Davis really taking his time. It's almost as if they're trying to sort of close down the clock already. We've still got 10 minutes to play here at Ashton Gate. You feel it just takes one real spark from either side to put this game to bed at the moment. And it's been knocked on, as you can hear, by our referee, Matt Carley, and we'll restart with that Bristol scrum. And we've been talking a lot about how Bristol play, and well, we'll talk about that in a second, because I can tell you it's full time in the Super League. Wakefield Catalan, I think I know who won, Dave Woods.
No surprises here. 58-0 in the end. Sammy Soni-Langi with a flying catch to touch down a Drinkwater kick just towards the end, which Sam Tompkins kicked to make it 58-0. 10 tries in total for Catalan. They are now top of the Super League, a very tight Super League, so don't read too much into that. But they are on points difference ahead of Wigan at the moment, but can be caught by St Helens, Warrington, Leeds, at Castleford and Huddersfield at any point over the next couple of weeks. So it is a good win though for Catalan. Tom Davis with a hat-trick, and they've beaten Wakefield by 58-0.
And Dave Woods, you're doing the double shift, because coming up is Huddersfield against Warrington.
Yep, Huddersfield, Warrington coming up. So if either of those wins by a big margin, they might be going top tonight. But I suspect that might be a little too much for them today, given how big the margin of points difference that Catalan have at the moment.
Lovely stuff. Thanks ever so much, Dave. Yeah, that Huddersfield-Warrington match getting underway at 6:30. Here at Ashton Gate, far side of the field, it's a Bristol scrum. It's been pretty sloppy from Bristol throughout this match. They really won't be happy with their high standards as the ball comes away. It's been popped away down the line. Here it comes. Morahan manages to get a quick little pass away. The Saracens' defence is phenomenal, just getting so up in the faces of Bristol. They have no time on the ball at all, and it ends up being knocked on. And Saracens get the scrum on the 22. That is stunning defence.
Pretty naive from Bristol to try and run around the Saracens' defence in their own half, near their own 22, and try and get round Saracens. It's pretty ambitious. It's not paid off, and now they're struggling. They've got Saracens scrum on their own 22, not where they want to be.
Oh, it was like watching birds in flight, and you normally say that about an attacking team, but you're talking about a defensive line, which is just how well drilled these Sarries players are. I mean, they've always prided themselves on their defence, but hey, that's taking some plaudits this afternoon. I can see warming up at the moment is Fijian Ironi Maui, who's now coming onto the field for this scrum for Saracens. Another Fijian man. And he joined Saracens as injury cover back in January 2020. And he comes on straight at the coalface, going into that front row alongside Mako Vunipola and Jamie George as they get ready to pack down once again. Sorry, I should say Mako Vunipola has actually gone off. Alec Clary is also on as well. So it's Mako Vunipola who's just made his way off the field of play. Right then, they pack down. Saracens with the scrum pretty much centre of the field. And an opportunity for them to split their backs. 2 on the near side, 4 on the far side. And will it just be another pick at number 8? And it's rolling around the ankles of Billy Vunipola. He can't get it. Well played, Dan Thomas, for Bristol to get that one back. It's Thacker. He manages to build up a head of steam and get over once again. Saracens need to get off the ball quickly. Complaints coming in there a little bit from Bristol that they were slowing it down. Going forward this time through Ben Earl, and it's another Saracens penalty straight away. They're delighted with their efforts. Bristol over the top.
Yeah, has been the theme of the game for quite a lot of it, with the Saracens' defence just getting over the ball quicker than the Bristol place and getting in clean out. And another reward for Saracens, and it was Shagan again over the ball. He's been really good at that today.
I should also say that Chris Ashton and I haven't actually said this yet. Where we are sat here at Ashton Gate, we have all of the Saracens coaches about 3 metres to our left of us, and sometimes you will hear more of a reaction to when Saracens do something well compared to Bristol, just because we have a contingent of about 12 from the Saracens backroom staff very close to us supporting their side. So if you're thinking we're at Ashton Gate and we should be hearing more from Bristol, that is why. Have you been at all self-conscious about that, Chris Ashton, knowing that they're right next to you, listening to every word?
They have got very excited over some Saracens turnovers, but that is the way the coaching staff are. As we mentioned before the game, there are no fans, and the coaches are your only fans, unfortunately.
Right, 7 minutes on the clock. It's Bristol 9, Saracens 12. It's a 5-metre line out to Saracens as they set up the maul through Mauro Itoje. And Bristol are going to have to throw a few bodies at this because it's moving. It's gone down to ground. It's in the arms of Jamie George. He's been pushed backwards. The ball is still live. It's on the floor. It's been popped back into the hands of the new man, Clary. He goes down and he resets the ruck. And it's a penalty to Bristol. I mean, neither side can get a break in attack in that red zone. No one has had any opportunity. It's like everything has been stopped just 5 metres out. Nobody can do anything in that area.
Yeah.
You're so frustrated with the refereeing, aren't you, Chris Ashton? Be honest, say what you see, get it out.
I just want to see attacking rugby. I want to see tries scored. That's my kind of player. So obviously that's what I want. And this adjustment in law is so for the defence, and that's what we're seeing here. We've seen it all game. As soon as a player's over the ball, the refs are giving the team a penalty, the defensive team a penalty.
Well, it's been kicked back down for Bristol. It's not got that much distance on it. They're still well inside of their own half. And they're trying to maul their way down this near side. It's got good legs so far, this maul, much more than the last Saracens maul had. It's nearly up to the halfway line. Warnings are going at the moment as eventually Bristol place it back. Oh, Mauro Itoje, hello, how are you? As you put in a huge hit there on Andy Uren. And he's smashed backwards. Bristol somehow hold on to it, but they've lost a good 10 metres. The ball's stuck in the ruck at the moment. They're waiting for Uren to get it out. He comes in with the box kick. He's under a lot of pressure there from Callum Hunter-Hill, the Saracens lock, who was all over him. Shagan for Saracens now tries to footwork his way out of trouble, but he's caught. He's got lovely support all around him though. Saracens with the ball back inside of their own half. They're on the 10-metre line for the time being. Aled Davis on debut, not made any mistakes yet. So far, a pretty safe afternoon at the office for him. 5 minutes left on the clock, and Davis is taking his time. It's that caterpillar, though, that we don't like to see at the back of rucks. That teams still do deploy sometimes just to give their scrum a bit more room, and it's another penalty. Once again, it's against Saracens. Offside. It was a knock-on in front, and it means Bristol get the penalty to clear again.
There is the difference in the Saracens box kicking from when Richard Wigglesworth was on the pitch to the new man Aled Davis. Richard Wigglesworth is on a penny every single time he kicks it, where that one from Aled was just a little bit short, and it makes such a difference. Saracens now find themselves on their own 5-metre line, going to be defending probably a drive. You never know, sorry, we might see a try.
I don't know. Right then, I feel like I've said this so many times. It's a 5-metre line out. Anything could happen, everyone. Oh, they go short to the front. That is better from Bristol. Is this the moment as nearly the whole Bristol team pile into this maul? It's moving. It's still going. Is it going to go over the line? It is there. Is it a try? I think they'll have to go and check it, but it's definitely over the line. Bristol think that they have scored it, but we will certainly be going to the television match official. Let's listen in to the chat with the referees and the touch judge.
Okay, but we've got a ground in. So the on-field decision is try. I've then got 2 in at the side, so depending on whether it's a try or not, we'll then see whether he's had an impact to directly stop the try. Okay, Claire, the on-field decision is a try. We're not sure. We think we've got a ground in, but we're not sure on touch. If not, then we want to see the actions of Red 2, who I believe came in at the side, and whether he had an impact if there's no try.
This is
Yes,
sounding
Matthew.
good for Bristol, is all I'm going to say.
It is. We might have a try on our hands.
Basically, what the referee's saying is that if it's a try, it's a try, that's great. But if it's not a grounded try, they're not happy with the action of a couple of Saracens players. So if they prevented it being scored, it means they'll be given a penalty try anyway. So if you are a Bristol fan, this is looking positive.
Before the ball is grounded.
Claire, can we check from the wider picture, please? I want to see the actions of Red 2, who I believe came in at the side, and then he made the tackle to push the player into touch.
Yes, Matthew, checking.
Well, Red 2 is, of course, the Saracens captain, Jamie George, the England international. So keeping a close eye. Tell us what you can see from this, Chris Ashton.
Well, unfortunately, Thacker's ended up in touch, so we're not going to see a try just yet.
The player into touch.
But what we could see...
Agree?
Agree,
is a
Matthew.
yellow card.
We're on penalty try and yellow card.
Wow.
Yes, Matthew, I agree.
Jamie?
OK, so Bristol get a try. It's a penalty try. And the England hooker, who is captaining Saracens today, Jamie George, is not going to feature for the rest of this match. He's sent to the sin bin, and this is Bristol's opportunity. This is the first real lead they've had in this fixture.
Captain.
They lead 16 points to 12. Remember, it's an automatic 7 now if you get a penalty try. So it's Bristol 16, Saracens 12.
Number 6,
Jamie
replacement.
George not being deemed of been coming in from the right position.
Replacement.
And we're just waiting for another replacement. It looks like Joe Kapoku is coming on. Let's go for half-time in the Scottish Premiership. Roddy Forsyth is watching Hibernian Motherwell.
And remember, Hibernian looking to go 3 points clear with a victory tonight, a fourth successive win in their league campaign, but they're being held at the moment by a Motherwell side who came close to taking the lead. They had thought they had the first goal when Jordan White had the ball in the net, but Sherwin Seedorf was offside. He was standing in the line of the goalkeeper. So the officials got that one correct, and that's why at half-time it's Hibs 0, Motherwell 0.
Thanks, Roddy. Well, here at Ashton Gate, it could be a very tight finish. The drama has just really started ramping up. Bristol got a penalty try, and the England international, Jamie George, has gone off, but we've just had a very dodgy tackle come in also from a Bristol player. Referees just said no, it's okay. It was just a slit as he went in. So there you go. It's a penalty clearance then. Long kick coming in there for Saracens. And they've missed touch. So the ball is going to come back. Bristol's not happy. I think the referee just said it was knocked on by Bristol.
Yeah, it was. Clear knock on. No pressure, no excuse really to drop that ball from a long clearing kick from Saracens. He's just cold dropped it inside his own 22. Puts pressure back really now on Bristol to hold on. There's 2 minutes 40 left. Let's see if they can keep Saracens out.
Well, that slightly dodgy tackle we saw was from Semi Radradra. And I think the question was more as if the player was still on the ground, because he went into the air to catch the ball and he landed and he was down. He didn't get the opportunity really to get back up. And players continued. And it looks like Saracens want to get another player on the field here. They're looking to try and get Tom Wollstonecroft onto the field. Because, of course, they need a front row player because Jamie George is a hooker. We still have to have a contested scrum. I can't see who's going to be the fall guy for this, Chris Ashton. Who's going to have to come off because Saracens have been reduced to 14 to make this work.
It's normally a winger, unfortunately. And it is. It's Lewington who's coming off. Hopefully that makes the difference for the Saracens pack to win this ball.
I love how you say that like you know. Yeah, it's normally me.
Although, saying that, I've never been brought off in that situation.
Take it as a compliment. Take it as a compliment. Right, so Alex Lewington is the fall guy, as they had to get Tom Wollstonecroft on. And they hadn't actually used their hooker so far in this fixture. So we've got a completely fresh Saracens front row now in Wollstonecroft, Maui and Clary, who are all on. And this is a tough moment for Bristol. They really need a big moment here. They've got this 4-point lead. Can they hold on to it? And they've got the extra man as well. Kyle Sinclair, the pressure on him at the moment to hold up this scrum, make sure it doesn't nudge. And Chris Ashton, tell us, when you're down to 14 in a situation like this, if you're in a Saracens team, what are they going to do?
Well, they've got to keep this tight. They can't go road because they've not got enough backs to play with. So they've got to go short, use Billy, use the Juan Pablo Cecino up the middle, which they are doing. He's carrying the ball into contact now.
Well, there you go. It's the inside centre in the form of the Argentinian who does take the ball up. They wait for the forwards to arrive, but it's another penalty for Saracens. Everything is going their way.
You're in the way. It's disrupted the 9.
Well, there you go. We're being told that players, when they arrive at the ruck, if you're on the floor for any reason, you have to travel from east to west, which basically means you have to go and roll away towards the touch lines, and that player was seen to be interfering with the Saracens' ruck. And here's the opportunity for Saracens. They usually don't get much better than this.
Timing, guys.
It's another 5-metre line out, and you just feel Bristol have given Saracens the opportunity.
Yeah, they definitely have. From the cold drop on the catch has now resulted in another 5-metre line out for Saracens, and this is pretty much last chance saloon now for Saracens. The minute left on the clock.
Okay, Bristol fans, hide behind the sofa. 1 minute on the clock. It's Bristol 16, Saracens 12. Saracens have been reduced to 14. They've got the line out. They've won the line out. How many players can they throw into this maul to try and make it move? Bristol are trying to hold on to it. It's slightly crabbing towards the right-hand side. 3 metres left to travel to score the try. The appeals are going up. They're not happy. It's gone down to ground. Was it still in the maul? Referee's saying play on for the time being. It's into the hands of Itoje. He goes round the corner. Still 5 metres left to travel. Saracens holding on. If they get the try, this will be the match. We're playing advantage, penalty advantage to Saracens. They don't want penalties. They want to try. There's still a metre left to go. This is getting closer. Referee Matt Carley's going to blow his whistle.
2 Saracens players off their feet, but we've got 17 offside first.
Oh, Bristol. They were the first penalty. 2 then from Saracens. Straight away, they kicked for the corner. I have to say they didn't have to take it that quickly, because you still get the line out if the clock hasn't gone, but the clock is about to go. This will be the last play.
The lifter lost him. The lifter lost him.
Chris Ashton, what do you want to do?
A lot of pressure here on Bristol. They did really well to defend that last one. They're going to have to do exactly the same now. Time's up. So here we go, one last effort from Bristol.
Saracens have already got a losing bonus point because they're within 7. They're only trailing by 4, but if they get a try here, they take the match. There goes Itoje into the air. Every Saracens player, barring one, is going to head their way into this maul. It's going round the corner. This would be so Saracens if they go over and steal it now. It's down on the floor. It's advantage Saracens away. It comes back. Here comes Billy. Is he going to power over? Not quite there yet. This is still Saracens' ball, though. The whistle goes. The referee's going to go to his pocket. Someone's 17. Going to the bin.
Max
Laheath is going to the sin bin.
You went in and you grabbed the legs. It was out on the 5. That's why we've got no more.
Right, we're at even Stevens then. It's going to be 14 players apiece.
Enough control after that. That's why it's a yellow card and not a penalty try.
It's always tough going 3 in a row in the corner. The third doesn't usually stick.
Okay, as Chris Ashton says, third line out for Saracens, 5 metres out from the Bristol line. The clock is gone. You're allowed to take the line out if it's a penalty. And if Saracens get this, they get the match. Pat Lamb has sort of done a squat up and down on his feet to try and release some tension that he's feeling at the moment, the Bristol director of rugby. I apologise for any Bristol fans who are still behind the sofa. Stay there. It is not safe to come out yet. Here we go. Ball's going to come in from Tom Wollstonecroft. It's over his head. He needs to find his man. He needs to be on his mark. Oh, it's been lost out on the floor. It's loose. It's been kicked out of play. Bristol will get their win. Chris Ashton, you read it. The third one doesn't work. We are just waiting to hear. The referee finally blows his whistle. Bristol get their win. Oh, it wasn't pretty. It was pretty ugly instead. But Bristol get the victory. Final score at Ashton Gate is Bristol 16, Saracens 12. Chris Ashton, what did you make of that end?
Yeah, it wasn't, I mean, it's an entertaining end. It wasn't the best game, but all that matters is Bristol are now up to second in the table. It's great news for them. They did it just enough. I did say that one try would win this. Bristol got that in the penalty try. We didn't actually see a ball go over the line. And sad to the end for Saracens, but 3 in a row in the corner, 5 metre, never works out.
You know it all too well. Chris Ashton, former Harlequins wing, who's been here with us. Harlequins wing, former Saracens player, who's been here with us at Ashton Gate. So it means Bristol's victory pushes them up to second in the table, behind Exeter. The chase is on then for those two. Full time here at Ashton Gate. It's Bristol 16, Saracens 12.
And Chris Ashton, and among his many talents, we can now say he's a psychic as well, because he was exactly right about that 5 metre line out towards the end. Chris Ashton, do you think that's just justice for Bristol? They're deserved winners because they scored that sensational try through Luke Morahan, which was ruled out for Itoje was blocked. George says this on social media about that moment. which was a turning point. That's a dreadful decision. Itoje was in a different postcode there, nowhere near attempting a tackle.
Yeah, there was a lot of momentum swings in this game. It could have gone either way, Sonia, to be honest. It was a shame that try wasn't allowed. It just stood out probably too much, and Maro appealed just enough to get the referee's attention.
Appealed or milked it?
Maybe a bit of both. I'll say appealed because I do a lot of that.
Yeah, fair enough. But I mean, do you think from what you've seen today, Chris, that Bristol people are talking about Bristol as potential champions? Do you think that's right?
No, I think there's a lot left for them to do yet. Pat will know that, and I think this weekend was all about getting the wins, and that's all everybody wanted. You don't want to start this part of the season with a loss. It puts more pressure on you. They've got to win at home here at Ashton Gate, and now they can move on.
Excellent. Thank you to you, Chris Ashton, and to Sarah Orchard as well. Bristol winning that just 16 points to 12. It was narrow, but there was that penalty try at the end that won it for Pat Lamb's side. Earlier today, Worcester Warriors 15, Gloucester 44, Exeter Chiefs 26, Leicester Tigers 13, Bath 34, London Irish 17. And we've had some action in the Super League as well, with Wakefield Trinity being demolished, I think we should say, Dave Woods, by Catalan Dragons, 58 points to 0. Is that a bit embarrassing, that scoreline for the Super League?
I'm not sure about Super League. I mean, it's not great for Wakefield. Catalan Dragons, it's their biggest win outside of Perpignan, actually. So that's a mark of the day. But Catalan are running hot at the moment. They are now up level with Wigan on 10 points, but by virtue of the width of the victory, they are up there on points difference as leaders in their own right. Hat-tricks for Tom Davis, hat-trick for Matt Whitley as well in the 10 tries they scored. Wakefield picked up a lot of injuries during the game as well, so they were down in terms of interchange potentials on the touchline. But even so, that was a pretty poor performance by them today. So Catalan doing really well. It's also a dress rehearsal for next week's Challenge Cup tie as well between the two.
You mentioned that earlier.
You rather fear for Wakefield and their cup run this year, but stranger things have happened. We've got another game coming up. Remember, Wigan and Catalan both on 10 points. We now have 5 clubs who are on 8 points. It's such a tight Super League at the moment, and 2 of those 5 clubs on 8 points are Warrington and Huddersfield. They meet next, so whoever wins that one will be joining Wigan and Catalan on 10 points. But you look at first place Catalan at the moment, you go all the way down to even Salford, who are currently next to bottom but who were terrific last week, and anyone could be in the race for that top 4 and the playoffs for the Old Trafford Grand Final at the end of the year in November rather. But Catalan will be flying home tonight, flew in this morning, fly back home tonight. So what a schedule they're on at the moment, flying in on the day of the match each week. And impressive last week in beating Castleford, and very impressive this week in beating Wakefield, 58 points to 0.
Yeah, impressive when they're flying in and out. Thanks very much. That's Dave Woods. He'll be back to bring us up to date with Huddersfield against Warrington Wolves. We'll be handing to Mark Chapman very shortly because we've got all the build-up to Manchester City against Lyon in the Champions League for the right to play Bayern Munich in the semi-finals. But we've got some Scottish football in the Premiership there. Hibs against Motherwell. It's half-time there. Roddy Forsyth.
Yes, teams beginning slowly to emerge from the tunnel for the second half. Motherwell, the better team, which will peeve Hibs fans who had hoped to see their side extend their excellent start to the season to 4 consecutive wins. That could still happen, but it will take a significantly better performance from Jack Ross's players, who might well have been a goal down when Jordan White had the ball in the net. It clipped off Paul Hanlon of Hibs in the defence and went into the net, but Shevlin Seedorf was just offside and he was standing in the line of the goalkeeper. So although there's no VAR in Scotland, the referee and his officials got that one right in a tight call. It took them a little while and a little discussion to make that decision, but it was the correct decision. So Hibs requiring to up their ante here at half-time, scoreless between them and Motherwell.
And earlier it was Hamilton Academicals 0, St Mirren 1, Kilmarnock 1, St Johnstone 2, Ross County 1, Dundee United 2. We've had the first session at the World Snooker Championships as well, with Ronnie O'Sullivan leading 6-2 against Kyron Wilson, and Lewis Hamilton will be on pole position for the Spanish Grand Prix. That's ahead of his teammate Valtteri Bottas, and we'll have commentary from the Spanish Grand Prix here on 5 Live tomorrow. So we'll be in With the football after the news, Manchester City against Lyon in the Champions League quarter-final. It's a final quarter-final in the Champions League, and the winner of that one will play Bayern Munich after their whopping 8-2 victory over Barcelona. So Mark Chapman will be along shortly. That's it from me here on 5 Live Sport. Thanks for listening this afternoon, but there's plenty more to come after the news with Stuart Clarkson.
On digital, BBC Sounds, smart speaker and online.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thank you. Good evening. The exams regulator Ofqual has been setting out what will count as a mock exam for students who want to appeal against their A-level results in England. Thousands of grades were marked down after a process of moderation that looked at the historical performance of schools. Ofqual now says where a written mock exam wasn't taken, it will consider other assessments as well to enable students' final grades to be improved. Prince Charles has led commemorations for the 75th anniversary of VJ Day, when Japan's surrender ended the Second World War. Speaking during a service this morning at the National Memorial Arboretum in Staffordshire, he said those who'd taken part in the campaign had shown courage and fortitude. New quarantine rules mean that people coming into the UK from France, the Netherlands and Malta now have to self-isolate for 2 weeks. The countries are among 6 destinations added to the government's list because of a rise in COVID cases. And Jet2 is to press ahead with plans to make more than 100 pilots redundant. The airline rejected alternative proposals put forward by the BALPA Pilots Union, which says the cuts illustrate the desperate state of the British aviation sector.
5 Live Breakfast.
8 Aberdeen players are self-isolating and will miss 3 Scottish Premiership matches. 2 squad members tested positive for COVID-19. All 8 men were in an Aberdeen bar. City's COVID-19 spike on Saturday after the loss to Rangers. Meanwhile,
Julien Laurent to get a Lyon perspective a little bit later on as well. But your commentator this evening will be the BBC's football correspondent, John Murray. And without talking you down, John, you're gonna, which I'm doing within 2 minutes of start of the show, you're gonna have to go some to match last night.
You can say that again. That was extraordinary, wasn't it? We've just been sitting talking about it with Chris and Pat here, and I think you're absolutely right. I think whatever happens tonight, we won't see anything like the shockwaves that result last night created.
What? So Chris first and then Pat, what shocked you most about last night's game? We've got plenty of time to build up to City Lyon. What shocked you most about last night?
Well, obviously the result was astounding. It's you know, all great teams have to change, and you bring new players in who can fit the bill. Unfortunately, you know, they've got to change the system, Barcelona. You can't play 3 up front type thing. Messi doesn't track any. You know, he did used to put pressure on the fullbacks, and he was part of the system. Now without the ball, he's basically a passenger. But you still have him in your team because he's going to get you 30 goals. You'll know that. Unfortunately, Suarez can't do the pressing anymore. Griezmann's on the bench, but the shape of the team, runners off midfield, nobody can track. Busquets' legs have gone. They just need 4 or 5 new players, and it's a shame. I mean, it would be a great set, but even when people like Xavi and Iniesta moved on, everybody thought they'll not replace them, and they have in a way, and not to the level they were, but they've been up there and they've been hanging in there, you know, winning the leagues and whatever. But now it's a big time for Barcelona because they need 4 or 5 top players.
Bayern could have had 8. Pat, I mean, they did have 8 in the end. They could have had 8 by the end of the first half.
Yeah, omni shambles is what you describe it as. The attitude of the...
Is that doing a disservice to Bayern, though?
No, not really, because they played well. We'll got onto them in a minute, I'm sure. I mean, I think they played incredibly well. They're a really strong team, all that sort of stuff. But 8-2, Seriously. A team that have got, a lot of big name players, etc. But the attitudes just looked awful. I mean, some of them didn't look as if they cared enough. Some of them were scamming a wee bit. A tour of Vidal, I was talking to John about this earlier, running, trying to get himself sent off, doing that big divey in, chasing sort of thing, so the fans would say, at least he's trying. No, you're not. That's just show. The real hard miles and yards, etc., they're chasing people. They're doing the right thing. People like him doing that sort of thing, and the arrogance of some of the players. I was really upset because I, like many people, are Barca lover for what they have done over the years. Also, the resistance to change throughout the game. The amount of times we all saw it, the amount of times we just kept on making exactly the same mistake time and time again. That's just madness. That's the precise description of what madness actually is. You know what a mistake is, and then you keep on making it. And they kept on making it. It was awful. I mean, I understand the concept of Barca have got a way of playing, etc., but they ain't good enough to play that way. So don't do it. Do something else. And no one, got this, turned around and said, like, you lot, start doing it slightly different. This is embarrassing.
I don't think they will, Pat. I think it's set in the ways. They've played that way now for many, many, many years now.
I'm thinking during the game, Chris.
Yeah,
I'm thinking during the game.
The manager will not change. I think there's a lot of player power there, and I think they play that system. They always have, and it's going to be a brave man who turns it round. But he's got to get rid of quite a few players.
I don't think they are playing that system. I think they're trying to play that system and failing miserably.
I mean, we can all see the legs have gone on the team, the way they play, but for me, they've got to change the system. They've got to say to Messi, you've got a free role. They've got to be more organised, and they need a new centre forward.
You had the perfect storm almost of one team where there is something seriously wrong. You can tell that there's something rotten in the state of Barcelona. Whereas for Bayern Munich, a team that were absolutely on it and that everything is great at the moment. You could see that. So they came together and you ended up with 2-8.
But even that, John, with Bayern, has turned round only in the last few months.
Yes, we were there midwinter for the last match in the group stage. That's right, when Tottenham went there. And Hansi Flick had not been in charge. Kovac had gone. And I remember talking to colleagues in the stadium in Munich before that match who watch Bayern week in, week out. And they actually told me that day. And remember, by that stage, Muller had already come back into the fold. And I was told then that the key thing that he'd done, Hansi Flick, was to reintegrate Muller because he was so important to the culture of Bayern Munich and that he'd been frozen out by Kovac when he was there. And just changed the mood. Someone comes in who hasn't got great frontline managerial experience, but just does the simple things, does the most obvious things, and it just galvanizes and clicks, and off they go.
They recruit well, though. You look at that team in 2 years' time, they'll be saying the same thing. Is it time for Lewandowski to move on? Muller, they're all getting older. They're at the peak. They're playing a great system. They've got the legs in the right areas. They're pressing. They're still vulnerable at the back. You saw that at times. The teams can't getting the ball off them and getting at them. I know that, but they are still defensively. They're not the best team, but going forward, the amount of energies they've got, the amount of movement and runners they've got, it's so hard to play against.
But they've made one big change. Sorry to jump in, but the two wingers have gone. So what have they brought in? The white players they brought in have been absolutely fantastic. Gnabry's been amazing for them. Perisic comes in, scores 2 goals there, and Koeman you've got as well. And you're thinking, wow, that's, you'd never thought they would replace 2 world-class players that they had before that, but they've done that. So you just get the feeling they might be able to do that. And that's before you start getting on to players like Alphonso Davies, etc., who's just absolutely, I adore him as a player.
And Leroy Sané to come as well.
Yeah. So exactly. So they will make that. I think they're in a better position. Whereas John makes the point, something rotten in the state of Barcelona. Chris is right. They will need to change, but you get the feeling the organisation in that club will change and will get it right.
Because of the current restrictions, our commentary team this evening are in a room, a studio in Salford, rather than being out in Portugal for this quarter-final. John Murray just multitasking midway through his last answer as you tried to change the channel on your television. What were you looking for? The Chase Celebrity Special before you get ready for your commentary?
No, it went off. If you remember the other night when we were doing the Manchester United game, the sign came up on the television to say that you have 60 seconds, otherwise the television will go off during the commentary. Well, a slight variation on that one this evening, and the television just went off on its own accord. So that doesn't happen again during the game.
If you're in that, if you're in the Manchester City squad, and maybe Pat, it's only in this country where all our attention is on Manchester City. I'm sure in Germany it may be split between RB Leipzig and Bayern Munich. But do you watch Bayern's performance last night and think that takes the pressure off you a bit, or are you fearful, or do you not even bother about it?
I don't think players at that level get fearful. I just don't think that happens. But you look at what they've done. I mean, I was alongside John for that game, and we played Tottenham Hotspur, and they were brilliant. And of course, they destroyed Chelsea as well. So there'll be something in the back of the mind. They'll grant you that. There's no doubt about it. But again, it's what Chrissy was saying there. You see the weaknesses at the back. You know, that wildly high line that they played. And there's a couple of the forwards will be licking their lips thinking, yeah, do that against us. Kevin De Bruyne will look at that. You know, I know they're a great team, Bayern Munich, but Kevin De Bruyne will get the ball in midfield. If you leave that sort of gap behind and between him and Neuer, the defenders and Neuer, De Bruyne will create chances, absolutely 100%. He will create chances, and if you've got Sterling, etc., running. By the way, this is getting slightly ahead of ourselves. City aren't there yet.
It is.
But so you won't be. I don't think they'll fear it. I think they'll be respectful of it, but they also say, "Do you know what? There are weaknesses," and that's what you see. See, if you couldn't see any weaknesses, then you'd get worried. But there were one or two.
I think there's teams, Mark, who come into this knockout stage where it is the competition it is now, and I think City will have come here thinking we're going to win it, and Bayern Munich will have the same mentality. I think Leipzig and them may start thinking about we've got a chance. I think Lyon will probably think we've got a chance if everything goes our way, but I think you know the teams who go there, they know that you can tell by the way they play and the confidence they've got. And Man City are a very confident side. As Bayern Munich are the most confident side I've seen so far in the last couple of months. They're there to think, no, we're here to win it. And you know when you're in the competition, when I was there with Marseille, you're going through the rounds and you think, we're better than them. And you could tell, you've just got this thing about, and the other teams sort of look as if to think, yeah, we know you're all better than us, but hopefully you're going to have a bad game. And I think City and Bayern will be thinking, one of us is going to win this competition, and I think Paris will probably fancy the chances because they're dominating France. But apart from that, I think the other teams will think, yeah, we've got a chance. But deep down, they'll know they're going to have to play very, very well to stop these two teams.
Let's hear from Pep Guardiola. Manchester City haven't actually reached the semi-finals of the Champions League since 2016. Here is the City boss.
The pressure always is there. We try to do our best, like all the other teams. I know for everyone, if we go through and we win titles, the team is growing, or the organization is growing. If this doesn't happen, it's not. So, but I think there is a part of the club that working day by day to get a good results. Another part of the club is working in medium long term to be sustainable and to be solid in the future. And the elite clubs always will be there, always. Barcelona, Madrid, Bayern Munich, all the big clubs in England and French always will be there. But when you this kind of competition, knockout game, for just one game, everything can happen. Absolutely everything can happen. It's difficult to beat teams that two away at home, big ones. But in one game, everything can happen. It's an important moment for our careers, for our lives as a professionals. So this is one in a lifetime. I'm incredibly proud. Only I can say the way they behaved these last 2 or 3 weeks. I would say after the lockdown, but especially the last 2 or 3 weeks, they are incredible focus, and we accept the deal to try to help the club, the organization, for ourselves, for all our people, to go to the semi-final.
There will be people, Pat, and obviously we know people who say Manchester City should have done better in recent years in the Champions League given their resources. But as Chris sort of alluded to, this is a cup competition and anything can happen, partly based on the draw.
And this is more of a competition this year than it's ever been. By the way, I think that's a great thing. I love that. I'm one of the few people around that wishes it was like this all the time. Not the lack of fans, but the fact that the one-off games, it gives the underdogs that little bit of a chance, and it feels like a cup competition at this point in time. So,
hang on. Just let me jump in there before you come back to it. So you would prefer what from the quarterfinals on? A one-off on neutral territory.
I would love that. I would absolutely love that.
Okay.
However, purely for the fact that I just like seeing second games, and also the way that most competitions are done, they're organised in such a way that it always helps the big teams. They're seeded all the way through, so they're kept away from each other, which is tiresome. It used to be a competition where the best come against the best. If you're lucky or if you're unlucky, you get through. And so it's not a competition, cup competition. It's a league sort of competition, but that's never going to happen in normal times, purely because financially it doesn't make sense. They want the big clubs and they want the 2 games, etc. However, I love this little opportunity, and it might happen again next season. You never know. Where the smaller clubs, there is a chance for Lyon. They can actually win this. There's a lesser chance for them if it was 2 legs in the semi and in the quarters as well, I think. They've got quite close before Manchester City, but it takes a long time to learn how to live in this competition. And as you're absolutely right, you have to be good, you have to have a good draw, you've got to get lucky as well. And of course, Man City, you have to remember, they were battling to win the Premier League a lot of those times, and that would have taken a lot out of them. This season, less so. No excuses.
Chris?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. It's been interesting, this. I've got to say, watching it, and one-off games, as Pat said there, that the underdog does have a chance because the big team mightn't perform on the day. I like it when it's 2 legs, I've got to say. I think it's good going to the away grounds, and it sets the character for players and teams, and for the home fans, they put pressure on you, so I still prefer that. But this has been different. It's been interesting. But Lyon are a very dangerous side. They play counter-attacking football, and the teams City don't like are teams who actually play counter-attacking football, who play it well as well. And I think that's the only way that Lyon's going to give them problems. They're going to say, yes, you can have the ball in certain areas, but we're going to hit you on the break.
Probably delve into Lyon after 7 o'clock this evening. We'll talk about the general feeling around Lyon in just a moment with Julien Laurent, our French football expert. But John, you have the City starting 11.
Yes, Manchester City have released their team. Couple of interesting calls. I'll run you through it. Ederson in goal. A back 4 of Walker, Garcia, Laporte and Cancelo continuing at left back. Fernandinho, it would appear, is in midfield with Rodri and Gundogan, then De Bruyne, Sterling and Gabriel Jesus. And the substitutes, as well as goalkeeper Claudio Bravo, Stones, Zinchenko, Bernardo Silva, David Silva, Mendy coming back from suspension but only on the bench, Mahrez, Otamendi, Foden and youngsters Doyle, Palmer and Bernabé. So Fernandinho would appear starting in midfield, which is a very rare thing these days. I think I'm right in saying the only match since the restart that he's started in midfield was the defeat at Southampton, and I think that's the only time he started in midfield this season. But there he is.
Your reaction, Manchester City fans in particular, listening to us, 85058 at 5 Live Sport. What do you think? What do you think the thinking is there then, Chris? And I suppose we'll only see this once the game actually starts. But that, David Silva and Foden and Bernardo Silva all on the bench, and that looks like a midfield 3 of Fernandinho, Rodrigo, and Gundogan.
Yeah, I think he's going to show them a respect. I think the good thing with City's got is they've got players on the bench who he can call upon and change the system and say it's not working, Foden's on, so-and-so's on. They can turn it around very, very quickly. But I think he's looking at Lyon and he knows they're a counter-attacking team who are good at it, and that's how they get most of their results. And I think he's looked at that, and I think he's gone for, Garcia at the back was more mobile, Walker's very quick. He's looking at that back 4 and thinking, we need pace because we could get caught on the counter-attack, and as I said, Lyon's very good at it. So I think he's showing them a bit of respect, but I'm sure he's thinking if it's not working out, he's got the players on the bench who can come on and change the game anyway.
What stands out for you there, Pat?
Just to see he usually does a kind of 4-3-ish kind of thing. Do you put Sterling on the left, Kevin De Bruyne on the right? Do you let Kevin De Bruyne, float the way he prefers to do? You could actually do it as a 4-2-3-1, where Gundogan is in front of Rodri and Fernandinho. So we just have to see how he sets up. He always gets a surprise from Pep. He always does something that kind of makes you think a little bit. And I suppose that's what he wants to make the opposition do as well. To me, it comes down to where do you play Kevin De Bruyne? If you play him in a place where he can go on the ball and create, there's not many teams he won't destroy. And the other point you make there about those players not being on, the Silvers particularly, yes, you want them, the creative players, etc. But there is a tiredness at this time of the season, particularly for the English teams that have played so many games in such a short period of time. It may well be that certain players, you want a right good 30 minutes for them. And that sounds awfully like David Silva to me.
Julien Laurent is with us. Evening.
Hello, guys.
Do you think Lyon will look at that? I think, they're showing us some respect there.
I think so. I think they'll be very surprised by the lineup that Pep Guardiola is putting out tonight. They were really fearing that David Silva would start because, as we all know, they will play quite deep and they will try to not let much space for Man City, and they always thought that David Silva was the one really to be able to find space when there's no space available. And for them not to see David Silva in the lineup, not to see Riyad Mahrez, who was another one, or even Phil Foden, the one that they talked about privately this week on being really, really dangerous, I think it would come as a relief. Of course, you can't write off Sterling, Gabriel Jesus and De Bruyne as a front three, but to see a midfield three of Gundogan, Rodri and Fernandinho, which is a very, very defensive midfield three, really, when you know that Lyon will try to avoid playing in midfield and go over the midfield and run in behind the City backline, you're thinking why would you put three defensive players in that midfield instead of more creativity, more technicality? So I think Lyon and Rudy Garcia will be quite happy with that.
The late game in the Scottish Premiership this evening is between Hibs and Motherwell, midway through the second half, there or thereabouts. Roddy Forsyth.
Yeah, we've actually gone 65 minutes. It's still scoreless here. Remember, Hibs are bidding for a fourth successive victory to put them 3 points clear this evening ahead of Rangers playing at Livingston. In normal circumstances, that would have guaranteed a big crowd here at Easter Road. But if there had been thousands upon thousands of Hibbies, they would have been unhappy with what they're watching. Motherwell played a more expansive game than the Hibs from the start. And as matters stand, Hibs have been forced into a change from 4-4-2 to 4-2-3-1 with Nisbet going wide in the right. And they've brought on Allen and Hallberg for Horgan and Newell. And that, Pat Nevin, of course, a Hibby man, tells you that they're toiling.
That's right, put him in a good mood for the rest of the evening, thanks. Hamilton 0, St Mirren 1, Kilmarnock 1, St Johnstone 2, Ross County 1, Dundee United 2. How the other three games in the Scottish Premiership finished earlier. Earlier in Super League, Catalan absolutely walloped Wakefield 58 points to 0. Huddersfield Warrington has been going for around 7 minutes or so. Dave Woods?
Yeah, we've actually had about 6.5 minutes of game time. We kicked off, though, back at half past. We had about 12-15 minutes stoppage because what looked like a nasty injury to Matty English, he got absolutely smashed in the tackle as he ran it in, and you could see his head go back in a whiplash action. So they were taking very, very great care of him on the pitch before they eventually put him on the on the board and carried him away. But so we've only played 7 minutes. The game really to hit any kind of formula so far, it remains 0-0 between Warrington and Huddersfield. Are you looking forward to the cup tie now next week?
Well, do you know what? I was going to have a follow-up question with you, which was, so Wakefield Catalans, our live Challenge Cup game next week. Our only live Challenge Cup game next week, I think, as it turned out, probably. But how are we selling it, Dave?
As the greatest comeback the game has ever seen.
As they're out for retribution, is that it?
Yeah, absolutely, And there's a big history, isn't there? Football, rugby league, whatever. You know, when you play each other in the league the week before, you perhaps don't give your best. But not giving the best is perhaps a euphemistic way of describing Wakefield's performance.
They did have a few injuries, didn't they, today? And actually, Catalan were Sam Tompkins was sensational today. Actually,
and they've only got Israel Folau to come back. Catalan, so you know.
I think we've sold it. Excellent.
Yeah,
so you can watch Wakefield Catalan in the Challenge Cup on the BBC next weekend. Dave will keep us up to date with Huddersfield Warrington in the Gallagher Premiership in Rugby Union today. Wins for Gloucester and Exeter and Bath and Bristol, who beat Saracens in our commentary game earlier by 16 points to 12. Let's go back to Julien. We were talking with Chris and Pat about who will fancy their chances in this tournament. And Lyon will think they have a chance, won't they?
Certainly. Chappers, you're right. They certainly believe that they can cause another upset. No one saw them knocking out Juventus and Cristiano Ronaldo, and they did over 2 legs, albeit 5 months apart from each other. And they over one game, as you've been saying earlier, this is a cup competition, and they've been really good in cup competition this season. They reached the French League Cup final, for example, and they think that over 90 minutes, if they defend well, if they show the same character and the same heart, the same team spirit that they did in that second leg in Turin against Ronaldo and Juventus, if they stay compact, well organised, quite deep but not too deep either, and try to exploit any maybe little mistakes from City, or try to play quick on the counter-attack with Toko Ekambi, and we'll explain later why Moussa Dembele is not starting that game and instead is Karl Toko Ekambi, that many of our listeners I would think I've never heard of, but why Memphis Depay can do something a bit magical, and maybe on set pieces, on something they can cause a huge upset, but they will certainly believe that anything is possible tonight, and anything can happen.
Mark, I've actually got the Lyon team now.
Okay.
Which I suspect Julien will know. It is it's the same. It's the same as the second leg against Juventus. The starting lineup: so Lopez in goal, 3 central defenders: Denea, Marcelo, and Marsal. Dubois and Cornet as the wing backs. Then this young midfield 3 of Kakare, Guimaraes, and Aouar, with Depay and Toko Ekambi up front, and as Julien said, Dembele among the substitutes.
Okay, we'll delve into Lyon in greater depth after 7 o'clock. Before you joined us, Julien, I was asking Pat and Chris from a player's perspective whether City's players look at what Bayern did last night and think, oh, maybe that does take the pressure off us because everybody will make them favourites for the competition now, or whether there's a bit of relief in that. And they said, from a player's point of view, you don't really think like that. So from a fan's point of view, given your team are in the other semi-final and have been known to bottle it on many occasions, do you, from a Paris Saint-Germain point of view, suddenly think this is wide open and there for the taking?
Yeah, I think so. And I think the PSG players, I know, were watching the game last night and were impressed with Bayern Munich like everybody else. But again, I think, and it would be similar in the City dressing room. They believe that this could be their year. Of course, Bayern Munich were great against Barcelona, but this is a very dysfunctional Barcelona team. This is a Barcelona team that hasn't been good all season. And in a way, okay, the extent of the defeat is huge, and it's a big surprise. But I don't think many people would have predicted Bayern Munich not to go through last night anyway. So in a way, logic and what we all thought was going to happen happened. So I think PSG and City and I think other top clubs could still see a few weaknesses, especially with that super high line at the back for Bayern Munich, and maybe that you could exploit. But I think there will be a little bit of relief from PSG and maybe from Man City to see how Bayern were good early in those quarterfinals, and thinking, do you know what? They might not be able to reproduce that kind of performance in a semi-final or in a final.
It is another one for all 4 of you. And we're getting ahead of ourselves, but if Manchester City put Lyon out here, so you have Manchester City against Bayern Munich and RB Leipzig against Paris Saint-Germain, given all the furore about new money coming into football, and obviously we've done it over and over again in Germany with the Red Bull organisation, and the money that's funded City and their resources, and Paris Saint-Germain, even though Bayern are obviously the richest club in Germany, do Bayern all of a sudden become the purists' favourite for the Champions League because of the other 3 clubs? What do you think? I mean, Julie, you work on lots of different outlets with journalists from around Europe. What do you think?
Yeah, I think there's certainly a bit of a narrative there, like you said, of old money against new money. I think there's a UEFA and among the historical top clubs, there's certainly a sense that you don't want City to win it, you don't want PSG to win it, you don't want RB Leipzig to win it either. And I think in those teams, you certainly feel like this is our time. We want to show that, we deserve to be there. We deserve to win it if we do win it. The thing that they feel in Paris is that there's maybe a bit of of jealousy. There's a sense of jealousy. There's maybe a sense of insecurity for certain big clubs like Juventus, for example, who've been very vocal against City and PSG in the past. Andrea Agnelli, and who's the head of the ECA, for example, quite critical of what they could have done. But again, PSG and City say we've done things like we were allowed to do. Okay, sometimes just over the limit maybe, and they've been punished by financial fair play for that. But right now, everything is in order. What they do on the pitch, they've been allowed to do it. It's all legitimate in a way, and they don't really understand, certainly in Paris, why there's so much adversity against them and people don't like them, or people criticize all that money, the financial aspect, really, when they try to build a team that could compete for that competition.
Well, I do think that's the point, isn't it, Pat, in all of this? Bayern Munich have an awful lot of power and wealth. So it's not as if they are the underdogs in a semi-final lineup that would include City, RB Leipzig and Paris Saint-Germain.
Excuse me for the Scottish colloquialism, but poor wee Bayern. I think we won't necessarily go down that route. Although, absolutely.
No, but you can see the narrative coming, can't you?
You can see it, and the RB in particular, they're really unpopular in Germany for the way they've actually done it, in such a short period of time, and not going by the rules, the 50+1 rule that they've got over there as well. But, there's another point of view. You can have a couple of other point of views. I'm not saying I believe this or it's what I think, but these clubs have come in and have a look at where the money's going. They're spending a lot of money, and the money's going to a lot of these other teams that's keeping their model going, because they spend tens of millions and sometimes more than that to get the players in, and it keeps those clubs going. So there is that argument, absolutely the case that there's more money coming into the game and used by those other clubs. And there is the other ancient argument, which is, yes, all those big clubs that are complaining, such as Juve, etc., well, have a look at how much money you had more than everybody else for about 20, 30, 40, whatever years. You didn't say that was unfair, did you? So there's a little bit of, I'll take that to some degree, but I just don't know. The modern game has got a certain direction. You just have to, suck it and see where it goes from here. But at the moment, you've got some pretty good teams going forward and some brilliant games to look forward to.
Pat Nevin, Chris Waddle, John Murray, our commentary team this evening here on 5 Live Sports. Julien Laurent is with us as well. Manchester City against Lyon. And 8 o'clock kick-off, full commentary with us here. Try and Super League. Dave.
14 minutes played, Huddersfield leading 6-2. Stefan Ratchford had kicked a penalty to give Warrington the lead, but Kumatai's just crashed over. Caesar's kicked the goal, so Huddersfield 6, Warrington 2.
3 minutes past 7. Good to have you with us this Saturday evening. Stuart Clarkson has the news.
On digital, BBC Sounds, smart speaker and online.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thanks, Mark. The closures to draw up plans for possible liquidation. The retailer insists it's just a contingency plan. Here's our business correspondent Vivienne Nunes.
Debenhams have said this is just a really kind of procedural matter. Yes, they have appointed this firm, Hilco Capital, a possible liquidator, but they say that's just a last resort and it's very unlikely that its 124 stores would close and it would go into liquidation. They say once you go into
Out of this kind of games, there's no second chance. That's what it is.
Lyon are the first team to stand in their way. John Murray.
Yes, Lyon, the team that knocked out the Italian champions Juventus in the last round, stopped Cristiano Ronaldo from taking the stage back in Lisbon, but also the team who finished 7th in the curtailed French league season. So City will start as strong favourites.
We'll hear from Pep Guardiola and Aymeric Laporte ahead of kick-off, and we'll find out what the fans are thinking with our Kyle Walker.
It's an exciting day for Man City fans. European glory is the goal, but first City have to take on Lyon this evening. I'm speaking to Man City fans to see how they're feeling ahead of tonight's game and finding out if they think this season is finally their season.
It's incredibly dramatic. We're on the red button at the BBC Sport website and app as 5 Live final score, so you can watch as well, 85058 or at 5 Live Sport if you want to get in touch with us. I tell you what, John Murray, just remind us of that Manchester City team once again.
Yes, with Fernandinho, it would appear, playing in central midfield. Garcia coming in as one of the central defenders. Cancelo remaining as the left back. So the team is Ederson, Walker, Garcia, Laporte and Cancelo, Fernandinho, Gundogan and Rodri in midfield, Kevin De Bruyne, Raheem Sterling and Gabriel Jesus. And Lyon field the same team that started the second leg against Juventus and won through on the away goals rule, with Memphis Depay, the former Manchester United man, as their captain up front.
There are 2 international wingers alongside John this evening, and Chris Waddle and Pat Nevin. Just Sam Lee covers Manchester City for The Athletic, Chris. He's tweeted in the last 5 minutes that they may go 3 at the back, City.
Yeah, I was looking at that. It's possible. I don't think they will. I don't think anyone wants to play. If Kyle Walker can go into the 3 at the back, who's going to play wing back? It's not a role that the most. But
I suppose you could have Fernandinho alongside.
Yeah, you could
Garcia,
put him in the back. Yeah, and Walker and Cancelo. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he might match them up. I think what Guardiola's looking at. I think he's looking at controlling the game. I think that's why he's played 3 midfield players. He's weary of the counter-attack. We know that. It's got to be. That's how there's Lyon's strength for me. But I think he wants to get control of the football and make Lyon, who you look at Lyon's team across the midfield, apart from the back 3 really, they're all young players, and it's a massive game for them tonight. That midfield 3, they're very young players, obviously not the most experienced. Yeah, they'll say they played Juventus and they've played other teams in the qualifying group, but this is a massive game for 3 young midfield players against 3 experienced midfield players, and I think Guardiola wants to get control of the football from the off.
Just to underline that, Kakare, he's 20. This is only the 17th match that he's played for the first team. Bruno Guimarães in the middle, the young Brazilian, 22 years old, and then Houssem Aouar, who is 22 as well. So that is an idea of just how young they are.
Young but exciting, Julien Laurent?
Very exciting, Chappers, very exciting. I mean, Kakare, if we can just have 2 minutes on him, because he's the latest product of a wonderful Lyon academy. He's only 20, as John just rightly said, but he showed so much maturity against Juventus in that second leg, and again, PSG as well in the League Cup final the week before that. For such a young player, it was quite incredible to watch, and I was at the game in Turin, and it was fantastic. The way he uses the ball, the runs that he makes, the intensity, the pressure. I think he ran 14 kilometers against PSG, 14 kilometers against Juventus as well. He just never stops running, but never stops asking for the ball, never stops being in movement. And he's such an intelligent player as well that despite his young age, you would trust him to cope with pressure that opposition and Man City can put on him. If they're a bit aggressive as well, no problem. Houssem Aouar is 22, he's a bit more established now. He will leave, I think, this summer if a big club comes in, and he was really impressive against Man City last season in the 2 games in the group stages when City lost to Lyon and then drew away in France against Lyon as well. And Pep Guardiola was really amazed by the talent that Aouar had. He's almost a number 10, very elegant, very good on the ball, great vision as well. And Guimarães, he's the finding that they had in January in Brazil. They beat Atletico Madrid to sign him, and he's stepped in and adapted so well. He speaks French already. He's so good. And you will watch tonight, if you watch him, the way he positions his body when he receives the ball or just before he receives the ball. He's always perfect, inch perfect, to make sure that he then doesn't lose the ball and get the ball exactly where he wants. So 3 wonderful players, but 3 very young players. And maybe tonight we will see the limit of playing with so many young players.
But you talk about Kakare, and he featured for Lyon's youth side, the under-23 side, whatever they are, I don't know what the correct age group is, in the UEFA Youth League when Lyon beat Manchester City's youth side in that last season. So they've got good kids coming through of Lyon, which is, I suppose, a standard model across Europe for sides at a certain level of you turn them into stars, you sell them for a lot of money, and then the next one comes off the production line.
You're right. They have one of the best academies in Europe, without a doubt. If you look at the players that they've produced before, and we don't have to go back too far, but, Lacazette and Benzema and Fekir, and now we've got Aouar and we've got Kakare. Players who they've signed really young, like Tanguy Ndombele. Okay, he hasn't really worked out for him at Spurs, but he had an incredible season last year, and he did a lot of damage against Manchester City in those 2 games as well. And yeah, they have this ability of producing players, very often players who are born in the area, grew up in the area. It was the case for Benzema, for Lacazette, for Umtiti, for Fekir. It's the case now for Kakare, for Aouar as well, which I think gives them even more a sense of pride than to go and play for Lyon, where the whole family is in the stands, where they really feel like this is my club, this is my town, and you really want to play for them. But inevitably, like you said, those kids go. They go because they're too good for Lyon. They go because Lyon, in a way, need the money too. And they often go for 40, 50, 60 million euros. And I think Lyon, as much as they would like to keep them, and I'm sure some of those players would love to stay a bit longer and maybe have a career where they only stay in Lyon, they know that they will have more trophies, more money, more success, if you go to a much bigger club somewhere. And it's a shame in a way, because if you look at the team that Lyon could have now with only their product from the academy, it would be an incredible team.
But is there more likelihood that they could go this summer because of how the domestic season finished in France and Lyon finished outside the European places? Then I had a similar conversation with a Wolves expert not that long ago about if they don't get into Europe next season through European competition, is that going to see a breakup?
I think so. Certainly players like Aouar, and I know he's not from the academy and he didn't arrive at the club young, but Memphis Depay as well. And what they do in Lyon, which a lot of clubs do, but for example, to keep Memphis Depay another season, they said to him last year, okay, give us one more great season and then you can go next summer. Same with Moussa Dembele. Okay, stay with us one more year. We're in the Champions League. We've got big ambitions, and then you can go next summer if that big offer comes in. Same with Aouar. So the thing is now Dembele, Aouar and Depay all expect to go because they were promised by the club to be able to go if there was a good offer. They expect the offers to come at some point, especially when the Champions League is over, or at least when Lyon's Champions League is over. And that's the problem. But it's even more, you're right, it's even more expected when you don't have European competition not even the Europa League next season. And players like Depay, Aouar really feel they belong in a Champions League club. And if Lyon can't afford that, they're going to look somewhere else.
Clubs make promises, don't they, Chris? Talking about FC Copenhagen earlier this week, who always, when they sign players, say, give us 2 to 3 years, and if at that stage the big offer comes in, we will let you go. You will make the money and it'll be good for your career, but for that first 2 years, stay here, win titles, move on. But if you make several of your big players a promise to give us one more season and then we'll let you go, you're going to be in a bit of trouble.
Well, it happens a lot, especially in France. I mean, apart from Paris, who can afford to pay the top wages and they don't have to leave. All the other clubs, they know, if you go to the Premier League, Spain, well, it's a lot more money and you can't blame them. But yeah, they keep producing players. And I mean, in 2000, early 2000, up to 7, I think Lyon won the league 7 years running, didn't they? And they were the money team. They took over from Marseille, and then obviously Paris came on the scene and took over from Lyon. So, but if they keep producing players, but it's sometimes you're not going to produce the players. You may get one, you may get 3 or 4, and so far they've been producing a lot of talent. But you can't blame the players, and they'll be looking, thinking, this is a shop window for them, and they've not qualified for Europe. There's a great excuse for them to say, look, I need to play in Europe. It's that's what my aim is, and if we're not in Europe next year, then I want to go play somewhere where I can. You don't blame me. That's the way football works now. But to keep that production line going is very, very difficult to get the quality what they have produced over the last few years.
Given the talent that they have, Julien, how have they ended up 7th?
Well, it's a good question, Chappers. First, because they appointed a new manager last summer in Silvinho, the former Arsenal left-back, who had never managed before. He was very much the choice of Juninho, who is Lyon's best ever player, who came back at the club last summer as a sporting director and had that first task of choosing the new coach. He went for Silvinho, one of his very good friends, really believing and being convinced that Silvinho would be a success. He was a disaster. He was really a disaster. He was sacked in October, and Lyon never sacked their manager during a season. They always wait the end of the season if they want to get rid of someone. But this was the first time in 30 years since Jean-Michel Aulas has become the owner and the chairman. So it must have been really bad for them to sack Silvinho, but it was the right call. Then they appointed Rudy Garcia, who was a very unpopular choice because he just spent 3 years in Marseille, and Lyon and Marseille are huge rivals. They're the two Olympique. And I think it was so toxic when Garcia arrived with the Lyon Ultras, protesting against his arrival, not wanting him to sign, not wanting him to stay, that they needed a lot of time to get going. And then once they got going, it was almost too late. And with the season shortened of 10 games, they could only be 7th. Maybe had they finished the season, they could have finished 4th, maybe 3rd with a bit of luck. But 7th is really where they belong after such a chaotic season.
Did you enjoy the Lyon-Marseille rivalry, Chris?
Yeah, I loved it.
If Lyon had come to you and said, would you be our manager, what would you do?
No.
No.
No. It was a great rivalry. I mean, Lyon obviously then they were probably a top 8 team, top 10 team then. They weren't a threat to Marseille at the time, and I think we beat them 7. I actually made my debut at Lyon, and
yes, I think so.
I come on as a sub. I'd just signed, and a certain Mick McCarthy was playing for Lyon. It was about 90 degrees, and Mick was taking these big long throw-ins, and the crowd was sort of, what is this? They'd never saw a long throw in their life, and I ended up captain coming on because Jean-Pierre Papin pulled his hamstring, and I ended up being captain. I couldn't speak a word of French. I've got this captain's armband on and thinking, what am I doing here? And I always remember it was Jean-Pierre Papin's wife. It was she used to be an air hostess, and it was her neckerchief he used to wear around her arm. And as he said,
that's right, Chris. Yeah,
and he went to tie it round my arm. He couldn't sort of fasten it. His hamstring had gone, and he was so dead. He went, "What?" And Jean-Pierre Papin spoke very good English, and he said, "What do you want us to do with this?" And Mick McCarthy stepped in and went, "Give it to me." He said, "I'll wrap it round his neck." So that was like, welcome to the French League.
So your Marseille debut was with Jean-Pierre Papin's wife's air hostess cravat around your arm, being marked by Mick McCarthy.
Well, I came on, and they said, the sport was and said play here, and I couldn't understand what they were on about, so I just went and played and wandered around the pitch, and it was like 95 degrees, I think it was, and anyway, I got through it, but I played 45 minutes, but Mick, I think Mick only played till about January in the Solent Celtic, I think.
85058 at 5 Live Sport if you want to get in touch with us this evening. Lupin just listening to the Caqueret discussion. A lot of talent on display tonight, says Lupin. I'll be looking at Caqueret, a kid I've heard an awful lot about. Scott, Mahrez deserves to start. As does Silva. If we're going to lose, I want Silva in the lineup. Obviously, this is a problem with asking for reaction to starting 11s, particularly with a side such as Manchester City, Pat, because you simply can't fit everybody in.
No, you can't. And just that line you said earlier on, the possibility of 3 at the back, I've been looking at it closely, and it does make a lot of sense, because you don't want Cornet. Actually, I'm really wary because Julian's on just now. Any French pronunciation from me at all, he'd be sitting there sniggering in his ear.
We're fine. I'm watching him. He's no reaction whatsoever to your pronunciation. Okay,
I'll get him back in the Scottish ones. Cornet and Dubois. So we want them pushed back if you're Manchester City. So if you play the 2 wide players, Cancelo and Walker, as wing backs, it might actually push them right back. And then they've got a bigger question. They will have Sterling, Jesus and Kevin De Bruyne against Marcelo and Denayer. And that actually then starts to make it look a really tough one for Lyon. So I can see what his thinking would be if he went for that kind of three at the back. And also what we've all been talking about, the fact that Lyon are a very good team on the break. Well, do Man City really want to play their usual game where you end up 2 against 2? I'm not sure they want to do that. So hence, 3 centre-backs does not actually sound that daft to me today.
I think that's why he's played Garcia, because he's mobile and he's quickish compared to what they'd play if it was a back four and the full-backs are pushing on. They'd get down the sides of Man City quite comfortably, like teams do. And I think maybe they are playing 3 and they're going to block the channels off.
It's very, very intriguing to see where that goes. I think that may be the big asking who's playing and why you're not playing A, B or C. It may well be, look, this is the system we have to play tonight, or start tonight, he's thinking, and that's the players that are best suited for it. But of course, as we all know, if you need to make a change in 45 minutes, the Silvas, etc., and Mahrez can come on and do something extra special.
We will hear from Aymeric Laporte a little bit later on, speaking of Manchester City's defenders. So we'll hear from him shortly. We'll look ahead to Manchester United's game in the Europa League tomorrow night in that semi-final. They're taking on Sevilla. We'll have full commentary of that game tomorrow. That's an 8 o'clock kick-off. Earlier on in Super League, Wakefield 0, Catalan 58 was how it finished. We'll go to Huddersfield Warrington shortly. In the Premiership Rugby, Gloucester won 44-15 at Worcester, finished Exeter 26, Leicester 13, Bath 34, London Irish 17, and Bristol 16, Saracens 12. Ronnie O'Sullivan is 6-2 up on Kyron Wilson after the first session at the final of the World Championships. We will get a update from Jamie Broughton throughout the evening. And in the Scottish Premiership today, Hamilton 0, St Mirren 1, Kilmarnock 1, St Johnstone 2, Ross County 1, Dundee United 2, and the final whistle will be blown any second at Easter Road. Roddy Forsyth.
It has just been blown. You're almost bang on the nail there. And it's scoreless here, so Hibernian go top of the league by a point from Rangers. Rangers play tomorrow afternoon at Livingston on the tricky surface there, but Motherwell will consider this a better point than Hibs will do. Hibs will feel that they've shed points here. Motherwell had a goal, they thought, just before half-time when Jordan White had the ball in the net, but Sherwin Seedorf had been just offside and in the goalkeeper's line of view, and so that was chalked off. And that's why at the end of this game, at a deserted Easter Road, it's Hibernian 0, Motherwell 0.
Lewis Hamilton's on pole for tomorrow's Spanish Grand Prix. You'll be able to hear that in full on 5 Live tomorrow afternoon. There was no play on day 3 of the second test at the Ageas Bowl between England and Pakistan because of the weather. Dave Woods at Huddersfield Warrington.
Were Huddersfield 6, Warrington 8 is the latest score. Warrington scoring the 25th minute. Gareth Woodard's grubber kick into the in-goal area. Ben Curry dived on it to touchdown. Ratchford kicked the goal. A bonus for Warrington because they're down to 12 at the moment. Blake Austin sin-binned for tripping 6 minutes before that try. And remember, the game was held up for 10-15 minutes. Lengthy stoppage because of the injury to Matty English, a nasty-looking head injury. Well, he is now back in the stand and is sitting watching the game. So that's good news. It's Huddersfield 6, Warrington 8.
Let's focus a little bit more then on Manchester United's game against Sevilla tomorrow in the Europa League. 8 o'clock kickoff. Full commentary here on 5 Live Sport. Here's Ole Gunnar Solskjaer.
I think in any game it's important to start well. We talk about it. We practice. We prepare for a good start. But definitely against good teams, if you start on the back foot, if you don't get your first touches, if you don't get the first tackle, you're going searching a little bit, and you're playing against a team with full of quality. And if you don't get touches of the ball, it'll be hard.
Simon Stone was listening to the press conference. I suppose given their record in semi-finals this season, it's even more important they get off to a good start, isn't it?
It certainly is, and I think the idea that Manchester United are overwhelming favourites for this game and all they've got to do to go through to the final is turn up, basically, is well wide of the mark, really. Sevilla 19 unbeaten, very much like Manchester United in the sense of they bought as United did with Bruno Fernandes. They bought a forward player, Youssef En-Nesyri, the Moroccan forward in January. He has made a massive impression. He scored against Roma. He was a handful for Wolves, too much really, in the end last week. They've got 5 consecutive clean sheets. They've conceded 1 goal in 8 games. This is a really, really difficult game for Manchester United. And Solskjaer's right, unless they start it right, which they didn't when they played Sevilla in the Champions League 2 years ago and got knocked out under Jose Mourinho, they will get beaten again.
I was going to say, well, have you come across the school of thought that Manchester United are overwhelming favourites tomorrow? Because it would, if you look at it and you kind of think this is 50-50, don't you?
Well, I think there's a feeling that it's not, if teams are from Spain and they're not Barcelona, well, maybe excluding last night, and they're not Real Madrid, then a big side in the Premier League should really beat them. United do have a good record against Spanish teams recently, certainly in semi-finals, but I just get the feeling that Sevilla are a little bit under the radar, and Inter Milan are in there with all their kind of ex-Manchester United players on the other half of the draw. But this is a really, really tough game. And I think if they don't start it right, they will come unstuck.
Yeah, I mean, Pat, that is the case. Do you not think this is 50-50?
No, I don't think it's 50-50. I think Man United are favourites, but not massive favourites. When I watched the game closely against Wales, I was covering it for 5 Live. And player for player, there's not that many players I'd take for Seville if I was Manchester United, but they're well organised. But you need to do it right. Ocampos looked like possibly the most dangerous of the attackers for me, if he bothered to stand on his feet long enough to show how good he was, which he doesn't do that often. However, it's at Reguilon, who's the left back, who should be done for the Trade Descriptions Act because he spends his entire time in the left wing. He's special. He's really, really special. But if you're watching one player, if they stop Banega playing, we've watched him for years and years, and he plays, I was going to say plays 10, he's got number 10 in his back. He is everywhere. Left back, right back, doesn't matter. Wherever his space is, he'll go and get the ball. However, he hasn't got legs. Close him down, stop him playing, make sure Reguilon doesn't go anywhere, which I don't think he will because he'll have fast Manchester United attackers against him. I'm still big on Manchester United being partial favourites.
Commentary of that game tomorrow night on 5 Live Sport. John, do you have your Twitter feed open on your phone or on your iPad?
No.
Can you do me a favour? Can you and just look at Watford's Twitter feed, because they have announced
they haven't sacked him already, have they?
No, they haven't. No, they've just confirmed him. Vladimir Ivic is the new head coach of Watford. If you just get their Twitter feed open and look at that, and then I'd like you to describe how his demeanour in the photograph whilst holding the Watford shirt. But Vladimir Ivic has been announced as the new head coach of Watford, whilst John finds
got
that
it, got it.
Yeah, how would you describe the look on his face?
Underwhelmed.
Yeah,
straight-faced. He's giving nothing away,
but he really is
unemotional.
I wonder if the photographer tried to get him to smile on that. But Vladimir Ivic is the new head coach
aware of what might come soon.
Yes, that's a very good description. Let's go to the Crucible, second session of the final of the World Snooker. Jamie Broughton.
And the 5-time champion Ronnie O'Sullivan resumes this evening. He leads Kyron Wilson by 6 frames to 2, and that means it's a big evening for Wilson, who's appearing in this showpiece event for the first time. The Kettering star hasn't settled yet in this match, but he needs to get going soon, as he can't afford to let the Crucible legend build a big overnight lead. O'Sullivan has played well in patches so far, with a century and breaks of 56, 80 and 75 the highlight, but Wilson has had chances, he's just not taken them yet. 18 is the magic number to be crowned champion and win £500,000, Mark.
Thank you very much, Jamie. We'll keep you up to date with it here on 5 Live. You can watch it on BBC Television, of course. Let's hear from 5 Live's reporter Kyle Walker next, who's been chatting to some of his fellow Manchester City fans ahead of tonight's game with Lyon.
Yes, Manchester City take on Lyon this evening in their third successive quarter-final in the competition. And I've got some Manchester City fans with me. I've got David Mooney and Howard Hockin from the Blue Moon podcast, and also Dave Wilson joining me. Now, Dave, I'll start with you. 3 quarter-finals in 3 years is impressive, but Man City fans want that trophy now, don't they?
Yeah, we do, Kyle. We really do. I think, there's been a lot of talk in the past about from, people in the media that City fans don't take this competition seriously. We've got no interest in it. But I think, especially after the last 2 years, we got a little bit humiliated by Liverpool maybe a couple of years ago. The heartbreak of getting knocked out by Tottenham last year in the way that we did, and then everything that's gone on with UEFA this year. Yeah, I think if we're ever going to win this competition, it would be very sweet to win it this year.
Now, Howard, it has been an interesting 3 years in the competition. As Dave said there, last season was absolute heartbreak at the Etihad. But after the performances against Real Madrid, you've got to be confident about tonight.
I am quietly confident, even as a pessimist of 30 years, I think. I think the fact that we beat them both home and away is just, it shows. I mean, Pep's been accused before of overthinking in this competition. And he showed, I think, a maturity when, for how the team played, how the tactics, the more cautious and mature way they played. And I think they deserved to win both legs. And that, I didn't know what to expect after the restart or, with the second leg so far after the first leg. But that surely gives us confidence now that this team is probably better prepared than at any point in the last decade to win this trophy, I think.
I find City as favourites for the Champions League a bit odd, given their recent kind of history in it. Looking at what Dave said before about the fans and the competition, I think this is the part of the competition where the fans really do buy into it. I think City fans just see through what the group stage is, and the problem with looking back at the Lyon games from a couple of years ago is that the first game was the first game of the group. So okay, Lyon came to the Etihad and they won, but City knew that they still had 5 games to put that right, and they still qualified and won that group with consummate ease. So I don't think there's a lot to be taken from the performances that Lyon put in against City last time, especially as, they've lost Ndombele, they've lost Fekir since then. It's a different Lyon team now. That's not to say they won't be dangerous tonight, because the thing we've seen from City this season is that counter-attacking teams cause them problems.
This could be seen as make or break for Man City season. A League Cup win's great, but finishing so far behind Liverpool in the league, losing to Arsenal the way that they did with a disappointing performance in the FA Cup, this Champions League could be the saving grace, let's say.
Yeah, and how weird does it sound to say that you've already won one trophy and finished second in the league, and you're talking about that being a bad season when you talk about recent history and going back to those times. Yeah, I think everybody will be very disappointed if we don't at least make the semi-finals, given the position we're in now. Obviously, we all saw what Bayern did last night, so getting to the final is going to be no easy task. But I think it has been built up that this is the year for City to win this competition, and anything less in the eyes of everybody else will be disappointment. For me, if we don't win it, then you've won a trophy. You can never be disappointed in a season where you've won a trophy.
I am only thinking of Lyon because I always think of the next game, and I think it's very dangerous for us City fans to be thinking, we're obviously not complacent. We've got a tough game against Lyon, but we know already, because the draw was done 2 rounds in advance, that we were going to get Barcelona or Bayern Munich, and it's strange because in the way it's opened up for City that Liverpool are out, the Juventus are out, Real Madrid are out, and Barcelona are out, that it could be seen as not the toughest route to the trophy, but there is one huge team in the way, of course, and obviously we might even, if get past Bayern Munich, you might have PSG, who will be no mugs themselves. So yeah, it wasn't such an impressive performance, but I would surely expect City to be far more disciplined, organised, and put up much more of a fight, because they're they've got a better manager obviously than Barcelona, and they're better organised, and I think they're in a better place right now.
Now, David, some City fans are only looking at this evening's game, but I'm going to come to you for the all-important question. Is this the year Man City finally do it?
I think the one thing, like Howard said, Bayern Munich is a scary prospect, having just watched them dismantle Barcelona. The thing is, they've made that classic mistake that Germany made it in the World Cup in 2014. They've used all their goals in the previous round. So Argentina took Germany to extra time in the final after that game. So it's not necessarily that you score a hatful in one game, the next game you're going to be on form. I'd say the only saving grace for City fans is that Wigan aren't in the Champions League this season because they can't knock us out. So they knock us out of everything else. So yeah, why not? Let's have it this year. Go on, they'll do it. I don't know.
But how does it feel that in 3 games' time, Manchester City could be, I'm expressing the could be Champions League winners and champions of Europe?
Yeah, it's obviously amazing to think and dream that far ahead, and to finally be able to get our hands on that. But we have been here before. Don't forget, like you said, this is our 3rd consecutive quarter final. We have been to a semi-final before. The year, obviously, that we narrowly lost out against Real Madrid in 2016 when Pellegrini was still in charge. So we have been here before. But I believe that we are all dreaming that to be this close and have this opportunity is amazing, and then we can dream even more once we get to if we get to the semis.
I like the if that you threw in at the end there. Right there we have it. Man City fans have spoken, and now it's over to the boys in blue to do the talking on the pitch. Back to you, chappers.
Kyle Walker with some Manchester City fans. Let's talk about Manchester City's defensive situation. Looking at tonight, might be 3 at the back, might be 2 at the back, who knows. Aymeric Laporte is well aware that there are still question marks about City's back line.
I think we have to avoid the mistakes. We have to be focused. We know that they have very good players, talent players, and we have to be focused all the game. We train since the beginning, thinking Champions League, like the manager said, and hopefully we can win this competition. But there is many tough teams, and we have to be ready for the fight.
Chris Waddle and Pat Nevin alongside John Murray for the game tonight, which kicks off in 20 minutes' time. What do you think the biggest issue is for Manchester City at the back, Chris?
Well, they get exposed because they're an attacking team. They play on the front foot. They win the ball very high up the field, and it's when they lose it. If they lose it in silly areas, which happens, teams can exploit it. If you've got 2 mobile forwards, or 1 even at times, who quick and mobile, can get in behind down the sides, it's proved over the years that it can be a weakness. And I think even tonight, I don't think the side's the biggest for set pieces. Where you look at Lyon's back 3, they're big. They've got to carry a threat definitely from set pieces in the air. Football-wise, you don't fear Manchester City, what they're going to do. We know they're going to dominate the ball, and 9 times out of 10 they do, and it's very hard to get the ball off them. But it's when they start throwing the full-backs forward and they leave the 2 centre-halves, and they're interested in the ball because they want to get on the ball as well. They're an outlet, sometimes have to go back, and it's when they lose it in silly areas, they get exploited down the sides.
So are we saying it's more than just personnel then, Pat? Because Max sent this tweet. I'm guessing Max isn't a Manchester City fan. 60 million Cancelo, 50 million Mendy, 50 million Walker, 50 million Stones, 40 million Ake, 60 million Laporte just on the defence.
Yeah, but I think Ake might be the most important of them all when he comes in, because he can really defend. He likes defending, but he's also very, very comfortable in the ball. I think he could be a fantastic acquisition for Manchester City.
What do you do with Laporte then?
They'll just have to fight for the other position, within the others. Because when I look at Nathan Ake, all the years I've been watching him, he's just continually improved. He's also a leader on top of that. I think he's got Manchester City written all over him, so he's perfect. So you're asking us what's wrong with the defence. Well, Pep Guardiola thinks there's something wrong with defence, because he's just gone and bought another centre-back, and I think he could fix it. Anyway, that's in the future, that's not tonight. They don't. I think they've tried lots of different things, or he's tried lots of different things to get a back 2 that work together. And he's not really ever got one that you thought, right, that's the right one. That's why you keep on sticking Fernandinho in there, because you've got Otamendi, Stones, Laporte, Garcia, and you still don't think any of those 2 are perfect together. So, yeah, he had to get it sorted out. I think it will be Ake and AN other, and it's just whoever's playing the best at the time. But that's for another time, and that's why I think...
No, but in some ways it isn't, because Laporte, by common consensus, has been Manchester City's best centre-half.
So left-footed, Mark. You can have 2 left. You could, they're good enough, but 2 left-footed centre-halves.
I know. We've had this discussion before in various places. It is the weirdest thing to have 2 left-footed centre-halves. And people are going to say to you, what's the difference to that, having 2 right-footed centre-halves?
What is the difference then?
Because... this is going to sound weird.
Left-footed's different from right-footed.
Thanks very much, Chris. No. That's why I have you here alongside me.
In the simplest terms, honestly, lefties generally can't kick with a right. Right-footers are okay with a left. lefties generally, I mean, not always, just generally, and they're very, very left-sided, most of the left-sided players that you play in professional football. So if you end up getting a left-sider playing on the right side, it really, really shows there's a massive weakness.
But the personnel issue does remain, because Fernandinho's 35. We're not sure what the future is going to be for Eric Garcia, who said he doesn't want to extend his contract, and we don't know what the situation is with John Stones.
Me personally, next season, if you're going to play Aki, Pap thinks he's going to be number one. I know he likes Laporte a lot, Guardiola. I would play, me personally, I think from next season, I'd play Kyle Walker as a centre-half.
Capable of doing it. By the way, Garcia, where is he thinking of going, by the way?
A 2 or a 3? Right. I think he's a centre-half. I think he's a very good full-back. We know he's fit, he's quick, but I think he's getting to that age now where he could play centre-back.
And in answer to Pat's question, I know where you're going with this. So carry on.
So where's Garcia thinking of going?
Well, the rumours based on, certainly the article I read, is that Barcelona think they can do with Garcia what they did with Gerard Piqué.
Although I think I know what Pat's advice is going to be here.
Suggestion being that maybe is in the past tense, that comment. That I don't know if you really want to go there just now. But, you know, you look at it, he's always been secondary at what he does at the back. You know, Pep wants to get the creative stuff done first. He wants to get the midfielders, the scorers, all that sort of stuff. And it's almost as if, you know, the defenders come last. I mean, John made a point. I don't think he made it on air. They've got 2 left backs on the bench, Mendy and Zinchenko. But they've got Cancelo, who's a right back, really, playing instead. And if any other manager did that, you go, what? And that's just kind of things that kind of Pep does. He does these very strange things. I like the idea of Walker as a third centre-back. Absolutely brilliant as well. Definitely.
I think he can play in it too. I think he's strong enough. He's quick enough. He reads the game well. And the way City play would be ideal, because anything down the side, he'd catch it. He's so quick, and I think he's ready now to play in that role.
I still find the discussion really interesting about why 2 left-footed centre halves is so difficult.
Well, I'll tell you something. Right? Tell you something.
Because the other thing, Pat, which you know and I know, is that football fans will go, "You're a professional footballer. Surely you can kick with both feet."
No, but they can't always. That's the thing. That's most left footers are doing. I'll tell you something I learned during my career. And any kid that was playing in the right wing, learn this one, right? See, when the ball's coming from the left hand side and you're attacking it from the right wing. See the left back. He's not going to be able to kick it with his right foot and clear it. He's going to try and wrap his body around it and get his left foot down. Keep on trapping that back post. They miss it all the time, even the top ones. Lefties are generally not that great with their right foot, and you will make lots of capital over a career with it if you keep on doing that. So that's left backs, but it's exactly the same for left centre backs as well.
Mary says, I don't care how tonight's game goes because I shudder at the thought of Otamendi or Mendy defending against Davis or Coutinho on Wednesday. Our defence is humiliating. Ian, big call from Guardiola putting 19-year-old Garcia in defence instead of Fernandinho. There's still a school of thought that there might be 3 at the back for City tonight. He'll have his hands full if Depay's in the mood. Neno, Pep is notoriously known for trying weird formations in Champions League knockouts. Remember, he played Laporte left back against Mo Salah and it worked terribly. Lyon are playing with 3 at the back, though, so it might just be that Pep is trying to use the same format. Half-time in this evening's Super League game between Huddersfield and Warrington. Dave Woods.
It's Huddersfield 8, Warrington 8. 1 try apiece. Akuma Tai for Huddersfield in the 12th minute. Ben Curry for Warrington in the 25th minute. And a couple of goals for Ratchford and Caesar for either side. Warrington down to 12 men a couple of times during that first half. First of all, Blake Austin for tripping. And earlier, I should say, Ben Murdoch-Masila was sin-bin for a challenge on Matty English that left the Huddersfield forward needing lengthy treatment on the field. But we have seen him back in the stand since, so that is good news. 8-8 at half-time.
Julien Laurent is with us as well, French football expert. What's the view on Laporte in France at the moment, Julien?
Well, that is one of the best centre-backs we have, and we are really lucky right now. And for all of us who've watched RB Leipzig the other night with Dayo Upamecano at the back, we're very lucky to have this really incredible, and I believe really, really rare generation of incredible centre-backs. If you think about it, when Upamecano, for example, is yet to be called up by Didier Deschamps, despite being quite established already with Leipzig at quite a top level, and Laporte is part of that. And Laporte's problem really with France has been that Deschamps, the first time they called him up, didn't really feel the vibe from Laporte that he was a team member, that he's more of a lonely guy in a way, which is not negative, but that's the way he is. He's quite introvert, he's quite on his own, and he's happy like that. And I think Deschamps likes people who gel in, people who tune in, and people who have that sort of togetherness with the squad. And I think that's been an issue, and maybe it's more down to communication between Laporte and Deschamps themselves, saying like, okay, this is what I want you to do, okay, this is what I can improve on that, I can do this, I can do that. I think there was maybe a bit of a misunderstanding, and that's why Laporte has never played for France really, which is a shame when you see how amazing it is, and he's been for City when he hasn't been injured.
Do you think Mendy might leave this summer?
I think it's a very interesting one, Chappers, because he loves Manchester City, and Manchester City have been very good to him through all the injuries. He's been successful at the club, but he really should have and could have been much better. I think he's a very talented player, and I will remember all the listeners about when Marcelo Bielsa was in Marseille and had Mendy at the club, and one day after training, when Mendy was messing around, because that's what he does, he's that kind of guy, and Bielsa took him in with a few other players and said, Mendy, listen to me. And we're talking now, even before he went to City from Monaco as well. And Bielsa said to Mendy, listen to me, Mendy. If you listen to me, if you do what I say, believe me, you will become one of the best in the world. You have everything to become one of the best in the world. And a lot of the players were laughing. And 3 years later, he was winning the Premier League with City, recording 100 points or 98 points, whatever season you want to pick. And he was wonderful. And he won the World Cup with France, albeit with not playing much. But he's got talent. The problem is, I think, the attitude off the field sometimes. And I think maybe at City, we've run out of patience a little bit with that.
Well, I mean, if you read between the lines, Pat, and Cancelo is on the left on a Champions League quarter-final night with, as we've already said, Mendy and Zinchenko on the bench, that would imply that, maybe his time is running out at City.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be completely surprised at that at all. I agree completely with Julian that having watched him before he came to Manchester City, then his first period at Man City, the amount of times he got phenomenal crosses and the amount of times he got to the byline, that the willingness to do that, you just think, yeah, you can be the best in the business. Since his injury, whatever the reasons, whether he's never got full fitness back, whether he's lost a bit of confidence, it could be anything. I have no idea what it is, but he's been nowhere near as good as he had been beforehand, and he certainly hasn't pushed on, and that must be really frustrating for Pep Guardiola over Manchester City, because like Bielsa, they know how good he can be, and he hasn't been that good.
Alistair Bruce-Ball has just messaged me as he's listening to us this evening to ask the question, can anybody think of a central defensive partnership where they've both been left-footed?
And text that one in? Or?
Yes, okay. I mean, it would be a heck of an achievement to do that off the top of your head. But if anybody can think of one, 85058 at 5 Live Sport. I mean, the silence was deafening from Julien and John and Chris and Pat. Yeah, here you go.
I think maybe Lenglet and Umtiti might have played a couple of games together for Barcelona.
Doesn't necessarily...
both left-footed.
Yeah, but Lenglet and Umtiti playing 2 games for Barcelona doesn't...
Yeah, no.
Doesn't
You're
count
right.
as a successful.
I'm sorry, chappers. That was the only thing I can bring to the table. Not like others who didn't say anything.
Absolutely, and 10 out of 10 for effort at least, which can't be levelled at the other 3 this evening.
I might have a problem with my headphones.
Right, let's hear a little bit more from Pep Guardiola, shall we? Manchester City, they kick off at 8 o'clock, and then they'll be 90 minutes away from their first Champions League semi-final since 2016.
Of course, it was so important to beat the king of this competition, but when you play this competition just one game, everything can happen. When you play the first leg, always you have one eye in the second leg. So here you play, we know it's like we play FA Cup or Carabao Cup, like we're used to play just one game. It's a final. The players play a lot of these kind of games. There's no second chance. It's in, out. You can back Manchester or stay here in Lisbon 4 more days. And that's where it is. I don't expect 90 minutes from one side. There will be a moments that we have to suffer. There will be moments that we're going to control. There will be moments that are going to attack. There are going to moments that we have to defend deeper. So time to be ourselves. Only I want to see my team, our team, be who they are. Do everything what they do in their soul, in their minds. And after that, the football will dictate if we deserve it or not. It's simple as that.
Luke sends a text saying the pressure is on here. Pep has done really well domestically with City, but they had success domestically before him. They brought him in to win the Champions League. Chris Waddle, do you think the pressure's on him?
Yeah, I think that's what they brought him in for. I think, we know they've always got a chance of winning the Premiership and the League Cup and the FA Cup. We always know they've got a very good chance of winning that. But to have that tag of greatness, they all say the same. You've got to win the Champions League. And listen, they've never held back with spending money. They've got everything they want. He's got basically what he's asked for. He's got, and he's got a great team, great on the eye. But they've got to win the Champions League for me to say this team, is the best in Europe, and they haven't won it yet.
But I think no more than the pressure is on himself from himself, because he will desperately want to win it again.
Do you think, Pat, that in some ways winning a Champions League under Pep is more important for Manchester City post Guardiola? As in, at the moment, if they want players, and obviously they can afford whoever they want and pay them whatever they want, if they aren't Champions League winners, at least you're still going to get coached by Guardiola. But once Guardiola moves on, if you have a Champions League history to back your club up, you are attractive to the best players in the world.
I think it's a good point. There could definitely be something in that, because every team that's got that little star is special, and particularly the more modern era. It's getting harder and harder to win it. I would argue. So yeah, you've got that there, but I would argue money actually counts probably more with the modern footballer. If you got enough money to get them in. But we may be in the midst of changing times. Are Barca and are Real Madrid going to be the strengths they were for the next 3, 4, 5 years? I'm not sure they will be. So it may well be there's a little gap in the market there where you could actually stay. And whether Pep stays or whether he doesn't stay, it may well be they've still got another 3 or 4 years yet to get that done. But eventually, with the money, the time, the effort, and being their stated objective, surely they've got to win it someday. And this is one of the best chances they'll ever get.
Because if you follow that argument through, Julien, and this isn't hammer Paris Saint-Germain now just because you're on, but Paris Saint-Germain become a more attractive proposition if they're coached by Pep Guardiola as opposed to Thomas Tuchel.
Yes, of course you're right, and I think, but I think even if Pep doesn't win the Champions League this year, he will still be regarded as one of the best, and big clubs will always want him. The club, I think City will still want him to keep him even longer than when his contract expires in a year time. I'm not sure he feels the pressure. I think he's been so used to deal with pressure anyway, but it would be a huge weight off his bag, of Manchester City's bag in many respects if they can win the Champions League this year, because people then will stop saying, you spent all that money and you're still chasing the Champions League. And it would be the same for PSG, like it was the same with Chelsea in 2012 when they finally won it. And I think for clubs like that who've never won it, who've never done it in the proper European competition, the sooner you can get it, I think the better it will be psychologically for the current team, the current people at the club, but also for years to come.
85058 at 5 Live Sport this evening. Kath, Manchester City cannot take any team lightly. Anybody who thinks this game tonight will be a walk in the park is very much mistaken. Amar, Manchester City only need to look back at previous quarter-final games to see what will happen if they are not at their best technically and mentally this evening. Remy, I'm a Lyon fan living in Manchester. I really think we will surprise people tonight. They may surprise people, they won't surprise Manchester City. Do you think there are such things as surprises at top-level European football anymore, Julien?
I don't think there is. I think Pep, and like we said, he's been there before against Lyon last season in the group stages. He was probably surprised then, and I really believe, having watched those 2 games again this weekend, I think City took Lyon lightly last season in the group stage of the Champions League twice, home and away, and I don't think they will make that mistake again.
It'd be interesting, Chris, and I like talking to both Chris and Pat on wingers and how wingers reinvent themselves. And maybe they're at very differing levels, but you could look at both Kevin De Bruyne and Memphis Depay, and as I say, very different levels, who have both either reinvented themselves or been coached to reinvent themselves over the last few years.
Yeah, I think it's called growing up, isn't it? I think you look at De Bruyne when he was at Chelsea, he just wasn't ready. I think physically, maybe mentally as well. It was a big move. Expectations, maybe he wasn't ready for it. Depay, for me, definitely wasn't ready for Man United. He was, he arrived in a Rolls Royce and whatever. That was a great way to start. And he was a bit of one of them lads where he had the attitude but didn't really put the performances in. He's 26. He's grown up. He's got, he realises the game. He's understood the game. He's learning. And he's got responsibility now on the pitch, and he's a captain. And he's grew, and De Bruyne has grew with age, and the two, Depay will get a good move because he's done really well, not just for Lyon. He's doing well for Holland as well.
I'll tell you one quick word about Kevin De Bruyne. He started out in the wing with Chelsea, but in actual fact, he was a much more sophisticated player that could play far more positions than that, and he was restricted by the wing, just like your Chrissy Waddle. That's the way it was. It's the way he was.
Yes,
he was a brilliant player when he moved.
Pat Nevin, Chris Waddle, John Murray, your commentary team this evening. Julien Laurent is with us as well. The teams are coming out for this Champions League quarter-final. Before we hand to John, though, I think Warrington have stretched their lead in Super League. Dave?
Yeah, 5 minutes second half played. Warrington 14, Huddersfield 8. Gareth Woodard weaving through from 30 yards out, but the pass to him from Toby King looked forward, but it was given. Ratchford's kicked the goal. It's Huddersfield 8, Warrington 14.
Thank you very much. They're underway at the World Snooker. Ronnie O'Sullivan leading Karen Wilson by 6 frames to 2. This is 5 Live on a Saturday evening, bringing you full commentary of the Champions League. The final quarter-final this evening, Manchester City against Lyon, with Pat Nevin, Chris Waddle, and as the anthem rings out, John Murray, our Salford-based commentator.
Yes, thank you, Mark, and quite right, yes, this is a studio-based commentary because the numbers are so limited in Lisbon because of the COVID restrictions, which mean we couldn't all be there. So instead, here we are broadcasting from the Strictly Come Dancing room at the BBC. So do bear with us if there are a few moments of uncertainty. We are limited by the TV pictures. But the teams are out. They're lining up shoulder to shoulder, either side of the halfway line. Manchester City walking out in front of the empty stands in the Sporting Stadium, the José Alvalade, with all of the telltale sporting green around the stadium and around the stands. And Manchester City going out there 3 wins away from becoming European champions for the first time. They know it would be Bayern Munich next. They know it would be either Paris Saint-Germain or RB Leipzig in the final. But Pep Guardiola knows that they have to be fully concentrated first on Lyon, who are appearing in a Champions League quarter-final for the first time for 10 years. And they were good enough to knock out Juventus and Cristiano Ronaldo in the previous round. So there are threats, there are dangers. This is BBC Radio 5 Live. It's Manchester City against Lyon in the 4th Champions League quarter-final, this one-off format in Lisbon. The captains are just presiding over the coin toss with the referee, the Dutchman, Danny McAlee, and I think Memphis Depay has won the toss. So former Manchester United on the halfway line with Fernandinho, the Manchester City captain. And the City team tonight, if you've just joined us, goalkeeper Ederson, Walker and Cancelo are the full-backs. We'll have to see. Eric Garcia, Aymeric Laporte, perhaps Fernandinho will be in midfield with Gundogan and Rodri, then Kevin De Bruyne, Sterling and Gabriel Jesus. I think it actually just lets us know how pleased Pep Guardiola was with the way that these players played against Real Madrid in the previous round, because he's made just the one change. Young Eric Garcia, the teenager, coming in for Phil Foden, who's on the bench. Mendy, available after suspension, but is a substitute, and of course no Aguero. And the Lyon team this evening, exactly the same as the second leg against Juventus. Goalkeeper Anthony Lopez, Denayer, the former Manchester City man, Marcelo and Marçal, the three central defenders, Dubois and Cornet, Guimaraes with Kakare and Aouar in midfield, and Memphis Depay and Karl Toko Ekambi with Moussa Dembele, the former Fulham and Celtic man, among the substitutes as well. So the match begins. Manchester City in the sky blue shirts with the white shorts and the blue socks against Lyon in their dark change kit. And immediately the ball played out towards Fernandinho. Is he part of the back three, Chris Waddle?
No, he's playing in midfield. He's sort of playing right side. He's actually marking Depay. Since the game started, he's followed him everywhere he's gone so far. And he's just sort of left him now. But Lyon are actually... good start. They're pressing. They're not letting City just come play. I thought they'd wait the halfway line and press them from there, but they're not. He could be playing right side of a three, because, but he seems to be. Yeah, he is. He's playing right side of a three.
It is. It's a three, isn't it? Yeah. So Fernandinho on the right, Eric Garcia in the middle, and Laporte on the left-hand side of the three-man defence. Here's Kevin De Bruyne. In the central third of the field, playing the ball back into his own half to Eric Garcia, who wasn't involved at all in the second leg against Real Madrid. The previous day, Pep Guardiola had indicated that Garcia wouldn't be signing his new contract. As Kevin De Bruyne sends the ball forward, but Anthony Lopez is quickly out of the 6-yard box. But he's been quite a favourite, Eric Garcia, putting the whole business over his contract to one side since the restart. This is his 8th start. And Pep Guardiola has talked him up at every moment, which perhaps might have been a tool to try and persuade him that his future is with Manchester City. Here's Denayer at the back, the former Manchester City youngster, the Belgian international with the long, thick ponytail. Ball played back to goalkeeper Lopez. And as we look at our pictures, Manchester City in the first half playing from left to right. And then Cancelo keeping his place on the left-hand side of defence. Let win back tonight. Here's Manchester City's top scorer, Raheem Sterling. 31 goals now for Sterling this season. And that includes 11 since football resumed. Here is Sterling again on the left-hand side. Obviously one of the men that I'm sure Lyon will have looked at as the real dangers in the absence of Aguero. Now Sterling into the penalty area on the left-hand side, plays it across. It didn't reach Jesus. It was cut out in the middle, so importantly by Marçal, and Lyon have smuggled it behind for a corner.
The one thing I was looking at, John, since the game started is Sterling's movement and Jesus. The three centre-halves for Lyon are not very mobile, and if they give them time on the ball in the final third, the quality Man City's got, and we've just seen it there. Lovely weighted passing behind, the pace of Sterling.
Here's the corner into the near post, and that's headed away near the angle of the 6-yard box by Cornet. And Manchester City tried to bring it forward. Sterling puts in the challenge, then Gabriel Jesus plays it back into his own half. So this is BBC Radio 5 Live. We have not one, but two of our top match summarisers with us for this Champions League quarter-final. Chris Waddle and Pat Nevin, both socially distanced to our right. What's caught your eye so far, Pat?
Well, just that right-hand side of the defence for Lyon. Denayer went out wide, Dubois came inside him and didn't have the pace to go with Sterling. Love to get to that byline, Manchester City, and they've already done it once. They've been trying to do that a lot, and that's why he's played that 3-4-3 system that he's played, Pep Guardiola.
Kyle Walker making ground down the right side, but it bounces behind for a goal kick. Manchester City 0, Lyon 0. Just seeing the Lyon coach, Rudy Garcia, the former Marseille coach. Where was it we bumped into him, Chris? Do you remember?
Yes, St. Petersburg.
Was that right? Yes. Ball played over the top for Lyon, down the left-hand side. Here's Toko Ekambi, who's onto it, into the penalty area. He's on his right foot, lays it back to the edge of the box, where Aouar rolls it to his right. Still, it comes back, and the cross from the right is chested back by Kyle Walker at pace from 5 yards away from Ederson, who had a little juggle down by the foot of his post, but was able to gather it comfortably in the end.
Yeah, you read it just in time, wasn't it? It would have sneaked in that near post, wouldn't it? But I think we saw already Lyon can, they'll carry a threat, but the big concern for Lyon is the three centre-halves. They're not mobile for, and Kevin De Bruyne is playing quite high as well, but I think they're really weary of Sterling's pace and Jesus' movement. They're playing quite a high line, but they've got no pace.
First night of the World Snooker Final in Sheffield. Ronnie O'Sullivan's won the first frame. O'Sullivan now 7-2 up on Kyron Wilson after what was an extraordinary day's snooker yesterday. Were you glued to that yesterday, Chris?
No, I'm not really.
You're not a snooker man?
No, I watched a little bit today. Ronnie O'Sullivan, I think, got over 100 in his first sort of third game or fourth game, where he was absolutely brilliant. I watched that frame.
Yeah, it was terrific watching yesterday. Here is Fernandinho for Manchester City. A long right-footed ball over the top through the middle. Denayer comes 5 or 6 yards out of his penalty area and just fires it back away downfield, where Pep Guardiola actually emerges from the dugout to the edge of his coaching area and fields the ball. He's got his light brown pullover on again and the dark trousers. He does tend to stick with the same garb for several matches, and that's what he's done again today. Same outfit that he was wearing against Real Madrid. Little bit of superstition perhaps. Ball played over the top for Manchester City. This is for De Bruyne to chase. Cornet is going to try and shepherd it behind, which he has done successfully. Cornet, left wing back, having been a forward when the sides met in the Champions League last season. He's been converted by Rudi Garcia, the coach who's taken over this season from Silvinho. But Cornet, scored 3 of the 4 goals that Lyon scored against Manchester City in those group matches when Lyon won at home and won at the Etihad and drew in France. Manchester City 0, Lyon 0. And the ball played up towards Gabriel Jesus, who claimed that he was tugged off the ball by Marcelo, the middle of the 3 central defenders, but referee Makeli is having none of that, and Lyon have got the ball inside their own penalty area, back with the Portuguese goalkeeper Anthony Lopez, who plays it out. Denayer has to make ground to his right and clears it away, but because of that he's given possession back to Manchester City. Rodri. Now Laporte looks for Gundogan, who's played every minute in the Champions League for Manchester City this season. Gundogan then infield towards Rodri, who turns and rolls it across to Fernandinho, and then back it goes to the teenager Garcia, who actually under pressure turns and plays it back to Ederson, all in pink just outside the penalty area. So Manchester City 0, Lyon 0 with 7 minutes on the clock, and City with Laporte towards this for Sterling to chase, and Marcelo has gone out there, the old man of the team, 33 years old. Marcelo, the Brazilian, just heading it out for a throw into Manchester City, which is played back towards the halfway line and now finds its way into the centre circle to Garcia. Uses Fernandinho to his right. Fernandinho to Kyle Walker. Walker then back towards Fernandinho again on the halfway line. Manchester City, very patient
well,
start.
You can see how the game's panned out already. It's going to be, Lyon's behind the ball, every player in their own half. They're trying to keep the shape. The success they're going to get is moving the 3 centre-halves and moving the ball quickly, and not moving it in behind, where they can roll balls in behind with the quality of people like De Bruyne and that. They can get them balls rolled in behind. But Lyon's game plan, I looked at Lyon, the game plan is obviously to stop City, but they forgot to play when they get the ball, Lyon. They're just doing a job at the minute, but when they get the ball, they don't have a plan B.
Chris, can I possibly quickly say I think their pace is incredible?
Here's De Bruyne crossing the ball into the penalty corner.
The point I was trying to make there is I think they are maybe sitting back here a little bit, Chris, because with Toko Ekambi and Memphis Depay, I actually think they're quicker, those two, than at least 2 of the 3 centre-backs they're playing against. That could be a problem for Manchester City. I think they just want to play in that sort of break because they've got stunning pace.
Manchester City have had a corner. This is Lyon's first, and Memphis Depay, the former Manchester United man, takes this right-footed to the near post, where it's headed away by De Bruyne, but it comes out for a low shot which is taken quite comfortably. Marcel, the central defender, with the shot, but Ederson got a good sight of it and was able to drop down to his right and hold it.
Well, corner, there's always going to be a threat with the size of the Lyon players coming into the box, but that was a good strike. He got it down well, and it's a good save.
0-0 the score, and Manchester City with the ball inside their own half. And out it goes towards the left-hand side to Laporte. Rodri just chugs across instead. Cancelo is the option that is used by Laporte. And now Eric Garcia crosses the halfway line. Walker's pass infield doesn't find De Bruyne, but Lyon just knock it away back to Manchester City again. And so Eric Garcia, number 50 on his back, uses Laporte to his left, then back it comes towards Eric Garcia. who has a little look up and plays a low ball forward through the middle to Gabriel Jesus, who was being put under pressure, and so used Fernandinho on the halfway line. And again, City just knocking the ball around in the defensive third. Manchester City, the plan tonight is to reach the semi-finals of the Champions League for only the second time in the club's history, and obviously for the first time under Pep Guardiola. Here's Sterling, finds a little bit of space on the edge of the penalty area, tried to play it in field, but passed it straight to Marcelo, who cleared it. But Manchester City have got it back again with Fernandinho, then Walker, now Gabriel Jesus, right side of the penalty area. De Bruyne thought he'd come back from an offside position. That's what Lyon players were shouting for, but the flag didn't come. And in any case, Cornet was able to dispossess De Bruyne and clear it away. Toko Ekambi still inside his own half. Then Lyon go back towards the edge of the penalty area.
Yeah, I mean, Lyon's quite happy to sit behind the ball and try and frustrate City. And yeah, we know that's the plan, is catch them on the break. But I just think City are playing a little bit too slow. And sometimes we know City are very good at keeping possession and moving the ball. I think they're playing a bit slow. And I think sometimes just roll one down the side and get Sterling and them for 5 minutes. Just chase behind. Just get them turned and see what happens. They're playing in front of Lyon, who are sitting in the, everybody behind the ball. Sometimes that ball just over the clock, just for 5 minutes, just ask some questions.
Oh, early yellow card for Dubois, who caught Cancelo late, who went down in a heap, writhing from one side to the other. And Danny Macaulay, 12th minute on the clock, really that's the first tackle like that in the game, just stood on his instep, and it's a yellow card.
Well, yeah, it's a bit late. And listen, the referee's he's waved a few claims already, hasn't he? Said play on, and this time he's got a yellow, which you don't need so early in the game.
Cancelo, the Benfica man, Ederson, a Benfica man as well, playing in the Sporting Stadium tonight. I'm sure they'll have been used, both of them, in the times that they've played against Sporting, to a very different atmosphere inside this ground when they've played for their clubs. But behind closed doors tonight, obviously, Fernandinho putting in a challenge. Then it's played forward towards the right-hand side. Memphis Depay waiting in the middle, but Toko Ekambi just dwelt on the ball. The challenge came in from Cancelo, and it's out of play for a throw into Lyon down the right-hand side. By the way, all of the previous yellow cards were cleared after the last 16 in the Champions League, and indeed the Europa League this season, because of the circumstances. And tomorrow night there will be Europa League commentary on 5 Live. Alistair Bruce Ball and Stephen Warnock will be in this room, in these seats, bringing you commentary on the Manchester United Sevilla semi-final in the Europa League. So same time tomorrow night on 5 Live for that. But Champions League tonight, Manchester City and Lyon playing for the right to play against Bayern Munich on Wednesday, and that will be back in this stadium as well. And we will have commentary on that as well on Wednesday evening. The ball just being hoisted out of play for a throw-in to Lyon on the halfway line, 0-0. Pat?
Yeah, I think Lyon look quite comfortable, actually. They're real confidence about themselves. I think we're talking about pressure before the game. They don't seem to be feeling any pressure at all. Neither they should be, because they are such underdogs. But if I was a Man City fan, I would be slightly concerned about that ability to break, because for however good a player Fernandinho is particularly, it's not that quick anymore.
I think Man City's playing too slow. I think it's suiting Lyon to get behind the ball, little passes back square, slow tempo, very slow.
Cornet to take a throw halfway inside the City half. In it goes into the penalty area. Rodri just backed away, headed it down, and De Bruyne clears it. It is one of the criticisms, I think, that you will hear most often from Pep Guardiola of his team, about not moving the ball quickly enough.
It's very easy for Lyon at the minute to get a good shape. They've got time, 10-yard passes, Man City keep it moving, but there's no tempo about it. They're not asking any questions.
De Bruyne in with a challenge 50-50 ball with Memphis Depay. He's actually missed a big chunk of this season, Memphis, with a knee injury, as Kevin De Bruyne has caught Aouar centrally. That's only a free kick, and De Bruyne wanders away from that. It was a bouncing ball. De Bruyne came in, just caught him on the top of his foot. But Memphis Depay has scored in all 6 Champions League matches that he's played in this season. Kevin De Bruyne conceding that free kick. Lyon with the set piece centrally that Aouar won. He's back on his feet. Important role that he played in the tie against Juventus. He's set up Lyon's first goal, and in the second leg he was the player who was fouled for the penalty for the away goal that eventually saw Lyon through to what is their first Champions League quarter-final for 10 years. Ball played back by Toko Ekambi towards the halfway line. Marçal is there, infield to Marcelo. Marcelo just turns away from Gabriel Jesus and then back onto his right foot and actually has a think about it and goes all the way back to goalkeeper Anthony Lopez, and Lyon will start again from the back. Just see Rudy Garcia, the Lyon coach, the Frenchman with the Spanish father, hence the name, just steps out of his coaching area, and the ball with the Lyon goalkeeper on his left foot. A long clearance over the top of Toko Ekambi. So Garcia is able to head it down. Fernandinho hoiks it forward with his left foot, but Marçal is able to take it on. Marçal plays an infield ball towards Memphis Depay, challenged by Gundogan, and the ball runs out of play for a Lyon throw down the left. It's pretty much even Stevens.
I'd be concerned if I was worried about the tempo they're playing at. It's suiting Lyon. Lyon look really comfortable. There's no pace, no tempo about City. They're not getting the ball back quick enough. They're not moving the ball quick enough. Though Lyon at the minute will be thinking, we're in the game, and they're growing in confidence.
0-0 the score. They've really underperformed in the French league, albeit the curtailed French league. So when it was cut short, Lyon down in 7th place. That's where they finished. So if they want to be in the Champions League next season, they've got to win the competition. But they did get themselves to the semi-finals of the French Cup, where they lost to Paris Saint-Germain. And after football resumed for them, they lost to Paris Saint-Germain in the League Cup final as well, on penalties. Free kick to Manchester City, 10 yards inside their own half. But they have been playing friendlies before the Juventus game. They played a series of friendly matches, 6 of them. They played one of them against Rangers and lost 2-0 before they eventually played that second leg against Juventus. Manchester City with the ball on the halfway line. 0-0, BBC Radio 5 Live. We're on the red button as well tonight, by the way, on your television remote control or on the BBC iPlayer. Just look for 5 Live final score, and we'll have the commentary alongside all of the various graphics and bits and pieces of information that you might need. But 0-0 with Lopez, Anthony Lopez clearing the ball. Again, another high one down the middle. Rodri is able to head it back into Lyon territory. Dinea was under it, but then Bruno Guimarães, the young Brazilian, was caught in possession, but it bounces back for Dubois to play it down the right. This is for Toko Ekambi to chase, but Laporte gets himself into position and just shepherds it out of play for a throw into Manchester City down in their own left-back position. So in terms of opportunities so far, not a great deal to applaud. I think the shot from Marçal that was saved by Ederson, and indeed the chest back from Walker to goalkeeper Ederson, are the closest we've come.
Biggest concern I think Pep's got on top of, I agree with Chris about the slow play, and just not controlling the ball. They're not controlling the game. Manchester City at their very best get the midfield and are utterly dominant. They are not utterly dominant in this game, and I think it has something got to do with the system. In the midfield they're 4 against 5 a lot of the time. They're a man down.
Here's Corney on the left-hand side, plays the ball into the Manchester City box, but Eric Garcia is able to come across and under no particular pressure clears it away for Manchester City, and then Rodri and Fernandinho do the rest of the job, and Lyon have it back inside their own half on what has possibly been the busiest sporting weekend since the resumption of sport. We still have other live action going on this evening. Huddersfield 12, Warrington 18 is the latest in the Super League match. We'll have more on from Dave Woods on that shortly. Big win for Catalans earlier against Wakefield, and as I say, Ronnie O'Sullivan 7-2 up on Kyron Wilson in the World Snooker Final. You can watch that on BBC One if you're on your way home tonight. You could maybe watch that while listening to us. 0-0 in the Champions League quarter-final. Ball played for Guimarães for Lyon. Lyon then just work it, Guimarães to Dubois on the right-hand side, the right wing back. Dubois then works it into the area, and now here's Aouar, who pulls it back towards the edge of the box. De Bruyne put in the challenge, and the ball actually bounces off Marçal back through to goalkeeper Ederson.
I know it's still early in the game, but Lyon's controlling the pace of the game. They're the team who's basically got the shape, which they'll play every week. They're comfortable. Man City, I think, Pat's right. The shape's, it's not right at the minute for them. They need to get back to a 4. Me personally, I'd take one of the midfield players off, put De Bruyne back a little bit, and put Mahrez or somebody on.
Yep.
I would change it. You know, you want De Bruyne on the ball. He's not getting it out on this right side where he is. He's not getting it. The pace of the play is so slow from Man City.
Young Kakare with his hair slicked back uses Guimarães, then Memphis Depay through the middle. Toko Akambi hoists the ball to the left-hand side. Cornet gets it down on the grass in his white boots. Cornet, ball stationary, then knocks it back to Guimarães again. But Guimarães' pass forward is intercepted. De Bruyne is set away now. Holds off Kakare. Still De Bruyne over the halfway line. Plays the ball for Sterling to chase. Denayer trying to get there first. Got there together, Sterling and Denayer. But the touch, I think, from the Belgian carried the ball out towards the far side. Sterling, though, was able to stab it back towards Cancelo and Manchester City again. Sterling just leaning down and touching his left ankle over on the far side. I think he's okay. He is walking in field again, and Manchester City playing it to Gundogan. Laporte making ground down the left wing almost. Uses Cancelo, who's there, Raheem Sterling with a touch, and then back towards the halfway line, and City take it all the way back into their own half. Yes, their previous semi-final, the season before, Pep Guardiola took up the reins to replace Manuel Pellegrini. The semi-final against Real Madrid is as far as Manchester City have gone in this competition. Their only previous semi-final, I remember it well, the 0-0 and then the Fernando own goal that eventually separated the sides. Here's De Bruyne just in front of the dugouts, plays it back towards Fernandinho. Pep Guardiola, hands on his hips, just turns away. Doesn't look entirely satisfied with what's going on out there on the field. Still 0-0, almost midway through the first half of this one-off quarter-final, remember. It should have been a two-leg tie, which would have been played back in April in Manchester and France. Instead, here we are in August on what should have been the second weekend of the new Premier League season. City with it on the left-hand side. Cancelo. Gundogan makes a run, a decoy run. Then Cancelo plays it forward into the penalty area to Sterling on the left-hand side. Sterling lays it back to the edge of the box, but that was read and intercepted by Aouar, who carries the ball away and is then tripped by Gundogan. Goes down squealing. We can hear it in the microphones, and wins the free kick.
Yeah, use my word there, squealing. They do a bit of that, don't they, when they go to ground. That's the second time they've got into that position there. Sterling's fantastic at it, getting to the byline, the kind of left-hand side there. But there was very few players in the box. Kevin De Bruyne was at the edge of the box, and Sterling was in. But there's about 5 or 6 black shirts there. Very difficult for him to spot something. Another possibility of a change of shape. Kevin De Bruyne just moving off that right wing, maybe playing into a number 10 role, half midfield, half forward as well. That might give them a little bit better numbers in the midfield, and they might be able to start controlling the game and get De Bruyne into it.
Well, he's playing on it, but it's just the tempo part. I know we're talking about City. There's a break here. He's
over the top for Toko Akambi, but there's no flag, and it comes back to Cornet, who drives it in left-footed from the edge of the area. Now the question is, was Toko Akambi offside? The flag has not gone up yet. Lyon are celebrating the goal. This will obviously go to VAR, and we wait to find out whether Lyon have opened the scoring.
Even playing three at the back, City are playing hard. That's a simple ball, that. I mean, everybody could see that was going to come. I think he's offside. I might be wrong, obviously. We'll see what happens. But, I mean, even the follow-up, he's just rolled it into the goal. I mean, look, it's a simple ball.
We're seeing a first replay now.
I tell you what, the right back may be playing him on.
It is possible that he may be onside. As he made ground, the challenge came in on him from Garcia on the edge of the area. The ball ran free. Cornet arriving, first time shot, left foot from just outside the box, just fired it in.
Man, John, it's a great finish. Now the goalie switched off a bit, but he hasn't. He's put that in the net. It's a great finish.
We're waiting for the indication. We're waiting to see confirmation. Referee McKelly is talking away with the video assistant referee, who is also a Dutchman. And the goal has been given. It's a goal for Lyon, and they lead Manchester City by 1-0. And it's Maxwell Cornet, who scored 3 goals in the 2 matches when they met in the Champions League group stage last season, who opens the scoring in the quarter-final down in Lisbon.
Well, Akambi's very clear. He loves running behind. He's got down the sides 3 or 4 times, but that's a great finish by Cornet. You know, maybe the goalie switched off, thinking there's going to be a flag. The City players switched off, but he didn't. What a good finish.
John, can you remember the first words I said to you tonight when this game started? They're too quick for them. It's nothing complicated. As the two forwards, there's no doubt in my mind that Memphis Depay, but also Tuchel Akambi more so, it's just far quicker than the players he's playing up against. You don't have to be complicated. You just need to get it long and beyond them. They've done that. They've scored the goal, and they've deserved it to some degree.
So the underdogs have opened the scoring. The French side, Lyon, and Manchester City, trouble for them. 25 minutes on the clock, and Pep Guardiola's team in this one-off quarter-final, remember, are trailing by 1-0. And the ball just watched behind by Dubois for a goal kick to Lyon.
Well, we know Guardiola. I mean, you were looking at the replay of the goal, John. I mean, it's a simple ball. Listen, it can be. He's very game on running behind. He's done it 4 or 5 times already in the game. You know, he's very mobile. He's not frightened to running behind. He's getting the space. But they switched off City. I think the system is affecting him. He made a match with Lyon up to think we'll see how it goes, but he's got to make a decision here because Manchester City are playing too slow. It's very easy for Lyon at the minute.
And not only that, the left wing back Cornet got to the loose ball first, and you're absolutely right, Chris. The finish, he still had a lot to do there, and he actually bent it in. A left foot shot that he bent into the bottom corner from just outside of the penalty area when he arrived on the loose ball. So it is Manchester City 0, Lyon 1, with almost half an hour played. Manchester City really haven't got into their stride yet. Pep Guardiola changing his system, matching up Lyon's 3 central defenders. Here's Sterling making ground down the left-hand side, but he's got 2 men on him, Denea and Guimaraes, and it's Guimaraes who puts in the challenge to take it away from the England forward. Ball still in the Lyon right-back area, and then Jesus comes in and was caught there by Denea, and it's a free kick to Manchester City, who was just a little slow.
They could have cleared lanes. Well, again, Sterling gets in behind Denea, and that's 3 times he's got in behind him, and that's a concern for Lyon. But I just keep saying the same thing, I know, but City are playing far too slow. So easy for Lyon.
Another frame for Ronnie O'Sullivan, who is 8-2 up now on Kyron Wilson in the World Snooker Final. We'll have more at half-time on that from Jamie Broughton, who's in Sheffield. Now they're waiting for this free kick. It's in the Lyon right-back area. De Bruyne is waiting to take it, but there have been various bits of pushing and shoving, and Cornet has ended up on the ground. And referee Macaulay is calling over Laporte. The two of them just grappling together, and actually Laporte in the end just shoved him over.
Shoved him over? Blue?
Put his hands on him. Free kick. De Bruyne to take, raises his right arm, whips it into the near post, and goalkeeper Lopez comes and gets a clear punch on that with 2 hands back out towards the far side from which De Bruyne took it, picks it up, takes a quick throw, but Dubois was sharp as well and was able to raise a right foot and deflect it out for a throw-in down the left-hand side for Manchester City. De Bruyne is going to leave this for City to take. We know, of course, that there are goals in this Manchester City team, over 100 goals in the Premier League again this season. In all competitions, 148 they've scored so far this season. 148 goals in all competitions. But none tonight so far. Lyon, scorer of the only goal, which came in the 24th minute. And now, here they come again, the French side, and a little trip on Aouar as he advanced halfway inside the Manchester City half, and it's a yellow card for Fernandinho for the trip.
I think Lyon look really fresh. They're confident. They're moving the ball well. They're used to their system. And Manchester City just kind of come to terms with them. They've got no tempo about them. Nothing. It's very easy. It's definitely a yellow card. And it's very easy for Lyon at the minute.
Do you know if they're going to make a change at half-time, John? I wouldn't be surprised if it's Fernandinho.
Especially now.
Yeah. A yellow card. B, he's just not got the pace to live with the forwards he's playing against. That does not work, and there must be a semi-temptation to actually do it before half-time, before it's too late.
Interesting. Fernandinho, yellow carded, and he's been sent off twice already this season. And Lyon, as a result of that, have got this free kick that Aouar runs over. Memphis Depay will play it in right-footed. Fernandinho is there to get a glance on it with his head, and then Walker, in clearing it, was caught late. And it's a free kick to Manchester City.
That was always going to happen. Before the free kick, they were pushing and shoving each other. Kyle Walker was blocking his run, and and Marcelo there thought, this is my chance.
And he left a little bit on him.
Yes.
So it's a free kick to Manchester City. Lyon leading by 1-0. Lyon, mentioned the fact that they have underperformed in the league, but they've exceeded expectations in Europe. They came out of a very tight group behind RB Leipzig, actually, who won the group comfortably, but Benfica and Zenit, they actually qualified ahead of those two, Lyon, with just 8 points. Ball played for Manchester City down the right-hand side. Cornet, the goal scorer, nodded it down, and then left-footed ball into the centre circle, but onto the chest of Laporte. It bounces. So Cancelo now makes ground again down the left-hand side, drifts past Caqueret and then takes on Dubois, and now a left-footed cross, a diving palm away by Lopez. Didn't get much on that. The ball's still inside the penalty area, and then it's cleared by Dubois, but he sliced it up in the air. De Bruyne tried to get his head to it. Then, as it was touched away by Aouar, Rodri uses his right foot to find Sterling, and Sterling now on a little run into the penalty area on the left-hand side, still going, carried it out into the full-back area, and then Dubois gets a touch on it to take it away from Sterling. But Manchester City are able to take possession up again. Here's Fernandinho to Kyle Walker. Walker takes on Cornet, tries to beat him on the outside, but Cornet recovers quickly, and so Walker has to play it back to Fernandinho. And he gets the ball back. Fernandinho, shaven-headed. We saw a close-up of him just a moment ago. Perspiration absolutely all over that shaven head of Fernandinho. Now Aouar. Aouar comes away with the ball. Flick from Memphis Depay. Lyon are now playing it forward to Memphis Depay, and then the recovering Fernandinho is able to get a touch back to goalkeeper.
You know what, John? Every time Lyon break the play up, all they should do is play down the sides. Just clip the ball over the top of the centre half or down the side into the space and let the two forwards chase it, because Manchester City's defence, they want the ball to come to feet, and no disrespect to Depay, and they're not the best at holding the ball up under pressure. They're actually getting a lot of joy just running behind, just spinning in behind, and they've got to. It's a big problem for Man City.
That was the first thing I seen about 2 minutes into this game, Chris. The thing is, you take one of them off, you're left with two centre backs against those two strikers running at them. That's actually slightly more worrying. Your initial point about Kyle Walker maybe being in there may well have to be the answer this early, for his pace in there to save them slightly, or else cover more as a full-back behind.
Near the halfway line, Fernandinho just going in on Aouar, and it's just a free kick. But he's got to be careful, Fernandinho, on a yellow card. So a free kick to Lyon near the halfway line. And Memphis has made his way over here to the left-hand side. Right-footed ball high towards the edge of the penalty area, headed back across by central defender Marcelo, but cleared on the edge of the box, and it bounces out of play. Yeah, they've got problems. Guardiola's got problems here. 1-0 down.
Listen, he's changed the system. We've gone with three. He's matched them up, but it's not working. And as I say, for Lyon, as soon as they get the ball, there's no pressure on it. It's a simple ball. It's not a complicated pass. It's not brilliant. It's just down the sides, over the top, and they're causing problems.
Dubois with the throw for Lyon. Two Manchester City players jump with Toko Ekambi, and the ball bounces back from Manchester City on the edge of the penalty area. So Garcia, it was Garcia who was challenging Toko Ekambi, who was able to chase him to the edge of the area, but when Lyon scored the goal, the ball ran free and it was tucked away by the left foot of Cornet. As I say, he is a converted forward. He's been converted to a left wing back this season, and he finished it like a forward player, Cornet. 1-0 Lyon lead. BBC Radio 5 Live. Chris Waddle and Pat Nevin with us here for the commentary, the studio-based commentary. Former England and Scotland wingers, and Manchester City playing the ball forward towards another winger. Raheem Sterling on the left-hand side. Denayer comes across with a challenge. Big Denayer ends up on the ground, but no free kick. It's out for a throw into Manchester City, and then the ball taken on by Cancelo, who wins another throw-in, about 10 yards back from the corner flag on the far side, next to where one of those green sets of rails, little gangway over the moat that runs around the pitch at the José Alvalade Stadium. Throw-in into the penalty area is headed away by Marcelo, comes back to Cancelo, who will play it back towards the halfway line. And now Fernandinho low and through the middle, but Marcelo was there again for Lyon. Too often, really, in the crucial moments, Lyon have been first to the ball. Manchester City coming forward again with Laporte, who's taking it up the left side. Then Cancelo flicks it back to Sterling. Sterling now then back towards the halfway line. Infield towards Fernandinho. Fernandinho thinks about using De Bruyne, not been able to get Kevin De Bruyne into the game enough so far. And then Cancelo has to check back and is being watched by Kakare, so it has to return into the centre circle again for Manchester City. Gundogan comes short, but plays it back to Garcia. And again, the exchange passes. Garcia to Gundogan, turns it to Fernandinho, who has Aouar just close to him, so a high ball to the left-hand side to Cancelo, who chests it down, but Dubois was there and he blocks it away. And now Kakare will carry the ball forward for Lyon towards the halfway line, but the recovering Cancelo puts in the challenge and out for a throw on the halfway line.
Well, you're looking at it, you've got to get De Bruyne in the game. He's playing on this right-hand side. He's not getting a lot of ball in areas where you want him to have it. He's not getting a lot of time on it because they're playing that slow City. I think if you bring Mahrez or Bernard Silva on, play them on the right, get one of the midfield. Gundogan and Rodri are doing the same job. Whether it be Fernandinho and go to a black four, whatever. But they need to get another player to play this right hand side and free De Bruyne out.
Chris Waddle, who played in the final of this competition in his days playing in the French league for Marseille. Lyon now playing it forward up the left-hand side. Aouar, that was blocked by Fernandinho, and in the challenge between the two of them, I think there's been a clash of heads there. Aouar and Fernandinho both ended up, Aouar's flat on his back. Fernandinho's sitting up. I don't see any blood there just yet. I think Aouar might have come off the worst, and actually it's his arm who's
the elbow.
It's his elbow who's caught Aouar on the side of the head.
Yeah, quite so. Probably on the cheek as much as anything else. Gives Manchester City and Pep Guardiola a little bit of time here. Hopefully, be able to go and chat to his players. Maybe adapt it a little bit at the moment. It doesn't look as if he's going to make any personnel changes before half time. But it's not good enough. It's one of those City performances you get, 5 or 6 times a season. It's just not at it. They're not controlling the game, and I'm sure Pep's looking at it thinking, I don't know if I've made the right decision here. He would love to have David Silva in there controlling the game. You're looking at Gundogan gets the ball. He doesn't turn forward at the moment. He just keeps on passing simple balls back. Whereas if it's Silva, get the ball, he'll be trying to play the incisive pass forward. He'll be working with Kevin De Bruyne. Not getting that yet.
But they play with the tempo when you get better players on, they can move the ball a lot quicker. Whether it be Mahrez, whether it be David Silva, they need to up the tempo and move the ball quicker because this Lyon team, are very comfortable.
Play back underway, both players back on the field. I think Fernandinho, certainly Aouar, but it's Sterling on the left-hand side, going one way then the other against Dinair, who puts in the challenge, brings him down. Free kick to Manchester City. They've already had one in this position, and just while the two players receiving treatment, I'm sure you'll have spotted that that trio, Mahrez and the two Silvas, were both warming up. And actually, when he came off the field, Fernandinho, Pep Guardiola had a good chat with him, and he's back on Fernandinho. And this free kick for Manchester City. Lyon are leading by 1-0. Kevin De Bruyne from the angle swings in the free kick and straight at the goalkeeper Lopez, who watched it onto his 2 gloves and patted it away. He beat it away back out towards the left-hand side, and then De Bruyne sliding gets the ball across, but harmless for Lyon. And the French side lead by 1-0, and they have the goal kick.
I think the goalkeeper's wearing boxing gloves, isn't he? He punches everything.
Even when it's straight into him. Actually, oddly enough, are we allowed to say this, or is it sacrilegious? Kevin De Bruyne is not having his greatest game today. His passing's been, certainly a couple of yards off. He's now changed over to the other wing, playing the left-hand side, and brought Raheem Sterling over on the right-hand side to see if he can change his luck.
By the way, watching goalkeepers in these mini tournaments has made me realise what a breath of fresh air Arsenal's goalkeeper Martinez has been, because he's catching crosses. Something although they had gone out of fashion. Lyon are leading by 1-0. More at half-time from the World Snooker Final, where Ronnie O'Sullivan is 8-2 up on Kyron Wilson. And it is Huddersfield 18, Warrington 19 now in that Super League match this evening. So more on that to come. Cornet going down under the challenge from Walker. Has that been given as a free kick? No, the referees haven't got it.
So as well.
Well, Pat, you were saying that one of the features of football's resumption behind closed doors has been the amount of squealing that you've heard from players on the field.
And we all heard it there, didn't we?
Did.
And I suspect he'll be up and perfectly fine at the moment, so it's driving me nuts.
De Bruyne knocks the ball in field, but the cover was there from Guimarães for Lyon, and then in his attempts to try and win it back, hands on Guimarães. He's protesting his innocence. De Bruyne walking away, palms apart, but the Brazilian Guimarães, the number 39, just 22 years old. It was interesting, Julien Laurent before the game was saying that Atletico Madrid had been interested to sign him from Atlético Paranense in Brazil, which was actually one of Fernandinho's former clubs. But he looks very comfortable in there, Guimarães.
Well, he's got a lot of space and he's not getting closed down a bit. And we were talking with the
sides met. There are only two previous competitive meetings last season in the group stages of the Champions League when they eventually both went through. But Cornet scoring 3 goals in the 2 matches, and now he's scored again against Manchester City. He has Cancelo on the left-hand side. 2 Lyon players are with him. Back it goes towards Gundogan. And then the cross from the left-hand side from Laporte, but Marcelo's underneath that one, comes to Walker. Walker, little ball towards the edge of the penalty area, and then Sterling receives it from Jesus. Sterling beats the defender, pulls it back now, and the shot from Rodri, and a stumbling save from Lopez. Rodri's shot, he rather mishit it, but Lopez was able to go down and make a scrambling save, grabbing it at the second attempt.
Well, that was a bit better. I was a bit more tempo about it, wasn't it? Quicker bit movement, quicker passes. And the goalie, he doesn't look very... The goalkeeper doesn't want to catch anything, does he? He's dropped that one, and it's an easy save. I don't know if he's nervous or what, but he's not caught one thing.
I think he meant to catch that one, but juggled it. Portuguese international. And Manchester City still trailing by 1-0. BBC Radio 5 Live. And Laporte now carrying the ball again down the left-hand side. He's come forward whenever possible as the left-sided of the 3 central defenders. De Bruyne now driving it into the near post. Gabriel Jesus was there, but so was Marcelo as well for Lyon, and the Lyon man got the touch to deflect it wide of the near post on the stretch for another Manchester City corner.
That's where they're getting the joy, isn't it? Behind Denny, that is where they're going to get all the joy.
Corner taken short. De Bruyne now trying to play it back, but he hit it straight into Dubois, and the ball bounced for Lyon, who clear it, but only back to Manchester City. Kyron Wilson has won the latest frame, but Ronnie O'Sullivan with the big lead, 8-3 in the World Snooker Final. Here's Sterling, back to Rodri, and then Gabriel Jesus, who made such an impact in the previous round against Real Madrid, scoring in both legs and also making life so difficult for Raphael Varane. Here's Gundogan, the bearded German international, now towards the corner of the box to create clear chances. Here's the corner, taken in and then flicked on at the near post, but the flick carried it over everyone in the middle, off Rodri's head and over the top of the crossbar for a goal kick. But I mean, they've really created... On occasions, they've almost got in round the back. Sterling a couple of times early on in the match. And the shot there from Rodri, again, Sterling on the right-hand side, getting to the byline. But
he's got to make a decision during half-time. We know he's going to change it. He's got to change it. But, you know, you've got Gundogan and Rodri, who basically have never left the centre circle. And it's very easy for the 3 guys, the 3 young men in Lyon's midfield. They've not had to track back. There's only De Bruyne who's willing to run forward. So for their midfield, all they're doing is running side to side rather than thinking, oh, you know, there's a runner again, I've got to chuck him. There's nobody to track.
2 minutes of added time at the end of the first half. Lyon are winning this quarter-final. Manchester City and Pep Guardiola have got to do something about it. Here's Fernandinho. Fernandinho turning though, giving the ball back towards the halfway line. And at the moment, we're looking at the prospect of having 2 German clubs and 2 French clubs. De Bruyne playing it into the area. Sterling now with a chance from the angle, but goalkeeper Lopez was able to come and at close quarters blocked it behind for a corner. Sterling trying to shoot from what was a tight angle on the right.
His first touch was absolutely brilliant, Raheem Sterling. To be honest, he's been the brightest spark, I think, for Manchester City in this game, getting into really dangerous areas. The intelligence for his movement, his running, has been absolutely superb. And for the last 4 or 5 minutes, we've begun to see Manchester City
Corner from the right then, it's over the top of Rodri, but comes out to Sterling. In comes the challenge from Kakare on him, and then it's chipped towards the edge of the area and walloped away by Cornet. But also Kevin De Bruyne with the ball in. Now that's more
Great
like
ball,
it from De Bruyne.
Well, he's getting a bit more joy on that left-hand side, isn't he? Great ball in outside the right foot. Sterling was very unlucky.
So it is still Manchester City 0, Lyon 1. Yeah, so the possibility of 2 German clubs and 2 French clubs in the semi-finals of the Champions League. That's never happened before. You perhaps won't be surprised to hear. Marcelo heading the ball near the penalty spot, glancing it out towards the left-hand side. Cornet clears it away to Walker, who's able to take it on down the right-hand side for Manchester City. Back towards the halfway line. 2 minutes of added time at the end of the first half are almost up. Lyon leading by 1-0. Be a great time for Manchester City to grab an equaliser. Sterling on the left-hand side. Rides one challenge from Guimaraes, but Dubois was there and chips it away. And there's the half-time whistle. Worries for Manchester City. Worries for Pep Guardiola, who marches away, head down. He's got lots to think about, with Lyon leading through Maxwell Cornet's goal midway through the half. Chris Waddle.
Well, I think Lyon will be delighted. The game plan's working. They're getting down the sides. I don't know how long they can keep running them 2 forwards. I'm sure he'll have to change that eventually. But Manchester City's got to really take somebody off and get another midfield player on, or a winger, and that'll free De Bruyne to get on the ball more. And they've got to play a quicker tempo if they want to get back into this game.
And the system's not worked, Pat, for Manchester City?
No, it hasn't. They haven't been able to control the midfield, is what Manchester City are famous for, and they haven't done it in this game. Also, if you play a game and you play with wing-backs, they better be important. Cancelo's been okay. Walker has not really got forward at all. So that system, as it stands just now, isn't working. You're not getting enough of Kevin De Bruyne in the game. I'll stop there. I could actually keep on going on. He's got to make a change. You've only got 45 minutes. Could be the biggest game they've had in the season so far.
Half-time down in Lisbon. Manchester City 0, Lyon 1.
Lots of texts and tweets backing up exactly that, Abid. This formation definitely isn't working. City play well when they have width, but with no Mahrez or Bernardo Silva, there's nothing happening on the right. Walker hasn't driven forward enough. They need one more attacking player on. Everyone says De Bruyne needs to be involved more, says Ash. His passing and crossing has been poor so far, though. John, Lyon are doing to City exactly what Arsenal did in the FA Cup semi-final with the back five and harrying deep but fast-breaking midfield. Their goal even came through an over-the-top ball down that same inside left channel. It's just, well, I think you said it in commentary, everybody. It's sluggish, isn't it, Chris? Sluggish.
Yeah, it's not City who we normally watch week in, week out. They've not really, let's be honest, have not really turned up yet. They've had a lot of possession, 64%. But they've had a couple of half chances, really. But Lyon have got a set way of playing, and they're frustrating them. And they carry that threat with the ball down the side or over the top. They've got the pace to get on in beyond, and they've looked very comfortable. They've got to change the system. He's got to get one of them players who's been mentioned. We know whether it be David Silva, Bernardo Silva or Mahrez. They've got to get, if not 2, definitely 1 at this minute at half-time.
I'm guessing, Julien Laurent, French football expert, that Lyon will feel they can just sit there now. They can keep that 5 across the back, and they know that on the counter they can cause City problems.
Yes, you're right, and really, this first half was exactly what we described in the pre-match, the chat we had. This is the dream first half for Lyon. It was the perfect first half. They exploited, as we've been saying before, the defensive fragilities of City with that ball over the top. Kyle Walker covering Toko Ekambi, being all over the place. I'm not sure what Ederson is doing either. After when Eric Garcia is tackling the ball, and it's a lovely finish by Cornet, who, by the way, has now scored 4 goals in 3 games against Man City between last season and this season. And then defensively, they've been solid, they've been strong. They got a bit tired towards the end of that first half, and that's when City put a bit of pressure. But apart from that, they were so well organised and well drilled. And I agree with everything the boys have said. This formation makes no sense. Gundogan makes absolutely no sense in a game like this. He's been completely useless. This is not his game anywhere. And you need far more creativity. And as we've been saying when we saw the lineup, Lyon were very happy when they saw the team that Pep Guardiola put out for the game, because they knew that they would not be that much dangerous because of the players they had on the pitch.
What's the change, Pat? A formation change or a individual change?
Both. I would suggest I mean, I think it's really difficult to keep Fernandinho on the pitch just now because there's so much danger. One more tackle and he's off.
Yeah.
So just for that, you cannot take that chance. And because he hasn't got the pace to play against those players, you're walking on a tightrope. So I think that would be a sensible one to do. The other one, again, with Julian, I agree. Gundogan, if you've got him in there, why not just have David Silva? He's going to play forward. He's going to get the ball into areas where you can create. And you see that tiredness in that area where there's a weakness in the right centre-back area for Lyon. Well, if you get David Silva, and he loves playing balls into that area, get him on the field here and see if Man City can control the play, control the midfield, push them back, and more chances will be created.
OK, second half on the way here on 5 Live Sport. Let's just round up the day's Super League action because Huddersfield-Warrington was very close to going to Golden Point. It hasn't, so let's get this report from Dave Woods out the way, then he can go home.
Thank you. Warrington have won it 19 points to 18. Nip and tuck all the way through this game. Never more than 6 points in it. Good tight game. Some good tries as well. Oliver Russell's try, which he converted 7 minutes before the end, made it 18 all. We stared at the possibility of Golden Point, but Blake Austin's drop goal 3 minutes before the end, sealing the win. So Warrington now have 10 points. They join Wigan and Catalan as the top 3 clubs at the moment. Catalan are out in front on points difference, though, because they beat Wakefield 58-0 earlier, their biggest win outside of Perpignan. And you've got to feel for Huddersfield. They played 2 games back now since lockdown, and they've lost both of them by just 1 point. 27-26 to Leeds a couple of weeks ago, and then 19-18 against Warrington here tonight.
Dave, thank you very much. 8 minutes to 9 o'clock. This is 5 Live. Stuart Clarkson has the news.
On digital, BBC Sounds, smart speaker and online.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thank you, Mark. The exam regulator in England says it'll consider the results of non-exam assessments set by teachers as part of appeals against A-level grades. Ofqual has set out the grounds on which schools can challenge marks on the basis of mock exams after thousands of students this week received downgraded results. Ollie de Botton is a head teacher in East London.
One of the things that it says is that you will be able to use what they're calling non-examined assessments, which we don't know because we're waiting for clarity, means sort of coursework. That means that a student who's done really well in their English literature coursework, and let's say they've got an A or an A star they needed for their place, that the Ofqual will accept that as a valid data source if they were knocked back badly.
Commemorations marking the 75th anniversary of Victory in Japan Day at the end of the Second World War have taken place across the UK. Wreaths were laid earlier at the Cenotaph in London. Prince Charles led a 2-minute silence at the National Memorial Arboretum in Staffordshire. More than 1,000 people in the UK have tested positive for COVID-19. It means that almost 317,400 cases have now been registered. Lockdown restrictions in England eased today, meaning some performance venues, casinos and bowling alleys have been reopening their doors. The change, though, doesn't apply in the parts of West Yorkshire, East Lancashire and Greater Manchester, where additional restrictions remain in place to stop the spread of the virus between households. Liquidation plans are being drawn up for Debenhams in case other options for saving the retailer fail. The company insists it's trading strongly and says the proposals are only being looked at as a last resort. And a union says more than 100 pilots are to be made redundant at Jet2. Balpert says the airline is pressing ahead with job cuts, despite them putting forward a range of other cost-saving ideas.
5 Live Sports Extra.
International Test cricket continues. Bulls off edge, caught behind. After tests against West Indies and one-days against Ireland, England are ready to take on Pakistan in 3 test matches.
Referee knock on the pad, big appeal for but it's given in. That is Broad's 500th wicket in Test cricket.
And you can hear every ball, every wicket and every boundary with the Test match special team. England versus Pakistan. The first test live from Old Trafford continues tomorrow at 10:15 on 5 Live Sports Extra.
This is 5 Live Sport, the Champions League with Mark Chapman.
I think you and I both know to ignore that trail because we're not having the first test at Old Trafford. We're on to the second test at the Ageas Bowl, and you wouldn't have heard anything of it today on 5 Live Sports Extra because not a single ball was bowled on the third day, although there were times it looked as if there might be some play. Henry Moran, Jonathan Agnew and the former England spinner Phil Tufnell have all been discussing that very topic.
I think they've got to do something about it. You know, I think Test cricket
okay, listen, if it's raining and what have you, but this whole bad light issue which we encountered yesterday and on day one and everything, I think something needs to be addressed about it, because, people are saying that Test cricket is sort of needs, reinvigorating and everything, and if just you keep walking off when the light's pretty okay, you know what I mean? But the precedent's been set by the umpires. It's just not bringing people back to the game.
We can't have 20,000 people sitting here today under normal circumstances. Today, I'm not going to quibble about today. The light this morning is not right. But yesterday when they went off, if there were 20,000 people here who paid a lot of money and they were going to sit there and watch actually nothing happening, you think, well, surely they can play. And also particularly in the spirit of this summer, I think, to get these games on has been miraculous, really. 2 months ago, I don't think we thought there'd be any Test cricket at all. And they've managed now to have these series. The Australians are coming over as well. The players have adopted the spirit of that. I think everyone really living in this bubble, as we all are, has just accepted that this summer is different. Let's just get the game played. It's just disappointing. I just wonder if the umpires might just look again at the number, that figure that they're using to come off at. Just think, that there is more to life at the moment than simply cricket. However, there's a very good friend of mine, a colleague of mine, named Phil Whittaker, who kept wicket for Leicestershire. You'd have played against him, who in the mid-90s went to the umpires, he was batting and said, this light is not good enough. And the umpire said, of course it is, get on with it. And a few balls later, he had all his teeth smashed out. And, that was that. So you do have to be careful. Cricket is a dangerous game and people do get injured. But it is part of that weighing up of all of that the umpires have to take into account.
Yeah, but cricket has evolved, hasn't it? Test cricket has. I know a lot of people, very traditional about Test cricket, leave it alone, don't touch it and things like that. But, it has evolved, day-night cricket, 20 overs, even the 100 coming in. That's a great big sort of big thing that's going to be changing the sort of the game. But the one thing that hasn't is the bad light rule.
Better lights, I think. I mean, it's a lovely ground here, but if you look at the actual size of the lights, there aren't many bulbs on there, and I would surely suggest that since those lights went up, and when they went up, they were brand new, they were state of the art, but now they're not state of the art, and surely the whole technology about the strength of the light bulbs, I get to ridiculous territory for me now, but there'll be people out there who know much more about it, but just there must be better lamps out there now to illuminate a space of this size.
Yeah, or a massive dimmer switch, that you can just crank
it up.
Yeah, crank it up a little bit. But even when the lights are on, they're coming. This is what.
Well, that's the point. The lights have to be better, don't they?
Yes, this is what frustrates a lot of people. Is that hold on a minute, that the lights are on and we're all walking off a bad light. What's the point of having the lights in the first place? Because there is this kind of twilight and what have you. Just frustrating.
But cricket is often accused of being a sport that is stuck in its ways. But actually, if you go back in history, you think about coloured clothing, names on shirts, floodlit cricket, white ball, all these things that are 2020 that have come in actually have been sort of forerunners in terms of sports.
It's very innovative, and cricket's always viewed as being old-fashioned and fusty, and you're right. I mean, and Lords is cutting edge in itself. People again write that off as being an old gentleman's club. Actually, again, when it comes to technology and the equipment that they use, it's way ahead of anywhere, frankly. So cricket's not afraid to move, and it's not afraid to move in Test cricket either. Look at where it's been with technology and DRS and everything else. It's way ahead of other sports with that. Yeah. So if they can just get beyond the stage, I mean, it's a question of dangerous or unreasonable. Those are the words that are used in the regulations about bad light. Whether they need to be just jigged slightly or the pressure taken off the umpires, who I also suspect are worried about litigation. If they say, in that case that I mentioned with Phil Whittaker case, yes, it's fit to play, bang, you get a career-ending injury, who's responsible? Who's responsible for that? So that must weigh heavily on the umpires' minds as well.
Test match special back on air on 5 Live Sports Extra and on BBC Sounds from 10:15 tomorrow morning. Let's go to the Crucible next. World Snooker final, of course. Jamie Broughton.
And Ronnie O'Sullivan resumes 6-2 up tonight against Kyron Wilson. He now leads by 8 frames to 3. He's continued to dominate. The 5 times champion took the opening frame on the black after Wilson had got in first with a 53 break. O'Sullivan then claimed the next with a 51 break to go 8-2 up. Wilson finally managed to stop the rot with a 92 break to reduce the arrears to 8-3. We're now into frame 12 and Wilson has made a 50 break. He missed the black when he was wrapping up. O'Sullivan now needs a snooker into a safety battle. It's a frame that Wilson does really need to win. 18 is the target to be crowned champion.
BBC Television if you want to watch that. Elsewhere, Watford have confirmed the appointment of Vladimir Ivic as their new manager. Hibs have returned to the top of the Scottish Premiership. They got a goalless draw with Motherwell in the tea-time kick-off. Also wins for St Mirren, St Johnstone and Dundee United. India's World Cup winning captain MS Dhoni has announced his retirement from cricket. Lewis Hamilton will be on pole for the Spanish Grand Prix. You can hear that on 5 Live Sport tomorrow. And in the Premiership in Rugby Union, there were wins for Exeter, Gloucester, Bath and Bristol. Second half of Manchester City against Lyon on the way here on 5 Live Sport. The French side a goal up going into the second half. And Julien, from their point of view, just keep it as is.
You're right, keeping as it is. I think they expect City to really come back out very strongly at the start of the second half. So if they can stay the first 15 minutes without conceding too many chances either, they will feel even more confident. I expect Garcia to make a few changes maybe after the hour, like he did in Turin against Juventus, when also they took the lead and had to defended really well for the rest of the game. But yeah, for them keeping it the same, and now the dream of a miracle is even closer now.
City, Julien, for the moment, thank you very much. City already out. John, can you see any changes?
We've been talking here with Chris Waddle and Pat Nevin for, 5 minutes about which changes he would make. And it would seem, from the pictures we've had so far, that he's not going to make a change at half-time. And it will remain Ederson with 3 central defenders, Fernandinho, Garcia and Laporte, Walker and Cancelo as the wing-backs. Gundogan, Rodri, De Bruyne, Sterling and Gabriel Jesus. I mean, the TV camera has been focusing in, Chris, on Riyad Mahrez, which sort of gives us a little bit of a clue that he might be coming on before too long. But it looks as though there will not be a change at half-time. Surprised?
No. Yeah, very surprised. It looked flat. There's the shape's not working. At the minute, you're waiting on Sterling and basically Kevin De Bruyne to do a bit of magic. He could have made 3 changes if he wanted to, but he's not done one.
Pat Nevin, doubly surprised?
Yeah, I am, but I suppose the best 5 minutes that Manchester City had in the game was the last 5 minutes of the half. So he might think, OK, is it going our way? Check another 5 or 10, then change.
Yep, confirmed. No changes at half-time by either coach, either Pep Guardiola or Rudi Garcia of Lyon. So Lyon with Lopez in goal, 3 central defenders for them, Denea, Marcelo and Marçal, Dubois on the right, goal scorer Cornet on the left, the 3 midfielders, Guimarães with Caqueret and Aouar either side of him, and Toko Akambi and Memphis Depay up front. Moussa Dembele is there among the substitutes with the 22 goals that he's scored this season. But the ball's out of play for a throw-in to Manchester City, who are in the sky blue shirts with the white shorts and the blue socks, and Lyon in the mainly black kit with the white trim, and Denea at the back playing it to his goalkeeper Lopez, who has had a couple of juggling moments, but clean sheet so far. And if it remains a clean sheet for Lyon from this point on, they will be through to the semi-finals for only the second time for them as well in this competition. And Manchester City will be out at this stage for the 3rd season running. The ball hit downfield by Lyon, and Toko Akambi has succeeded in winning a corner.
They're not frightened to play that ball down the sides. They've done the homework on City, and Akambi's very willing runner, isn't he? He's chased everything down. He's got a corner from that one.
Manchester City defending this corner then early in the second half. Corner from the right-hand side. Memphis Depay to take it, raises his left arm and then delivers it to the near post, where De Bruyne partly cleared it into Toko Akambi, bounced back to De Bruyne, who clears it out of play just in front of the Lyon dugout with its Champions League livery on the top and the Olympique Lyonnais badge with the lion rampant on it. Dubois takes the throw and actually escapes his grip. It squirmed out of his hands and he threw it straight to Cancelo, and it's a foul throw.
That was the second closest to schoolboy football I've seen in 2 days.
Sweaty night, Pat?
Well, I'm thinking 8-2 was more schoolboyish, but it was very poor.
Sweaty hands in Lisbon. This is our studio-based commentary on 5 Live on this quarter-final. Likewise tomorrow night when we'll bring you commentary on Manchester United Sevilla in the semi-finals of the Europa League. That match being played in Cologne, of course. This one at the José Alvalade. We've been there, the three of us, many times over the years. The home of Sporting. This very impressive stadium that was built for Euro 2004 with its unusual multicoloured seats, although you can't see most of them from the pictures that we have because the Champions League canvases are on the lower tiers with their dark blue colours. And it's Manchester City who are a goal down here, who are bringing the ball forward, halfway inside the Lyon half. Back it goes towards Laporte, just to the left of the centre circle, and then Laporte to Cancelo. But Lyon very well organised. Dubois up against Cancelo, has a go at him again, beats him one way, then the other, but Denayer comes across and one of those meaty right legs of Denayer blocks the ball out for a throw-in. He's not got 2 right legs, he's got 2 legs. And it's out for a throw-in to Manchester City, down the left-hand side. And just about 10 yards back from the corner flag. So I suppose the next question is, how long does Guardiola wait before he does make the change with the 2 Silvas, Mahrez and Phil Foden all among the substitutes?
I'm going 10 minutes.
Well, if they lose a goal, it'll be quicker than that, but it's kind of odd to see he's given lots and lots of instructions. It's hard to see how they've actually changed at all, what they have to do, what they're doing differently. It's as if he's Pep shouting on, you're supposed to be going there and there, but everyone's in exactly the same positions.
Caqueret just nudges over Kevin De Bruyne. Caqueret, the 20-year-old who had actually not played for the first team this season until November, but coming into the team for Lyon, actually because the man who scored one of the goals against Juventus, Lucas Toussaint, who scored in the first leg, has now left for Hertha Berlin. So Caqueret's come into the team. So from not being in the team for most of the season to finding himself in a Champions League quarter-final is quite a tale. Manchester City with Walker on the right-hand side, and then back onto his right and uses Gabriel Jesus. Sterling near the edge of the box. De Bruyne tries to turn, but as he does so, the ball runs away and through to goalkeeper Lopez, who's able to pick it up. So 1-0. Lyon continue to lead into the second half. Lyon with their goalkeeper all in pink, a long clearance from him over the top through the middle for Memphis Depay, who is tangling with Garcia, who had his arms up round the side of Memphis Depay, who went down theatrically and won the free kick.
It was a free kick, yes. Garcia wraps his arm round him and pulls him to the floor, but the referee's got that right. But you keep looking at City and you think, who's going to get this tempo going, who's going to get this team playing how we know they can play. At the minute, he's got to make changes.
Free kick then for Lyon, who have the 1-goal lead. It's a long way out. Memphis Depay, as I say, scored 6 goals in his 6 Champions League appearances this season. Up he comes, hits the free kick into the 2-man wall. Jesus and Kevin De Bruyne turned their backs but blocked it away high, and it's out with Raheem Sterling on the right-hand side, who, of the relatively few bright things that we've seen from Manchester City, Sterling's tended to be at the heart of them.
Yeah, he has, and he's got in really good positions. And again, it's the intelligence of the movement, it's the pace of the movement. But it's just such a shame that there's nobody else playing him in apart from, say, Kevin De Bruyne. A little bit from Cancelo as well. He's not been bad on the left-hand side, but they just need much more. And if you think how important this game is, how hard you've worked to get to this position, and it looks as if they're just letting it slip away. It's hard to take. It must be so frustrating for Man City fans to watch and listen to this.
Only 1 goal in it, though, and 3 of these quarter-finals have been tight affairs. 1 hasn't. Can you spot the odd one out? Free kick for Manchester City. They were going to take it quickly, but the referee, who is the Dutchman, Danny McAlee, is going to bring it back. And that was from Marcelo, who was climbing all over the back of Gabriel Jesus. Free kick about 10-15 yards inside the Lyon half. Taken short. Gundogan, square to Laporte. Laporte now plays it low towards the edge of the area. Jesus out to the left-hand side to Cancelo. Cancelo with a cross. It's a deep one high over Sterling. But Kyle Walker is there over in the other full-back position. Walker angles it back up the line. Fernandinho with the cross, but that's over everyone in a sky blue shirt, although Dubois was underneath it, and he twists and heads it behind for a City corner.
Put a couple of crosses in, really going to anybody in a Man City shirt, but I wouldn't even say it's a slight improvement. I would just say it's basically what we saw first half. I was expecting to come out the blocks quick, raise the tempo, move the ball quicker. They haven't.
So I'm going to ask you after this corner which changes he should make. De Bruyne plays the corner in, but it's over everyone, but a diving header behind by Dubois, who wasn't sure if there was anyone there with him, sends it behind for a corner from the other side.
Sometimes you just got to get lucky, John. And then maybe just leave it just now. The next corner comes in, and up pops Fernandinho with a goal with the head. You've got to get lucky sometimes as a coach. And I tell you what, right now, Pep needs to get a bit lucky.
Fernandinho is one of the few Manchester City players who hasn't scored this season. De Bruyne then from the right-hand side to the edge of the area, but that's onto the head of Caqueret, who's able to move across and head it clear to Walker on the halfway line. Lyon continue to lead by 1-0. Now here's Fernandinho trying to shrug off Cornet, who might have pulled his arm, and then Fernandinho, down goes Cornet, and you could hear the scream from him as well. And the assistant on the far side is given the free kick Lyon's way. So who would you like to see come on, Chris?
Bernardo Silva, David Silva and Mahrez. I think he's got nothing to lose. Listen, the performance is not the best, let's be honest. The one down, they need a chance. They need to score a goal to get back in this game. We know that. And they're not causing that many problems, Lyon. They're quite happy to sit behind the ball and frustrate. So you're looking for players who can open doors. Now, a guy coming on, Mahrez, is going to come. He can.
First change, we are in the 54th minute, and it's going to be Riyad Mahrez, Pat.
Yeah, and then it will either be Fernandinho or Gunda, I would suspect. I mean, it's very obvious. You need some people who are going to come in and do something and change the game for you, for players that haven't really been doing that. We're just watching Cornet down there as if he's been poleaxed. Absolutely nothing wrong with him. Usual stuff, but plenty of teams will do that. Gives Manchester City a time, well, I was going to say, to make the change. And they still haven't made the change yet.
They still haven't made the change, but Mahrez is stripped off, ready to come onto the field. And the TV pictures actually showed us a close-up of Fernandinho. They will know. And Fernandinho, the captain, who is on a yellow card, one of the three central defenders, is going to make way. Laporte just dwelt on the ball. Memphis Depay was all over him there, trying to nick the ball back, but Laporte was able to recover. Manchester City 0, Lyon 1. And Lyon could be a real surprise package in the semi-finals of the Champions League if they're able to hang on to this. What a double that would be if they're able to knock out Juventus and then Manchester City in the knockout stages. But City coming forward. Already 10 minutes played in the second half. Cancelo coming in field from the left-hand side, chips it across, nowhere near Sterling. And Marçal, the left-sided central defender, was able to get his head to it, nod it down. City have got it back though. Walker now back into the centre circle. And Laporte again continues to take the ball on, then with his right foot uses Cancelo on the left-hand side. Three City players in the middle. Cancelo into the box, drives it across, comes off Dubois and bounces behind for another City corner.
Yeah, you're thinking if you're the player standing on that touchline trying to get on, you realise you're only going to get about half an hour or so, just a little bit more than that. He's going to get the chance to come on now, Mahrez. But you're thinking, how many times are you going to get the ball in that period of time? This is a change that we were calling to make at half-time. I think you've just wasted 10 minutes there, unnecessarily, and got no obvious benefit from it.
It is Mahrez for Fernandinho, and the change coming in the 56th minute. So a change of formation, change of personnel. First change that either side has made. De Bruyne takes the corner short to Sterling. De Bruyne gets it back, plays it in, cleared away. Sterling is adjudged to have fouled Cornet. Sterling not impressed. Free kick, Lyon.
I don't think they've used the width enough as well. Mahrez will go on that right touchline and he will play as a sort of a winger, and it'll stretch. That might stop Cornet going forward a lot more. Kyle Walker might get a lot more ball, but I don't think they've been wide enough. You know, De Bruyne likes to come inside. Sterling's been everywhere. And Jesus has played down the middle. Sometimes, you know, these three centre-halves, you've got to move them around. They're not most mobile. Good edge on them.
Good break from Mahrez, who wasn't involved at all, just an unused substitute against Real Madrid. So this is his first appearance since the final Premier League match of the season on July the 26th. Manchester City 0, Lyon 1. City with a ball on the right-hand side. Bayern Munich waiting to find out who they'll play in the semi-finals. And Rodri then miscontrols it and then slides in on the challenge on Guimarães. That's a yellow card, just mistimed it. The ball ran away from him. Yellow card, Rodri.
Well, the next one that was going to come off was going to be Gundogan, but it might have to be Rodri now, because if he's walking the tightrope as well, that's put him in danger of being the next one to come off if Manchester City have to once again do something else. At the moment, he's made one change, but they need to start controlling the game first.
Manchester City with this scoreline facing their season ending tonight. 1-0 Lyon lead in the quarter-finals of the Champions League. Manchester City, who have based themselves out at Cascais, which is just a short distance away, less than an hour to the coast, the Atlantic coast. Absolutely gorgeous over there. And judging by what he was saying yesterday, they've really enjoyed their time out there so far, and they wanted to go on right until the final, a week tomorrow in Lisbon in the Estadio de Luz. But they're in danger of it ending here this evening as Aouar fouls Mahrez on the halfway line, and it's a free kick to Manchester City that they take quickly, just back into their own half. Gundogan, and back to Eric Garcia, to Kyle Walker, who has a look up, puts his foot on the ball, plays it to Rodri, then back across eventually to the left-hand side to Laporte. Cancelo is here, and then infield towards Gundogan. De Bruyne's available through the middle, but it goes forward towards Jesus. Marcelo leaning into Jesus. It's a free kick to Manchester City. 30 yards out, Chris?
Well, I'll jump in before Chris does that. Kevin De Bruyne will land this, isn't it? He's right in a position. He's about 30, maybe less than 30 yards out to the left-hand side, but that never seems to bother Kevin De Bruyne too much. So we shall see if he can get a chance to get it on target.
Games like this, you're looking to the special players to come up with special moments. And Kevin De Bruyne is standing next to Mahrez. It's going to be one or the other. You would think it would be De Bruyne. It's slightly left of centre. So Lyon are putting up their wall of 4, possibly 5. Referee Makeli has drawn the line about a yard inside the penalty area. We see on the screen it tells us it is 28 metres from the Lyon goal. It's going to be Kevin De Bruyne. Manchester City are losing by 1-0. Free kick for De Bruyne, curls it round the wall, and Lopez gets a good side, parries it away to his right. Cancelo got there first for Manchester City, but volleys it high across the penalty area and almost sets Cornet away on a counter-attack. And indeed, there was a foul on Cornet. Might have bounced up and struck an arm.
Oh, John, I can't. We're getting a replay of this free kick. What is the goalkeeper doing? By the way, he could have put his jumper on it and caught it under his football top. What is that all about? Is he their number one goalkeeper? Or the goalkeeper injured or something?
He's very much their number one goalkeeper.
Wow.
Yep.
You just hate that if you're a defender. You know, you want a little bit of a rest, you put under a little bit of pressure. You just want him to catch it.
It's easy, but it wasn't even a hard one to catch, was it?
Very much their first choice goalkeeper, Anthony Lopez. City with it down the right-hand side. Mahrez is able to pull it down. Excellent touch from him on his left foot. Oh, then back onto his right as well, turning the defender one way and the other. Marçal still going, takes on Marçal again, who gets a foot in as he tried to cross it left-footed, and it's blocked away towards the halfway line.
It's already made a difference, hasn't it? Mahrez comes on there. They're actually pushed much further back. Cornet's gone further back. He's now left back instead of getting further forward, and they've taken control of the game. That's all he needed to do.
He's given them width, hasn't he?
Yeah.
It stretches the middle, the back three. As you see, Cornet's had to come back.
Jesus now to De Bruyne on the left-hand side. Right-footed ball in, over everyone, and behind for a goal kick. Goal kick, Lyon leading by 1-0. And yes, Chris, Anthony Lopez, very much the first choice. It's his only club. He's 29 years old now, and this is just his 338th appearance for Lyon.
I'm very surprised. I mean, I've not seen him catch a ball yet.
No. So it is a goal kick for Lyon, who are already looking, I'm sure, at if there are clocks inside the stadium. They're into the last half hour now. They're less than half an hour away from knocking out Manchester City and setting up a semi-final against Bayern Munich. Here's Kakare on the halfway line, then played forward by Guimarães, but way beyond anyone in a black Lyon shirt. Ederson comes out, all in pink. The goal was scored in the 24th minute. There was a question over it for quite a little while whether Toko Ekambi, who was set away by Marçal, whether he was offside or not. Garcia put a chase on him. He did get there, put in the challenge on the edge of the area, but the ball fell to Cornet, who bent it in really nicely as he arrived on it. So that's the only goal of this quarter-final so far. And Cornet has won another free kick, ending up on the seat of his pants inside his own half.
I think Cornet should have been a worm. He spends more of his time lying on the ground than he does standing up. There's nothing wrong with him. It's about the fourth time he's gone down, and the referee has fallen for it every single time.
Yeah.
Absolute nonsense.
It's quite blatant when you see that again, Chris.
Yeah, well, he's not touching him, is it? The shout gets the free kick.
Mm-hmm. And actually, I think, as you've sort of suggested, Pat, I think the cannier players have worked out without a crowd, the louder you shout, the more chance that you'll win the free kick.
Absolutely. It's exactly what's happening just now, and it's infuriating, you know, and the referees, they must look this back, they must think, oh, I blew that there, or do they? Or do they think they're getting it right? They can't do, surely.
Kakare playing it across to Marçal, who's going to have a goal left-footed from probably 30 yards plus, but Ederson watched it all the way and was able to drop forward and gather the ball into his chest and hold it. 1-0 Lyon, and Manchester City, whether Pep Guardiola is thinking about another change. We have now played 63 minutes. Manchester City with Walker on the right. Now Gundogan. Gundogan closed down by Kakare. Now De Bruyne as it bounces to him, but Marcelo steps forward and he hoists it away to the halfway line. Laporte gets his head to it. Kakare, though, is in the way of that. Bounces back for Manchester City again. 30 yards out, De Bruyne. Sterling. Jesus back to De Bruyne, who gets the shot in, but the referee has brought it back. It was a foul on Gabriel Jesus. 3 or 4 yards outside the box. Referee waited to see if there would be an advantage to De Bruyne and then brought it back for the free kick.
Maybe even too close. He's got the yellow card out there, which is slightly harsh, but you're talking maybe 21, 22 yards out, very close. It's one of those ones where you're almost tempted to give Raheem Sterling an opportunity for there. Mahrez is fantastic from these sort of positions as well. De Bruyne has already had one goal, but you know he's capable too.
Well, I think De Bruyne will have the say who has it, doesn't he? I'm sure De Bruyne will fancy it. Mahrez maybe said if it was the other side of the box, I'd probably left footed.
Marcelo just misjudged it. The ball had gone and he caught him on the knee, Jesus. Well, it's a free kick.
Well, he nearly did.
Did it? There was no contact?
I'm not sure there was. If it was a mild disgrace. Anyway, free kick.
You'd like to see Mahrez here go as if he's gone over the wall and reverse it to where the goalie's standing. I think he catches goalie out.
Right, this is closer than the previous free kick. This is just 2 or 3 yards outside of the box. And Lyon leading by 1-0. Riyad Mahrez is talking into the right ear of Kevin De Bruyne. It is to the left of the D. Goalkeeper bouncing on his line. Kakare is actually sat down behind the wall, thinking about the possibility that De Bruyne could go underneath the wall. Mahrez runs over it. De Bruyne free kick, curling, but over the angle of post and bar it flies by about a yard.
Yeah, you got to hit the target. You know, great position, and I think he beat the goalie. The goalie definitely went the other way, but didn't hit the target.
There's an interesting one. Kakare behind the wall there. Pat down on one knee.
He did it actually in the previous one as well, then changed his mind and stood up and walked away. So they know that that's a possibility. They feel the wall's tall enough, it's going to be hard to get up and down from the wall. And if they get over the top, I was going to say the keeper will catch it. Well, he won't catch it, but he might punch it.
Manchester City 0, Lyon 1. BBC Radio 5 Live on this busy sporting weekend. The second test, I hope, will resume in the morning after no play today. So Test Match Special will be back on air on 5 Live Sports Extra and BBC Sounds. And more on the World Snooker, where it is now 8-4 to Ronnie O'Sullivan. So another frame back for Kyron Wilson. We'll have commentary on the Spanish Grand Prix tomorrow. It starts at 2:10. Lewis Hamilton in pole position. And all of tomorrow's football, such as it is, will be covered, including commentary on the Manchester United-Sevilla Europa League semi-final from 8 o'clock tomorrow night. I think Lyon are actually going to make the next substitution rather than Manchester City, and it's Thiago Mendes, the Brazilian midfielder, the former Lille midfielder, who is going to come on for Rudy Garcia's team. Guardiola just the one change so far, bringing on Mahrez for Fernandinho and changing his system, having played most of the match with 3 centre defenders. And Lyon leading by that first half goal. Manchester City with the ball on the halfway line. Laporte goes long. This is for Cancelo to chase, but no chance of chasing that or catching it. And it bounces through for a goal kick.
Run out of ideas. I can't believe he's not put David Silva or Bernardo Silva or Foden even.
Foden's liveliness.
Somebody who's going to open a door and get at people and a bit of tempo about them and see things. You know, I'm very surprised he hasn't done that.
They're actually sleepwalking out of this competition.
Yeah.
They've not given it the energy, the effort, and you think, well, for goodness sake, at least the gaffer can go and make a change for you. He made one change so far. It helped it a little bit for a moment or two, but it's a very poor performance for their usual, in comparison to their usual performances.
It's been strange, you know, Pat. Manchester City, since the restart, have put in something extremely powerful performances and won many games convincingly, but then there've been the odd ones like this. But De Bruyne now manages to take the ball into his stride, approaching the edge of the penalty area, hits the shot on the D, but Denayer was able to come across and block it at source. A little bit of space for Manchester City for a change, but the worry for them is that it is reminiscent of the FA Cup semi-final. They lost that one-off cup tie. Walker bringing it on towards the edge of the area. The challenge comes in, no free kick, bounces away towards the halfway line, but Manchester City take possession again.
I wonder what the Lyon change will be. You think Kemby will come off? He's looked like he's feeling the pace. He's been playing on his right-hand side second half.
Yeah, bringing on another midfielder and taking off one of the front men and leaving Memphis Depay on there on his own. De Bruyne with the ball at his feet. And up it goes for City. And the ball curled forward by Mahrez to Sterling, left side of the area, beats Denayer, pulls it back. De Bruyne with a shot, it's there! A goal for Manchester City. They've found the equaliser, and Sterling with his pullback to De Bruyne, and it is the ever so important Kevin De Bruyne who has scored a crucial goal to make it Manchester City 1, Lyon 1 in this Champions League quarter-final.
Well, if you look, actually, that's where they've had the joy. When they have had any joy, it's down that side. Sterling does that run again. The right side of the Lyon defence haven't got the pace. He does a brilliant, goes across it, checks back, and it's a great finish from De Bruyne. Side foot, didn't blast it, kept his head, placed it. Sterling did ever so well. Great run, great roll back, and that's a pass into the bottom corner.
And by a distance, the best player in the field tonight, I think, for Manchester City, Sterling, getting into that area, always willing to go into there, always willing to hurt himself there, always getting his head up once he gets to the byline there, and he picks out De Bruyne brilliantly, and just a great move from Kevin De Bruyne. He's only made that change 7 or 8 minutes ago. They've not been brilliant since then, but they've been the better team by a distance since then. Why didn't he do that at half-time? Game-changing moment? Oh, yeah.
Well, you would think so now. I think Lyon will be thinking, we got a second goal? Well, not really. It's basically, can we contain them? Maybe get a counter-attack or a set-piece. But you would think City will kick on from that now.
But we've seen that. That's been the danger that so much as Manchester City have caused dangers and problems for Lyon in this quarter-final. Sterling getting into that position. And this time they made it count. And Kevin De Bruyne arriving, right foot just inside the area. The finish was true and sweet from the Belgian, who has just scored his 16th goal of the season. And it is all square at 1-1. But here's Cornet, who's got away into the penalty area again, and then throws himself to the ground, running shoulder to shoulder with Kyle Walker. And I mean, the referee surely has to have a word at least with Cornet.
It's embarrassing. You know what they should do? They should, after the game, they should run them back, and then they should get 3-match ban.
I'm with you.
They should show these people these things and say, it's a disgrace.
That was the most blatant of the lot. Oh, Guimaraes has come off, and Thiago Mendes has come on. Obviously, the pictures didn't show us when that happened. I presume it took place in the aftermath of the goal. And Kyle Walker, well, he put his hand on the chest of on the right side of the chest as they ran together, but Cornet needed no second invitation.
Don't start us.
Corner from the left for Manchester City. De Bruyne takes it, headed away by Marçal, and the ball bounces out is kept in actually by Kakare, who passes it forward towards the halfway line. So the number 12, Thiago Mendes, has come on into the midfield. The ball's played forward for Memphis Depay, but Ederson's quickly out of his penalty area and clears it away over the halfway line. 5 Live is Champions League quarter-final. Manchester City 1, Lyon 1. Kevin De Bruyne equalising in the 69th minute. Mahrez to Jesus, who is in the full-back position. Jesus takes on Dubois and shoots goalwards, but goalkeeper Lopez is able to leap to his right and palm it around the post for a corner.
Yeah, I mean, the game's completely open now. You can see a little bit of tiredness from the Lyon side just now, and there will be a number of players on that bench just now licking their lips. And by the way, the goal, remember where it came from? De Bruyne from deep, moved away from the wing, from a deep area, and he comes onto it. The changes that they made for the system, all of it worked.
Corner then for Manchester City, another one. 5th of the second half. De Bruyne gets it back, plays it in, and Lopez comes, Chris, and catches it. Eat your words. Once. Lyon playing the ball forward, and Toko Ekambi gets it, a corner it is rather, gets his head to it, but nods it straight through to goalkeeper Ederson, who's able to deal with it comfortably.
One swallow does not a summer make, John, I think the phrase is.
Looked as though it was the most natural thing in the world from Lopez to take that catch. So 1-1, and we've got less than 20 minutes to go of normal time, prospect of extra time. Remember, if you've just joined us and you're not familiar, it is a one-off semi-final in this mini tournament, this mini Champions League tournament, because of the pandemic. So it has to be decided tonight whether it takes extra time penalties. Kevin De Bruyne is just being picked up for a foul, and we're going to see another change for Lyon. And I think that is Kenny Tete who is coming on. It is Kenny Tete taking the place of Leo Dubois. And Kenny Tete, the Dutch international right back. So it'll be a straight swap that they will make here. So that's the second change that Rudy Garcia, and in fact it's going to be a double change, and Memphis Depay is being replaced by Moussa Dembele. And Memphis Depay looks towards the heavens there, takes off his captain's armband and slaps hands with Dembele, walks across, Rudy Garcia comes across, and then the picture's cut away so we can't see the reaction. Surprised?
I thought he'd take the other lad off.
Toko Ekambi.
Yeah, I thought, because he's been playing this right, but he's doing probably a job for him on that right hand side. He's
worked tirelessly. Toko Ekambi was involved in the opening goal for Lyon. Here's Sterling now, middle of the half. Sterling turns, gives it to Jesus, edge of the area. Jesus goes for the curler. It's blocked by the defender, bounces back to Jesus, shoots from the angle. That's blocked by Tete, who's just come onto the field, and then it's chipped away out of play by Thiago Mendes for a throw into Manchester City down the left-hand side. Suddenly Pep Guardiola there is all animation, stops Cancelo from taking the throw in, just because I think he had some instructions to give, and then he takes the throw Cancelo back towards the halfway line. City 1, Lyon 1. For the right to meet Bayern Munich on Wednesday after that extraordinary quarter-final last night that I hope you heard on 5 Live. Ball chipped over the top of Cancelo, and it's out of play for a throw-in to Lyon. Chris Waddle and Pat Nevin with us here in the studio for this commentary.
Yeah, it looks a little bit like, I mean, I wouldn't want to be a Lyon fan just now because it's a bit of a panic now. They're not getting up the field much, but then again, not dissimilar to other parts of the game. They're trying to play in the break. Bringing on Moussa Dembele gives them an opportunity. He's a goal scorer. He's powerful, he's quick, and he is definitely a danger. But at the moment it looks a little bit more like a Man City. Just to say that, there's a shot there.
Yep, from
Jesus.
Wide.
But they look as if they're beginning to control the game. And if it goes to extra time now, you get the feeling that the players that Manchester City can bring on, they could utterly dominate this game.
That's going to be the difference, you know. You can bring on Bernardo Silva and David Silva and Foden. These are all quality players, aren't they?
You get a feeling Lyon might not get a kick of the ball if it goes to extra time.
We are into the last 15 minutes of the regulation 90. Pep Guardiola has made just the one change so far. Lyon have made 3 of their permitted 5. You can make another one of course, if it does go to extra time. Ball played forward through the middle. Cornet was after that as well, but Walker came across, got his foot to it. Now in the centre circle, it played forward to Jesus, who knocks it forward to Sterling to race into the penalty area on the left-hand side. Sterling up against Marcelo. Still Sterling chipping it across towards the back post. The bouncing shot into the ground from Jesus and up and onto the roof of the net.
And once again, it's Sterling, isn't it? It's just getting better as the game goes on there. He's got 3 players that are right beside him there. They are scared to death to go near him because, if they go near him, he's quick enough just to leave them in his wake, and picks out a really nice pass there, and Jesus actually should have done a lot bit better.
I thought he could have headed it.
Goal kick to Lyon. Manchester City 1, Lyon 1. And the pressure increasing on the French side, who led for such a long time, from the 24th minute to the 69th when Kevin De Bruyne made it 1-1. Both of these sides hoping to reach a Champions League semi-final for only the second time. Although, of course, Lyon women's team have been so successful in this competition in recent seasons. They've won it 6 times, including the last 4. I'm sure that gets mentioned a little bit around the club. Lucy Bronze and the like. Manchester City playing it forward with Laporte, but it's blocked, and then the ball runs forward, and now it's being taken forward through the middle. Now the offside flag hasn't gone up, and the shot from Dembele hit the leg of goalkeeper Ederson, but he couldn't keep it out, and the ball is in for a second goal for Lyon, scored by substitute Moussa Dembele, and Lyon lead again by 2-1 now.
He's definitely not offside, but was there a push? Was there a push as he's run through? The City player hits the floor. We're getting the benefit of replay here, but look how high they are.
The ball played.
He's definitely off the foot, but
he doesn't touch it.
No, he doesn't touch it.
Or does he touch it?
Yes, he trips him, just catches him.
The player off the ball, and then it ran through. So the ball was played through from the centre circle in the direction of Toko Ekambi, but it ran through his legs. Now, Toko Ekambi was in an offside position, but Moussa Dembele running from an onside position. But the question is whether there was a push on a Manchester City player.
Or indeed, did it touch Toko Ekambi's toe as it went through? Because he's tried to let it through his legs there, but a real question whether it actually might have touched him slightly as it went through. If that's the case, it's offside.
VAR are looking, and they've got a number of things to look at here, Chris.
Yeah, I think there's a trip, if anything, they're going to give. I don't know if it's caught him. It's a bad goal. If it gives it, it's a terrible goal to give away.
Well, the players are gathering around referee Danny McAlee, who is waiting for the instruction. He just acknowledges them and then turns away, puts his hand up, and now let's see what's happened. I think he has given the goal. I think the goal has been given. It's a second goal for Lyon, scored by Moussa Dembele, and it is Manchester City 1, Lyon 2, and we have 10 minutes to play.
Well, it's unbelievable. City looked like they were getting on top. Lyon looked tired. It started to back off a bit, and it's a gift, really. It's a gift, that goal.
Lyon coming forward again. Kakare to Toko Ekambi on the edge of the area, who goes around the outside and tries to drive it across, and that's deflected behind by Cancelo for a corner to Lyon. So we're just having another look to see, this is a better angle now, to see Laporte and whether his heels were clipped. But they clearly had a look at that.
John, he did clip it, but it was accidental. I mean, if they've looked at it that way, he didn't mean it. It was just, if you look at him, he's looking at the ball. He's not looking at the defender. He has caught him, but it wasn't intentional.
I would call it a tangle of legs more than a trip. So, and that's not a free kick.
And clearly they've had a look, and the ball must have gone through the legs of Toko Ekambi without touching. So it's a corner to Lyon, which is played across by Aouar, but headed away for Manchester City. It was Aouar, by the way, who's taken over the captain's armband, who played the ball through, that led to the second Lyon goal, which was scored in the 79th, or at least it was confirmed in the 79th minute. Moussa Dembele, Lyon's number 9, who's not scored in his last 13 Champions League appearances. The former Fulham and Celtic man, who might have just scored the goal to knock Manchester City out and to take Lyon into the semi-finals. Cancelo back into the centre circle.
Well, does City bring on David Silva or Bernard Silva or Foden now? You've got to change it. He's got to go for it now. He's got 10 minutes possibly.
Time very quickly running out. With that equaliser from De Bruyne, it seemed that perhaps the tie had swung in Manchester City's favour. But an unusual goal, really, with a couple of question marks about it. But very nicely finished. Ederson, as I say, the shot as he ran through Dembele. Ederson did get a foot to it, but the contact couldn't keep it out of the net. And with that goal, might have gone Manchester City's hopes in the Champions League for another season. Time very much running out. Less than 8 minutes of the 90 to play for Manchester City now. And Lyon win the ball back and play it downfield. Ederson comes 10 yards out of his goal to control the ball and play it forward towards Gundogan. And now Kyle Walker. Walker forward towards Mahrez. Mahrez running at the Lyon defence. Plays it up towards Gabriel Jesus, who is challenged from behind by Marçal. Goes down. It's a free kick to Manchester City.
Slightly drive you mad if you're a City fan just now looking at it thinking, right, they're playing at a really good tempo now. We're 83 minutes in. You've been playing that tempo from as early as you possibly could in the game. And certainly since they went down 1-0, it just all seems to be left too late. And they're paying the price for not taking control in this game earlier on. I think Manchester City are a good enough team to do that with the right players on the field.
Pep Guardiola just comes across to the fourth official, the Greek Tassos Sideropoulos, and just has a little word with him. There might be another change in the offing. Just having another look now at the goal and whether Moussa Dembele caught the heels of Laporte. I mean, that's a contentious one.
He did though, John, but if you look, he's not looking at Laporte, he's looking at the ball. It's just they've crossed each other's path. He didn't sort of think, well, I'll trip him up because I'm in.
However, Manchester City, Pep Guardiola, and in fact we've just seen a replay here of when the goal was scored, and Guardiola drops to his knees in exasperation. David Silva is coming on for Rodri. We have 6 minutes and 20 seconds to play. Rodri off, David Silva on. This could be his final appearance. If it's not to be for Manchester City tonight, this could be David Silva's swan song as a Manchester City player. Or he might be able to raise them to new heights in this game. But they've got to find certainly one goal to take it to extra time. But they've got this free kick out on the right-hand side. And actually, Marçal, I think, has limped off the field and isn't on the field. So they have 10 men to defend this free kick. De Bruyne curls it into the back post. Lopez comes and makes a leaping catch on the edge of the 6-yard box, and it remains Manchester City 1, Lyon 2, and Rudy Garcia applauds on the edge of his coaching area.
Wasn't a good ball, was it? Far too close to the goalkeeper there. That's just, and it's not like De Bruyne. He's so often you can trust him just to put the perfect ball between the goalkeeper and the centre backs, and that time straight into the keeper's hands.
City play the ball forward, but beyond Mahrez, and Marcelo is able to turn and give it back to his goalkeeper Lopez. Chips it out. Cornet can't keep it in. It's above his head. Actually got a hand to it, but it's out for a throw into Manchester City. So Lyon 2-1 up, and Laporte at the back. 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes now to play of the 90. Mahrez back to De Bruyne. Kevin De Bruyne curls it forward, looking for the run of Walker. Bounces to Jesus on the edge of the box. Jesus goes past Cornet, plays it across. Sterling in the middle. Oh, he's put it over the bar in the 6-yard box. It looked like an open goal, and he lifted it high over the crossbar. And Raheem Sterling, of all people, after his best goal-scoring season, it was an open goal from 5 yards, and Sterling somehow contrived to miss.
Well, I mean, he's been probably City's best player, as Pat said earlier, but of all the chances to fall as well, the form he's been in this season, his goal scoring has been brilliant, and you thought it's a goal. As soon as it goes across the box, you think that's it, it's in. And whether it's bubbled up or what, or whether he thought, I can't miss this, just took your eye off it, something's happened.
It's a left foot finish, really, and he's trying to take it with his right foot. But even so, you would score that 99 times out of 100, or he would score that 99.9 times out of 100.
Lyon come again. Substitute Reine Adelaide, the former Arsenal youngster, is onto the field. And now a shot from Aouar. Oh, it's fumbled by Ederson. And Dembele is there again in the 6-yard box to turn it into the net. It's a third goal for Lyon. That must be it. That must be the goal that knocks Manchester City out of the Champions League in Lisbon. And what a shock this is for Guardiola, for Manchester City. And Lyon lead by 3-1.
Well, you've just got to say, the goals they've conceded have been awful. I mean, this one again, the defence is all disjointed. They've broke through 3-on-3. It's no challenge. At this shot, I mean, for the goalkeeper, who's a top keeper, by the way, he's dropped. It's not even a shot, it's a back pass. What a gift. What a gift.
Aouar, just inside the box, curled it goalwards. He just had to drop down to his left, Ederson. But as he did so, got his gloves to it and just pushed it out. And Dembele arriving there, the substitute, to score his second goal of the quarter-final. And in all likelihood, knock Manchester City out.
Oh, that's incredible. And considering the last minute of this game that we've watched here, where it should have been Manchester City 2-2, great chance for Raheem Sterling. They break up the park and scored, as you say, a completely ridiculous goal. When it's not your time, it's not your time. And we're not going to quite write them off yet. There's a few minutes to go, but they've not really played well enough, have they, Manchester City? They really haven't. Nowhere near the standard if you want to be a team that's thought to be the best team in Europe.
2 goals for Lyon in the space of, well, officially 8 minutes. I think it was a little bit more than that because of the time it took to eventually confirm their second goal. But those 2 goals have absolutely stunned Manchester City. And in between times, of course, that miss from Raheem Sterling. Denayer puts in a challenge in the right back area and comes out with the ball and hits it away downfield. Kyle Walker is after that. But it looks now as though these are going to be the closing seconds of the season for Manchester City, that they will come home beaten from Lisbon in the quarter-finals. They still have to try, but they've got to find 2 goals in the space of, well, we're in the 89th minute now. 2 goals just to take it to extra time. Sterling challenged, and the ball runs away. Thiago Mendes with the challenge. It bounces for Tete, and then Tete actually gives it away. So Manchester City have got it back. Cancelo needs to be urgent now from Manchester City. But back it goes towards the halfway line. Walker, back to Garcia. There'll be quite an inquest after this. Pep Guardiola's team selection, his formation, and Cancelo curling the ball in right-footed towards the edge of the penalty area. Marcelo was underneath that and heads it away, and Manchester City actually played all the way back to Ederson. Yeah, we've seen this occasionally from Manchester City, just have nights like this, and even as you say, Chris, for Ederson to make a fumble like that, the goalkeeper, the normally so reliable goalkeeper, Sterling, making the sort of miss that you felt that he'd eradicated from his game. Here's Mahrez near the edge of the penalty area, turns it off, but that's cleared away by Lyon. And now Aouar, who's been impressive again in their midfield as he was against Juventus, to Dembele, who's on a hat-trick now in the quarter-final. Dembele taking it down the left-hand side, but Walker recovers and will try and see it out, but is fouled by Dembele, and it's a free kick for Manchester City. The time is up. The 90 minutes are up. 5 minutes of added time for Manchester City to try and do something, the like of which Tottenham came up with in the semi-final last season. But it feels as though it's just simply not that sort of night for Manchester City here again in this competition, and that they'll have to wait on until next season at least to try and win the Champions League for the first time. Here's Kevin De Bruyne, though, Manchester City's goal scorer, but Lyon leading by 3-1. So we're looking at a Lyon-Bayern Munich semi-final, and a lineup with 2 French clubs and 2 German clubs that we've never seen before in this competition. But Manchester City with David Silva, perhaps into his final minutes as a City player. Ball curled in by Cancelo. That's headed away by Marcelo. Comes out to Mahrez, but then the challenge comes in on him from Cornet, who wins the ball and plays it downfield, looking for the run of Jeff Reine Adelaide. But it bounces for Manchester City and for Eric Garcia. We've already played over a minute of the 5 minutes that have been added on at the end of this quarter-final. Manchester City facing defeat Pep Guardiola will face some difficult questions, but we'll come to that in the aftermath of this game. 5 Live Sport on air till 10:30 tonight to discuss it all. But David Silva through towards Kevin De Bruyne. De Bruyne riding the challenge. Then it's worked out wide. But Cancelo can't reach it. That runs out of play. And it's a throw-in for Lyon.
Well, you've got to give Lyon credit. I don't think Lyon haven't played particularly well. They defended well. They've put the midfield three have been good energy levels. They've got among them. They've had good discipline, and they've took their chances. They've capitalised on mistakes, and they've took their chances. But this is not the Man City we see week in, week out. And Pep Guardiola's got to answer some questions. I always look at it and think, if you've got so many talented players who can go forward, play them. If Lyon had said Mahrez, Bernardo Silva, Ford and so, David Silva, they would have thought, oh, how are we going to cope with these? Once I put that team out, 3 at the back, they must have thought, they've shown us a lot of respect.
They probably didn't expect to see the ball much in that first half. And in actual fact, they've seen plenty of the ball. And Manchester City just played slowly in front of them for vast periods of the game.
Man City have had 70-odd% of possession with this team, right? Before David Silva, Bernardo Silva and Mahrez, all in.
Yes, Sterling. Deep in added time. Manchester City have got to score 2 goals just to take this to extra time. Sterling takes it on. He's caught by Tete. It's a free kick in the full-back position. But we are in the 3rd minute of added time. It's got to be quick. It's got to be urgent from Manchester City. Sterling going in between 2 Lyon players, winning the free kick. De Bruyne quickly on the scene. 2-man wall. Lyon obviously slowing the game down here. If you've just switched onto us, Manchester City are heading out of the Champions League. Lyon are winning by 3-1. The team that finished 7th in France this season. De Bruyne is looking at the angle. He might be thinking about having a goal from here.
He's got to.
De Bruyne, it's a 2-man wall, but there's some pushing and shoving. The referee walks across and he's pointing his fingers at his head and telling the players to stay apart. Free kick. De Bruyne whips it in and the goalkeeper pushes it up and over the top of the bar for a corner and gets congratulated by anyone who's anywhere near him.
It's one of those ones you'd actually rather he put it low, bouncing in front of the goalkeeper so you get a reaction.
Another corner. De Bruyne takes it quickly. Time is of the essence. The ball is headed down and wide by Kyle Walker, but he slaps the ground in amongst 2 or 3 Lyon players. He got his head to it on the stretch, but could only head it wide.
The thing you're looking at Manchester City just now, I mean, they're playing now, maybe the last 10 or 15 minutes, at the tempo you wanted them to play for the entirety of the game. Now they've been caught by stupid mistakes, I mean, a really, really stupid mistake and a bad miss by Sterling. But had they played in that fashion from the start, in that style, in that system, I think they could cruise this game. I really do think they would have created chance after chance after chance. But they've been a bit insipid in comparison to we know how they can play.
But look, I mean, Pep Guardiola there are a few who've got as impressive a CV as a football coach as Pep Guardiola. We absolutely love watching his team play, but in this match and in others as well, as was pointed out in the build-up to this game, in other big matches and other matches towards the sharp end of the Champions League, things haven't gone his way after decisions that he's made. Here's Sterling now. Sterling to the edge of the penalty area in the final minute of added time. Sterling still going, shoots across goal, took a deflection off the shins of Denayer, which took it beyond the far post, and it's a corner to Manchester City. But the 5 minutes are up of added time. Manchester City are not going to be able to turn this around. Pep Guardiola, in his 4th season as the Manchester City head coach, is still not going to be able to deliver the Champions League for the club for the first time, because there is the final whistle in Lisbon, and Lyon have knocked out Manchester City. They've beaten them by 3-1, and Manchester City are out. Pep Guardiola comes across, bumps his fist with the Lyon coach Rudy Garcia, who will take his team on into the semi-finals to play Bayern Munich on Wednesday. But for Manchester City down and out in Lisbon in the Champions League. What a disappointment.
Well, they haven't turned up tonight, let's be honest, and Pep Guardiola's got questions to answer. We're not saying he's a top-class coach, but I can't work out his formation tonight, why he changed it, why he didn't play his playmakers, players who've been playing recently, whether he's shown Lyon too much respect. They've had 70-odd% possession, and yes, they've had the odd chance, but Lyon have just been organised, honest. Not a great team, let's be honest, but they've good discipline and they've got themselves through. And Guardiola's got answer. Why is he not playing? Man City's strengths for me are playing, attacking football, right? And he's gone away from that slightly tonight for me.
The pictures we're seeing here, the Lyon players celebrating, but absolute devastation among the Manchester City players. Gabriel Jesus, we're seeing pictures of him sitting on the ground in the penalty area with tears streaming down his face. He's being actually helped to his feet by some of the Lyon players. The disappointment is written across their faces. They were the favourites, the strong favourites to win through to the semi-finals tonight and set up that match against Bayern Munich. Instead, it is Lyon who are through. 2 goals from Moussa Dembele. There's plenty to talk about those 2 goals as well. After Cornet gave Lyon the lead in the first half, when Kevin De Bruyne made it 1-1 in the second half, it seemed that things had swung Manchester City's way. But those goals, plus the open goal miss from Raheem Sterling, means that it has finished Manchester City 1, Lyon 3.
We'll really delve into this after 10 o'clock tonight with John and Pat and Chris. But Pat, it sort of feels like whilst Manchester City fans might have reasons to question the goal that put Lyon 2-1 up, whether VAR could have brought that back either for a foul or for an offside. If you look at the bigger picture, that has been a really poor night for individual players, the tactics, for Guardiola. It's just poor.
They've shot themselves in the foot. I absolutely believe they have done that. The system, I think it was 22 minutes in, we said, here, that's not working. Got to change that. You really got to change that. Don't play that system just now because you're not getting your good players on the ball. Pep changed that system after 60 minutes. So you're basically throwing away 60 minutes of the game where you could have had your team playing in your style and dominating the possession, and he didn't do that. And the frustration is, we know they're capable of doing it. You know you've got the players on there to do it. And they take Fernandinho off. Really, we thought it'd be off by half-time, if not before it. But then he takes 60 minutes to do that. Well, if it was right after 60 minutes, it was certainly right after 45. Why did you waste the 45 minutes? And then he brings on David Silva, and you think, well, wait a minute, there's 6 minutes to go. Before you're asking to do that much earlier. The real shame is he was very reactionary tonight. Usually Pep wants his teams to go out and completely dominate and control teams. He was reacting to them. It was bordering on insipid in comparison to what they usually like, and just not as brave as he usually is.
French football expert Julien Laurent, Lyon defended well and they took their chances.
Exactly, Chappers. It's as simple as that. Of course, they benefited from Pep's crazy tactics, really. And for me, this is you can't take anything away from Lyon and the heart they play with, the discipline, the efficiency, because they were so clinical, really. If you think about it, the first goal is not really a chance. The second goal, they may be a bit lucky, and even Dembele takes it, he's got a bit of chance as well because Ederson takes it, and then the third one is a big Ederson's mistake. But you can't take anything away from them. But I still think this is on Pep. I'm sorry, I agree with what Pat just said. This is Pep's failure. Of course, it's Raheem Sterling who blasts the ball over the bar a yard of the line, but this is still Pep's failure for me. And Rudy Garcia and his players, as I said before the game, they really believed that City would make mistakes, and they did. They believed that Pep might overthink things, and he did. And they really believed that if they were serious and focused and well organised and taking the chances, they might have 1, maybe 2 if they were lucky, because City can make mistakes at the back, as we saw in the first goal, then they could do something. And I think they deserve a lot of credit for really believing in themselves and believing that City and Guardiola and whoever could be in face of them, anything was possible over 90 minutes.
Julien, thank you very much. Dale Johnson has tweeted, first time in 24 years, so you have to go back to the 95-96 season, that there's been no team from England or Spain in the Champions League semi-finals. Both Champions League semi-finals are, of course, France against Germany. Very quickly, do you think you could have a Lyon-Paris Saint-Germain final, Julien?
Can you imagine? I mean, you know what? For all the people who say that Ligue 1 is a farmers league, etc., I have to put it out there that it's a great achievement. First time ever that France have two top flight teams in a semi-final of the Champions League, of course, and then you start dreaming. But this is wonderful for French football and for Lyon and for PSG. But for Lyon especially, because they were really the underdogs from the beginning, and no one could see them, especially on that half of the draw, doing so well. And well done to them and to Rudy Garcia.
Just on the off chance it is Lyon Paris Saint-Germain, we probably need to book you in now, because I would imagine you're going to get very busy.
I'm free all week, my friend. Semi-final, final. This is.
Thank you very much, Julien. Chris and Pat and John Murray staying with us. Of course, all the reaction to tonight's Champions League quarter-final. Manchester City are out, beaten 3-1 by Lyon in Portugal. Coming up to 10 o'clock, this is 5 Live, and the news is on the way.
On digital, BBC Sounds, smart speaker and online.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
BBC News at 10 o'clock. This is Mike Powell. The exams regulator in England says it will allow schools to submit the results of unofficial tests set by teachers as part
when I say certain incidents, I'm talking about one. I'm talking about Lyon's second goal, which we will come on to in a moment. But everything else tonight, they didn't help themselves.
I think from when we got the team sheets and we saw who was playing, for me, it was Man City have got so many talented players. Lyon would have feared, and they were sat in the dugout. And straight away, mentally, Lyon would have looked at that team sheet and thought, they're showing us a lot of respect, they're a bit weary. So straight away, that was a positive for Lyon. I didn't agree with the 3 at the back, because it doesn't matter if you play 4 at the back or 5 at the back with City, they haven't got the pace. So it was always going to be a problem. But if I'd been Lyon and I saw David Silva, Mahrez, Bernardo Silva, Foden on the team sheet with De Bruyne, all of a sudden you look and think, wow, this is going to be a hard night. I think, it would be interesting to hear what Guardiola says. Listen, he's a top coach, we know that. But tonight, for some reason, he didn't play the Man City way.
Pat Nevin, at the same time as all of this, are we doing a disservice to Lyon here?
No, because we're not saying they're terrible. They've been a good side. They're well organised. Remember who they've beaten to get here. So, they're not... And they've got a very simple idea of what they do. They defend really well. They're really structured. They've got great energy in the midfield. They've got a bit of pace up front. And certainly Dembele come back for them. It's a real, shot in the arm for them because, he's not been scoring as much this season, but him coming back and hungry against made a big difference. But it's a very, very simple tactic, and if it works, you keep on sticking to it. But we'll go into it later, no doubt, but they're playing against Real Madrid in the next round. Now, I know they've beaten Man City and I know they've just got through against Juve, but come on, you can't see that team really troubling Bayern Munich in the next round. So, yeah, well done them, and we're not dissing them in any way whatsoever. But are they a team that Manchester City couldn't beat when they're playing at their best? Absolutely not. Man City should beat them.
2 tweets that have caught my eye in the last couple of minutes, Julien Laurent, French football expert. The first is, which I'm sure you've already seen because it's been retweeted 37,500 times already in 2 minutes, from Kylian Mbappe, which says Farmers League with a clown emoji and then 3 applause emojis to OL. And then the other one, which caught my eye, is from Guillaume Balaguer. He says, analysis will look at City result, not at the performance. Imagine this. Sterling scores. Ederson holds the ball instead of fumbling it. Referee considers that someone who lets the ball pass between his legs is intervening in the move. But analysis will say Pep's fault. There's an argument to say it could be all of that, couldn't it?
Oh, come on, Guillaume, please. This is just... and with the if, Guillaume can be the king of Spain, Pat Nevin, the king of Scotland, you, the king of Manchester, and me, the king of France. This is... Of course, with if, Lyon can score more goals or less goals, City can score... What is this? The fact is that Pep messed up his tactic. I don't care what happened during the game. He messed up the tactic at the start. He messed up his tactic at halftime. He messed up his tactic during the second half. How come Phil Foden, who was maybe City's best player against Real Madrid a week ago, didn't even come on? Didn't even play 1 minute in a game where you're losing and you're chasing the game from halfway through the first half. This is crazy. And of course, it's not Pep's fault if Sterling misses. But it's Pep's fault if there's not more chances for City, if they've been disorganized at the back, if the setup was wrong. And that has a far bigger influence on 90 minutes of football than Raheem Sterling misses a chance to 2-1 down. I'm sorry, but this one, I cannot agree with Guillaume on that tweet.
Quite forcefully as well. Let me just bring John in. Just describe Lyon's second goal, and then we'll get the thoughts of Pat and Chris.
Yeah, the second goal, which was played by Aouar, who was in the centre circle. So Manchester City were holding a very high line at the time. The ball was played through at an angle. Now, Toko Ekambi was in an offside position, but the ball ran through his legs into the path of Moussa Dembele, who ran onto it. But in the process of running onto it, he clipped the heels of Aymeric Laporte, who ended up sprawling to the ground. The ball ran into the path of Dembele. He took it on and scored past Ederson one-on-one, who got a foot to it but couldn't keep it out. So the question was, for VAR, was Toko Ekambi involved in play? Did he get a touch on it? And did Dembele clip the heels of Laporte? VAR decided that Toko Ekambi was not playing in an offside position, that it wasn't an intentional foul, and that the goal was good.
Chris?
Well, I think the goal was... I think if you look at the run, he's not looking, Laporte, where he gets tripped. He just crossed his legs. They just crossed each other's path, and I don't think it was deliberate, so it was an accident as such, so they've played it on. And, I mean, at the end of the day, when you watch the goal again, Garcia steps into the midfield when all he had to do was backpedal, and he would have saw that off and backpedaled. He's gone forward. There's all ways you can analyse a goal. Me, it wasn't a foul, no. I think he went through it, going through his legs. No, I don't think that had an impact on the decision of the goal. It was a poor goal to give away.
Pat. Not to go and talk about what Guillaume was saying earlier on, if. Remember, Cancelo played a terrible ball and lost the ball in a terrible position. That's why the break happened in the first place. That's Manchester City's fault. Also, the ball played through there. Now, I've seen the angle of the clip, and I just the way I look at it, I wouldn't give a foul for that. I would just say both players were running for the ball when they came across each other. One of them... It could quite easily have been Dembele who tripped over and fell over. It was just legs coming together. But he stayed on his feet. I don't call that a foul. I call that just players coming together. So, but the other thing which I haven't seen, and it's difficult to comment on it, I was wondering if there had been a touch. You know, when a ball was played through, I think it was Toko Akambi, whether he actually touched it.
Well, certainly from the replays I saw, it didn't look like he had got a touch on it.
I'm only saying that just now because now and again I've gone home after these nights and then saw a replay and thought, what was I talking about? But in reality, you can say that, but where Manchester City at any point a team where you're thinking, well, they're so hard done to here. They've been great tonight. They've played at their best, but they've been so brave. Well, you didn't feel that. Chris and I are sitting here. We're desperate for Manchester. Well, I'm desperate for Manchester City to win tonight. Absolutely desperate. I love the way they play football. Problem is they weren't playing football that way tonight because they didn't set out the right team. And we talk about the tactics. We were saying this after 10, 15, 20 minutes, you got to change it. And I'm thinking there's some managers out there would after 25 minutes they would say, no, we change it now. Whether it was personnel or just shifted the system. I'm calling for De Bruyne to go and move into midfield and play a 3-5-2 because it so obviously wasn't working. And when you try and push that on and think, right, okay, we're going to go and get back to our normal game, it's hard to do and change the gears halfway through a game. It is.
Aaron says, surely Guardiola got his team selection wrong today. More creativity could have broken down the Lyon defence. Dennis, the defeat is on Pep's hands. How can you put out such a conservative lineup and expect a miracle to happen? Amateurish. Do you think, Chris, that because we've mentioned, Foden started against Real Madrid, is he thinking that Lyon are stronger in certain areas than Real Madrid are, and that's why he went with the team that he did? I'm just trying to, because it's very easy to sit here and just go, oh, a bad selection, didn't use his substitutes, etc., etc. What's more interesting is to try and work out what he may have been thinking compared to that game against Real Madrid.
I just think he when he put that team sheet in, Lyon would have been delighted with it. I think they thought, Gundogan's not going to run around. He's not got the energy our three midfield players have got. He's not going to hurt. He's not going to run beyond with. Rodri's not going to run beyond with. So then all of a sudden you looked at De Bruyne, and they've looked after Kevin De Bruyne pretty well tonight, let's be honest, Lyon. They've got around him and not let him just run the game. But there wasn't enough creativity. There wasn't enough players running forward. There wasn't enough people asking questions of Lyon. And the back three are very, they're not the quickest. They're not the most mobile. They're all a good age now. Yes, they've got experience and they've got a bit of, you can see they've got a desire and the passion to compete. But they didn't trouble them enough for me. And because of the midfield for me was, you needed a David Silva in it and say a pass between the gaps and put it in people who get in here, like De Bruyne, and he can hit them. Morris should have been on a lot earlier. And Foden's energy, tonight, they would have not allowed playing against him earlier. And we're all big fans of Guardiola, and I agree with Pat. We all wanted City to win tonight, but he's got to put his hand up and say, look, I got it wrong.
Chappers, can I answer my thoughts on that question? Before the game, I'm looking at teams thinking, right, you're going for what is basically a 3-4-3. Why are you doing that? Because you need to think that way. Well, it's not that they're better players, but you're playing against a team that are playing two centre-forwards. Right, okay, two centre-forwards and they're quick. If I put two centre-backs against them, I'll find myself with one-on-ones and we might get done because we're not good enough at centre-back. I think that's his thinking. So he's put an extra centre-back in there. I've played for plenty of teams over the years, including the Scottish national team, where we had three centre-backs because the manager didn't think the two were good enough. and that was the reason for it. You put an extra one in there, so you change your whole structure for that. Now I don't know if that's what he was thinking, but it looked hell of a like it, that he didn't trust two centre-backs to take on the pace of Toko Ekambi and Memphis. And maybe he was right there to some degree, because the three of them couldn't take up that pace either.
Okay, but then is there still not room for a David Silva or a Phil Foden or Bernardo Silva further forward and Kevin De Bruyne in the middle of that midfield? Is there still not room for one of them?
He only needed one holding midfield player, Mark. He didn't need two. He didn't need two. If he played a flat back four and somebody's sitting in front, so when the full-backs went, the sitter then, the right-sided centre-half goes slightly to the right, and the midfield player becomes a sweeper in front of the back four as such. And he didn't need to have two midfield players who basically covered probably the least ground on the pitch. And if I was playing against Man City and I'm looking at David Silva playing, Foden's playing, and Thingy's playing, and Bernardo Silva's playing, I'd be thinking, oh wow, what a night we're in for. And, as soon as they looked at that team sheet, they must have thought, wow, look at the respect they're showing us. And they've played better teams. They've played better teams in the Premier League. They've played better teams in the Champions League. And he wouldn't have done that.
Chappers, on top of what you're saying there, with the three at the back, you're right. You only needed either Rodri or Gundogan in front of the three at the back. So either four at the back or three at the back, you only needed one of those sitters there, because you're not looking at Lyon throwing dozens of players, 5-6 players forward when they were going forward. They were only at 2 or 3, and they were doing it at distance. So there was just an over-reliance on too many midfielders there that are deep line. And Gundogan and Rodri, good, very, very good players, but were they being creative in the night? Absolutely not.
And also, let's not forget, this is the first time this season that City play with three at the back, and you do want the negative impact that could have had on a player like Kevin De Bruyne, who looked really lost in the first half an hour, not really knowing where he was supposed to be, where he could run. I think he only made like 5 passes in the first 30 minutes of the game. I think he was maybe a bit lost. And you do wonder when you suddenly tell your players, okay, this is how we're going to play, and you haven't really worked it. You haven't played it at all this season. And I know they're professional football players and they're very good tactically and they're very intelligent, all of them. But still, this is all very new, and you do wonder that it could even have had a negative impact on his own players, because De Bruyne really certainly didn't look like the De Bruyne we saw, for example, against Man City.